Welcome to our deep dive into Epochs of History, The Crusades by George W. Cox, a captivating audiobook that reveals the tumultuous era where faith clashed with fear in profound ways. Are you ready to uncover the shocking truths behind the Crusades that history books often overlook? Why did ordinary people become warriors, and what motivated their unwavering faith amid chaos? This video promises to answer those burning questions while providing insights that might just change how you view history forever. As you immerse yourself in our soothing visuals and narration, you'll not only learn about the epic battles, but also the hidden dynamics that shaped our world today. You'll discover lessons from a past that still resonate, ensuring you're engrossed from start to finish. If you're curious about what really happened during these dark times, hit that like button, comment below with your thoughts, and don't forget to subscribe for more enlightening content. The Crusades. Chapter 1. Causes leading to the Crusades. The Crusades were a series of wars waged by men who wore the badge of the cross. This emblem pledged them to rescue the Holy Land and the sepulchre of Christ from the grasp of unbelievers. The dream of such an enterprise had long captivated the minds of keen-sighted popes and passionate enthusiasts. It was first realized when, after hearing the burning eloquence of Urban II at the Council of Clermont, the assembled multitude, with one voice, welcomed the sacred war as the will of God. If we view this undertaking as a simple expression of deeply stirred popular feeling, we might ascribe to it a character unlike any earlier wars waged within Christendom or by Christian powers against external enemies. Statesmen, whether popes, kings, or dukes, might have eagerly leveraged the overwhelming impulse ignited by Peter the Hermit's preaching, channeling long-suppressed passions. Yet no authority of pope, emperor, or king alone could have opened the floodgates for a force capable of sweeping away the infidel. It was in this sense only that men were moved, both at the Council of Piacenza in 1094 and Clermont, to a wholly new kind of conflict. If Urban II gave his blessing to missionaries converting Saracens by the sword, a papal benediction had been given nearly 30 years prior, at Hildebrand's instigation, to William the Conqueror's expedition. That endeavor aimed to crush the free English people and usurp the throne of their chosen king. However, the Norman Dukes' movement against England was merely the work of a sovereign keenly aware of his own interests and confident in his methods. Under the sacred standard sent by Pope Alexander II, he gathered a diverse host of adventurers. But any religious enthusiasm they felt primarily concerned the vast lands they anticipated as their reward. The great difference between such an undertaking and Peter the Hermit's crusade lay in a conviction deep even to fanaticism. For the wearers of the cross, failure, disaster, and death were considered no less blessed, no less objects of envy and longing than the most brilliant conquests or splendid triumphs. They hastened to the land where their divine master had descended from heaven to take human form. Here, for years, the everlasting Son of the Almighty Father had patiently toiled, healing the sick, comforting the afflicted, and raising the dead. Finally, he carried his own cross up Calvary, offered his perfect sacrifice, and shed the garments of his humiliation when an earthquake shattered the prison house of his sepulchre. For them, the entire land was made holy by the tread of his sacred feet. A pilgrim who had traced the scenes of his life, from his cradle at Bethlehem to his ascent from Olivet, might sing the Nunc Dimittis, having seen divine salvation with their own eyes. Thus, the crusade preached by Peter the Hermit and solemnly sanctioned by Pope Urban was made possible by the combination of papal authority with an irresistible popular conviction. Papal authority stemmed from Rome's old imperial tradition. Popular conviction grew from a tendency characterizing every religion of Aryan or Semitic nations. Both these causes were entirely unconnected to the teachings of Christ and his disciples, as presented in the New Testament. Far from ascribing special sanctity to any single spot, the emphatic declaration that the hour had come when men should worship the Father not only in Jerusalem or on the Samaritan mountain, proclaimed a gospel. This gospel taught that all men in all places are equally near to God, in whom they live, move, and have their being. If we turn to the Acts of the Apostles, we find no sign of the feeling that Bethlehem, Jerusalem, Nazareth, the Sea of Galilee, or the Jordan's banks should of themselves awaken enthusiastic or passionate emotion. The disciples' thoughts, according to this record, were absorbed by more immediate and momentous concerns. Before their generation passed, the Son of Man would return to judgment, and the dead would be summoned from their graves to his awful tribunal. Hence, any vehement longing for one spot of earth over another was terribly out of place for those who believed that time was short. It behooved those with wives to live as though they had none, those who bought as though they possessed nothing, and those who wept and rejoiced as though they did neither. Indeed, with a feeling almost approaching impatience, the great apostle of the Gentiles could set aside weaker sentiments and declare that although he had known Christ in the flesh, he would know him no more in that way. The image of Christianity's great founder was, for him, purely spiritual. In his letters to the churches formed by his converts, there is no hint that the thought or sight of Bethlehem or Nazareth would awaken deeper feelings than places wholly devoid of historical associations. If he speaks of Jerusalem, he never implies any special sanctity for it. His mission was to preach a faith entirely independent of time and place, not only not needing, but even rejecting the sensory aid of visible memorials of the Master he loved. Such was the Christianity of St. Paul, and with such weapons it assailed and overthrew the strongholds of heathenism. 3 centuries later, Christianity was dominant as the religion of the Roman Empire. However, in its outward aspect and practical working, it had undergone a vast and significant change. This change could not have been wrought at once merely by its recognition by temporal power. The endless debates filling early Christian history on the Trinity's persons and the Incarnation's mystery may have somewhat helped fix men's minds on the land where the Savior lived and the scenes of his ministry. But this alone would never have sufficed to work the revolution Christianity demonstrably underwent even before the age of Constantine. The victory over heathenism, if not merely nominal, was at best partial. The empire's religion knew nothing of the one eternal God, who demands spontaneous submission to his righteous law and bids all men find their highest good in his divine love. That religion rested on the might of Capitoline Jupiter and the visible majesty of the emperor. However, the real influences modifying St. Paul's Christianity from the first lay in the lower strata of society, in the modes of thought and feeling prevalent among the masses who became converts in the first 2 or 3 centuries. In these converts, a real change occurred. This change was chiefly manifest in the conviction that divine law binds all, and that the state of affairs in the Roman world was unspeakably shameful. In the Jesus Paul preached, they saw the righteous teacher who condemned the iniquities of godless rulers and a corrupt people. He was the avenger of unjust deeds, the loving Redeemer in whose arms the weary and heavy-laden might find rest, the awful judge who would be seen at the world's end on his great white throne, with all mankind awaiting their doom before him. The personal human love thus kindled in them simply redirected thoughts and feelings that would take centuries to eradicate. These thoughts and feelings were nourished by the tendency to localize incidents in the supposed history of gods or heroes, a prominent characteristic of all heathen religions. Of the vast crowd of these heathen religions or superstitions, scarcely one, if Roman writers are to be believed, lacked adherents and votaries in Rome. Here gathered the priests and worshippers of the Egyptian Isis, the Virgin Mother of Osiris, the god who rose after his crucifixion to gladden the earth with his splendor. Here, too, were adorers of the Persian sun god Mithras, born at the winter solstice, growing in strength until he won victory over darkness after the vernal equinox. Yet, this idea of the death and resurrection of the Lord of Light was not a new import from Egyptian or Persian theology. The story of the Egyptian Osiris was echoed in the Greek tales of Sarpedon and Memnon, of Tithonus and Asclepios, and in the Teutonic Baldur and Woden. The birthplaces of these deities, the scenes associated with their traditional exploits, became holy spots, each with its consecrating legends, attracting vast gatherings of pilgrims. It was therefore not surprising that worshippers of these or similar gods, upon professing Christ's faith, carried with them what they could retain of their old beliefs without outright contradiction. His nativity came to be celebrated when the sun began to rise in the heavens, and his resurrection when light triumphed over darkness in spring. The worshipper of the Egyptian Ammon, the ram, carried his old associations when he became a follower of the Lamb of God. The burst of light heralding the maiden's return to the morning mother in the Greek mysteries of Eleusis was reproduced in the miracle still, repeated yearly by the Patriarch of Jerusalem, who announces the descent of the sacred fire in Christ's sepulchre. Thus, for Christians of the 3rd, if not 2nd, century, Judea or Palestine became a holy land. With growing devotion to Christ's human person, so grew reverence for every place he had visited and every memorial he had left behind. Once given, the impulse soon became irresistible. Every incident of the gospel narratives was associated with a particular spot. The certainty of verification was never questioned by thousands who felt that seeing these places brought them nearer to heaven and purified their souls. They could follow the Redeemer from the cave of his birth, where the wise men offered their royal gifts, to the mount where he uttered blessings on the pure, the merciful, and the peacemakers. From there, to the other mount where he offered his perfect sacrifice for the sins of the whole world. The spots associated with his passion, burial, and resurrection evoked intense veneration. This was heightened by the alleged discovery of the cross on which he suffered, along with the 2 crosses of the condemned thieves. If the tablet bearing Pontius Pilate's inscription left uncertainty as to which cross it belonged, and thus to which the faithful's homage was due, all doubt was removed. A dying woman, untouched by 2 crosses, was restored to strength and youth by the touch of the 3rd. The splendid churches built by Constantine and his mother Helena over the cave at Bethlehem and the sepulchre at Jerusalem became for Christians what the sacred stone at Mecca and the prophet's tomb at Medina later became for Muslims. We should not be surprised if the emperor, whose life showed devotion to the Greek and Roman sun god, transferred characteristics of Apollo to the meek and merciful Jesus, whose teachings he ultimately misunderstood. The purpose of drawing lines of pilgrims to Palestine, increasing yearly, was not a mere aimless love of wandering. Such a motive is often attributed to Tartar pilgrimages. The Aryan people, as far as we know, were never a nomadic race. However, we can understand the eagerness of even a settled population to undertake a long and dangerous journey if it ensured the remission of their sins. Pilgrims who traversed land and sea to bathe in the Jordan and pray at their master's birthplace and tomb were led to expect no less than this. A few men, with keener discernment and broader culture, might see the dangers in this belief and protest against the superstition. Augustine, the great doctor whose confessions made his name known to thousands unfamiliar with his life or teaching, might remind Christians that righteousness was not in the East nor mercy in the West. He would argue that voyages are useless to reach him, with whom a hearty faith makes us immediately present. His protests might be supported by men like Gregory of Nyssa and Jerome. Yet Jerome, while stressing the uselessness of pilgrimage and the absurdity of supposing prayers offered in one place were more acceptable than in another, took up residence in a cave at Bethlehem. There, he spoke to Roman ladies who had crossed the sea to hear his eloquence. Heaven, he insisted, was as accessible from Britain as from Palestine. But his actions contradicted his words, and his example held more sway than his precept. The purely spiritual faith, Jerome emphasized, was as much beyond the spirit of his age as the moral feelings of a later age were behind those of the woman in St. Louis's crusade. She was seen carrying a porringer of fire in her right hand and a bottle of water in her left. With the fire, Joinville tells us, she wished to burn paradise, with the water to drown hell. Her aim was that none should do good for reward or avoid evil from fear, but act from the perfect love man owes his creator the supreme good. Such a mindset was comically out of step with the temper that brought Jerome himself to Bethlehem, and which soon filled the land with those lacking Jerome's culture and the sobriety that must spring from it. The contagion spread. From almost every European country, wanderers journeyed to Palestine. They were convinced that the shirt worn into the Holy City, if saved as a winding sheet, would transport them directly to heaven, like Solomon's carpet in the Arabian tale. Such a praiseworthy enterprise stirred sympathy and charity among the faithful. Pilgrims seldom lacked food and shelter. Houses of rest or entertainment were built for their comfort at journey stages and in the destination city. Here, they were welcomed in a costly house built for them by Pope Gregory the Great's generosity. If a pilgrim died during their absence, their kin envied rather than mourned their fate. If they returned, they received reverence as one whose sins were washed away, and perhaps even more as one who brought back relics of such vast value and great virtue that their touch made the journey to Palestine almost superfluous. These fragments of the true cross could be found wherever pilgrims went. The happy faith of those who exchanged more than their weight in gold for them never paused to consider that the barren log, supposedly producing them, must truly have spread its branches wider than the most magnificent cedar in Lebanon. Probably, even in the earliest ages, the traffic stemming from these pilgrimages was not limited to holy things. The East was not only Christianity's cradle, but a land rich in spices, silks, gold, and jewels. The keen-sighted merchant, seeking solid, earthly profits, closely followed the devotee who sought reward in heaven. The first interruption to the peaceful and prosperous lives of pilgrims and merchants came from one of the periodic ebbs and flows marking nearly 7 centuries of struggle between Persia and Rome. The kings of the restored Persian kingdoms sought to avenge the wrongs committed by Alexander the Great and perhaps even earlier invaders on the west. The enterprise begun by Khosrow Nushirvan was continued 40 years later by his grandson Khosrow II. Almost at the outset of his irresistible advance, Jerusalem fell. It was not the Persians' fault that the great churches of Helena and Constantine were not utterly destroyed by fire. 90,000 Christians, it is said, were put to death. But by the sentiment of the age, a greater loss was the carrying off of the true cross into Persia. From Palestine, the wave of Persian conquest spread southward into Egypt. Khosrow's greatness seemed boundless when, from an unknown citizen of Mecca, he received a command to acknowledge the unity of God and accept Muhammad as his prophet. The Persian king tore the letter to pieces. The man of Mecca, whose successors would carry the crescent to Jerusalem and Damascus, to the Nile's banks and Spain's mountains, warned him that his kingdom would be treated as he had treated his letter. For the present, no signs of this catastrophe were apparent. The Roman emperor was forced to sign an ignominious peace and pay yearly tribute to the Persian sovereign. But Heraclius suddenly awoke from the sluggishness marking his early reign. The Persians were defeated in the defile of Mount Taurus, and the destruction of Zoroaster's birthplace offered some compensation for the damage to the churches of Helena and Constantine. 2 years later, the Roman emperor carried his arms into the heart of enemy territory. During the Battle of Nineveh, where he won a splendid victory, he personally slew the Persian general Crusades. Khosrau fled across the Tigris, but could not escape his son's plots. His death in a dungeon ended the glories of the Sassanid dynasty, under whom Persian power had revived in the 3rd century from the death sleep into which it had sunk after Alexander's conquests. With Cyrus, Khosrau's son and murderer, the Roman emperor concluded a peace. This not only freed all his subjects from captivity, but also repaired the loss the Church of the Holy Sepulchre had sustained by the theft of the true cross. The great object of pilgrimage was thus restored to Jerusalem. Heraclius journeyed there the following year to offer thanksgiving vows. The pageantry of this ceremony concluded the splendor of his reign. Before his death, Muhammad's followers had deprived him of the provinces he had wrested from the Persians. Only 8 years after Heraclius's visit to Jerusalem, armies that had already seized Damascus advanced to besiege the holy city. A 4-month blockade convinced Patriarch Sophronius there was no hope of withstanding Islam's force. However, he demanded the caliph's presence at the treaty's ratification, which would secure a second sacred capital for the prophet's disciples. After some debate, his request was granted. Omar, chosen as Muhammad's vicegerent after Abu Bakr's death, set out for Medina on a camel, carrying his leather, water bottle, bags of corn and dates, and a wooden dish. The terms imposed by the caliph clearly marked the Christian subjugation, yet they imposed no severe hardships and perhaps showed great toleration. Christians were to build no new churches and admit Muslims into their existing ones day or night. The cross was no longer to be seen on building exteriors or paraded in the streets. Church bells were to be tolled, not rung. The use of saddles and weapons was entirely forbidden. Christians, distinguished from their conquerors by their attire, were to show respect by rising when the latter sat. In these conditions, Christians were safe in person and fortune, and undisturbed in their religion and use of churches. For observing this last stipulation, the rugged conqueror showed greater care than the patriarch, who regarded Omar's presence in the Church of the Resurrection as the abomination of desolation in the holy place. When the hour of prayer came, Omar asked Sophronius where he might offer devotions. "Here," answered the patriarch. But Omar positively refused, and repeated his refusal when led into Constantine's church. At last he knelt on the steps outside that church. Afterward, he told the patriarch that had he worshipped inside the building, the document securing its use to Christians would have been worthless. His words were verified by his followers' zeal, who insisted on enclosing the steps where he prayed within a mosque. The mosque bearing Omar's name rose over the temple's great sacrificial altar, which passed for Jacob's stone. This second conquest may have again checked the rush of pilgrims to the Holy Land, but the difficulties it presented only added to the enterprise's glory and benefits. After all, Omar's victory did little more than share the holy city between two races, each acknowledging its sanctity and revering the relics of the righteous men whose bodies repose beneath its sacred soil. Christians had no stronger complaint than that their conquerors regarded the Savior they worshipped as a prophet only inferior, if not equal, to Islam's founder. Nearly 4 centuries passed after Sophronius submitted to Omar. During this long period, the West had, without hindrance, sent forth its pilgrims. In their train, merchants likely found sources of profit for more worldly callings. While the heyday when wanderers considered themselves virtual lords of a land had passed, they endured nothing that could greatly provoke their anger or Christendom's indignation. This situation was not materially changed by the furious assault of Hakam, the mad Fatimite Sultan of Egypt. Spurred by a bigotry unknown to his predecessors, he resolved to destroy the Christian sanctuary in Jerusalem. The rule of these earlier Egyptian sovereigns had been more beneficial to Christians than that of the Abbasid caliphs of Baghdad. But Hakam cared nothing for his kingdom's worldly interests or trade profits with unbelievers. His soldiers were engaged in the dignified task of demolishing the Church of the Resurrection and attempting to destroy with hammers the very cave where the Savior's body was supposedly laid. In this task, they had only partial success. For Hakam, the single-year suspension of the sacred fire's descent scarcely outweighed the risks of a combined attack from Christendom's maritime powers. For the present, no such alliance was threatened, but a cruel persecution of Jews in many Christian cities signaled a temper creating a great gulf between men who nevertheless professed to worship the same Almighty Father. After this violent but brief storm, the pilgrims' condition largely returned to its previous state. The only change was a toll levied on each pilgrim before entering Jerusalem. However, Christians may have welcomed this impost rather than resented it. It allowed the wealthier among them to pay for their poorer brethren, thereby securing greater merit for themselves. The world seemed to take a new lease on life, promising a long period of comparative peace. 10 years prior, all Christendom had been in a flutter, expecting immediate judgment. As the millennium ended in the year 1000, an almost universal belief anticipated the summons that would call the dead from their graves and cut short a weary, sin-laden world. But the years had completed their cycle, the sun continued its accustomed rise and set, and the stream of pilgrims to the east soon swelled to greater volumes than ever before. Men of all ranks and classes left their homes to pray at Christ's tomb. Bishops abandoned their dioceses, princes their dominions, to visit the scenes of the Redeemer's suffering and triumph. More numerous, earnest, and zealous than all were the Franks or Frenchmen, whose name in the East became the common designation for all Europeans. For the weak and inexperienced, for women and youths who pledged themselves to the enterprise, there could be special and grave dangers. Even the strongest were not safe from serious, if not fatal, disasters. Ingolf, as secretary of William the Conqueror, set out for the Holy Land with 30 fully equipped horsemen. 20 of these returned on foot, with only their wallet and staff. Yet, their losses were probably not from human enemies. Those who died could claim martyrdom only in the sense granted to the holy innocents massacred by Herod's decree. Overall, the enterprise's difficulties were smoothed as much as possible in a rude and ill-governed age. Hungary's conversion opened a safe highway across the heart of Europe. Pilgrims found a defender and friend in St. Stephen, the apostle of his kingdom. However, a change far greater than that wrought by Omar was to be effected by a power working its way from the distant east, threatening the empire's very existence. From Central Asian deserts, the Seljukian Turks had advanced westward, overrunning the Persian Empire's kingdoms and subjugating Asia Minor, the inheritance of Rome's Caesars. In this task, they received significant help from the neutrality of much of the Christian population. Financial exactions and ecclesiastical tyranny had awakened strong discontent, if not burning indignation, among them. The rulers of Byzantium had, in fact, done everything to smooth the invaders' path. The accumulation of land in a few hands had dangerously reduced the population. Before long, Turks formed a majority throughout Cappadocia, Phrygia, and Galatia, enabling them to successfully resist crusading hosts in lands they had conquered just yesterday. The Seljukian sovereigns, having advanced this far towards Constantinople, chose as their abode the city of Nicaea. In this very city, the First General Council of Christendom had defined the Catholic faith on the doctrine of the Trinity in unity. Here, these fierce invaders proclaimed Muhammad's mission as God's prophet and issued decrees assigning Christian churches to profanation or destruction and Christian youths and maidens to disgraceful and shameful slavery. Mountains visible from the dome of Hagia Sophia were already within Turkish territory. The danger seemed imminent, and Alexios, the Emperor of the East, invoked Latin Christendom's aid. But the fire was not yet kindled, and for the time his appeal was in vain. Not long after, the Seljukian Tukish became master of Jerusalem. Christians learned, to their cost, that servitude to the fierce wanderers from the northern deserts was very different from submission to the rugged and uncultured Omar. The lawful toll levied on pilgrims gave way to a system of extortion and violent robbery throughout the land. The mere journey to Jerusalem involved dangers from which even the bravest might shrink. Insults to pilgrims were accompanied by insults, harder to bear, offered to holy places and those who ministered in them. Sacred offices were savagely interrupted, and the patriarch, dragged by his hair along the pavement, was thrown into a dungeon awaiting an exorbitant ransom. For pilgrims, dangers might exist during their journey through Europe, but these increased tenfold on the eastern side of the Hellespont. Up to that point, they had traveled in comparative security. Merchants, seeking to combine profit with devotion, added to that security with their numbers and prudence. Jerusalem's Easter fair had drawn the fleets of Genoa and Pisa to Palestine's ports and amply rewarded the generosity of Amalfi's merchants, founders of the Hospital of St. John. But commerce dislikes peril by land or sea. With the risk of disaster, these fleets disappeared, and caravans were confined to those for whom Jerusalem's sanctuary was a goal to be reached at all costs. These still set forth by hundreds, returning by tens or units to recount the miseries and wanton cruelties they had suffered and to paint fearful pictures of the savage tyranny over Christians in Jerusalem and the East generally. Christ's church was in the iron grip of the infidel, and the blood of his martyrs cried aloud for vengeance. Throughout Christendom, a fierce indignation stirred men's hearts. The pent-up waters needed only guidance to rush forth as a flood over lands defiled by unbelievers. But unless the enterprise was to waste away in random efforts, it required solemn religious sanction. The people might be ready, but popular fury acting alone would soon spend its strength like a hurrying tempest. Princes might temporarily abandon their dominions, but the pressure of difficulties both abroad and at home would soon weary them of the task. There had to be a compelling power to hold them to their vows with sanctions extending beyond the present life to the afterlife. These sanctions could only come from him who held the keys to the kingdom of heaven, whose seat was the rock of Peter, Prince of the Apostles. Chapter 2. The Council of Clermont. The Pope is the Bishop of Rome. Papacy traditions delight in recalling the humble origins of his vast monarchy, at once spiritual and temporal, ecclesiastical and secular. If the poor Galilean fisherman ever entered the Eternal City, it was as a stranger who came to guide and befriend a small group of men. They saw, hated, and wished to distance themselves from Rome's abominable corruption. But if Christianity itself, once rooted in the West, was modified by popular feelings and old associations of converts, the Church's constitution was likewise subtly modified by the political forms of the state with which it initially waged a terrible conflict. Rome was, unlike other cities, and the Bishop of Rome could not long remain like other church presidents. He dealt with the empire's subjects and lived at its heart. It was inevitable that the imperial tradition would fasten on the object of their worship. Soon, the exultant cry rose to heaven, "Christ lives, Christ rules, Christ is emperor." As the vicars of this invisible emperor, the popes gradually acquired a power that overshadowed the mightiest sovereigns. Gregory the Great exercised it with monastic austerity. Gregory VII, Hildebrand, wielded it with the ability of a consummate general. The first Gregory was a monk, therefore also a Manichaean, believing in the essential impurity of all matter. But this philosophy, if it attracted Gregory VII, was wholly subordinate to the absorbing passion for ecclesiastical dominion. His aim was to subdue the world with a spiritual army, but his conquest's outcome was not confined to spiritual influence. It was to give him power over kingdoms, dictation over princes, and command of their weapons and wealth. It was to humble civil polity under priestly autocracy. It was to prove, as Hildebrand asserted, that civil rule was itself merely the development and working of the evil principle. The foundations had long been laid, but Hildebrand left his successors little to do to complete the papal empire's fabric. His predecessors had learned to skillfully use popular feeling or princely ambition to direct widespread movements, if not create them. Papal sanction aided in deposing the degenerate Merovingian. Papal chrism anointed the first Carolingian king. The diadem of the ancient Caesars, bestowed by Leo III hand, rested on Charlemagne's head. Hildebrand himself, through his instrument Alexander II, had transferred England's crown from Godwine's son to William the Bastard of Normandy. It has been well remarked that, although the name had not yet been heard, in truth, the First Crusade was now preached, and it was preached by the voice of Rome against England's liberties. We may note further that the preacher was a pontiff who, finding it convenient to thank the Sultan of Morocco for indulgences granted to Christians in his territories, assured that infidel ruler that both worshipped the same God and held the same faith, though their modes of worship and expressions of devotion might differ. The popes had become capable of setting vast armies in motion and raising to a white heat an already kindled popular sentiment. These two conditions were needed before Europe's power could be hurled against Syria's infidel conquerors. The Pope's inability to achieve this end, if not in accord with prevalent popular feeling, is strikingly shown in Gregory VII's history. 8 years after helping to slay Harold at Hastings, Hildebrand addressed a letter to all who loved and cared to defend the Catholic faith. He implored them to set aside all other tasks for the great work of chasing the Seljukian Turkish hordes beyond the Eastern Empire's bounds. Constantinople, the new city of the Seven Hills, was even then threatened by these barbarians, and no one could say how soon the danger might menace Rome itself. It could not be doubted that Christendom's faith energy and warlike skill would sweep away these undisciplined unbelievers. The faithful's victory would bring very solid gain to the popes. The price the emperor would pay for deliverance from the Turks was his submission as a vassal to the See of Rome. In other words, the pope was to become absolute lord of both East and West, and the Byzantine Patriarch's claims to coordinate dignity with St. Peter's successor would no longer be made with impunity. But although the scheme was carefully drawn to promote a spiritual power's interests for the great mass of Latin Christians, it was a purely political enterprise. The Eastern emperor's fears and distresses could excite no sympathy. Constantinople's Caesar was not a being who had exhibited superhuman love or shed his blood for those who delighted in torturing him. The excommunication Hildebrand had imprudently hurled against Emperor Nicephorus III had left a feeling in the East not favorable to the Roman pontiff's designs. Hildebrand's letter appealed to no religious associations. It said nothing of abominations committed in holy places or of terrible crimes wrought on faithful pilgrims. It was silent about the eternal reward that the mere act of pilgrimage would win for the believer. It was of little use to mention in passing that more than 50,000 warriors longed to rise under his guidance against God's enemies and reach their Lord's sepulchre. He had not struck the right chord, and Hildebrand failed to see the West gird itself for the great conflict with the enemies of faith. For a time, he may have supposed the great fire was already kindled when Robert Guiscard set sail from Brindisi with a fleet of 150 ships and an army of 30,000 men. But the conqueror who had done so much in Italy was to do little east of the Adriatic. While his army exerted its full strength before Dyrrhachium's walls, his fleet, under his son Bohemon's command, was miserably defeated. Emperor Alexios's wretched jealousy for his general Palaeologos saved Guiscard's army from ruin and turned the threatened disaster into victory. When compelled to return to Italy, he left Bohemond to carry on his enterprise. The latter overran Epirus and almost succeeded in reducing Thessaly and Larissa. Then he, too, was forced to haste to Italy for reinforcements in men and money. In his absence, his deputy Brienne, the constable of Apulia, was forced to abandon Castoria's siege and bind himself not to invade the Byzantine emperor's territories again. Not many months later, Robert Guiscard gathered another armament for the East's conquest. He raised Corfu's siege and had reached Cephalonia when his career was cut short by death, and his scheme seemed utterly brought to naught for the time. The war Hildebrand sought to stir up against the Mohammedan powers was no less vigorously preached by his successor, Victor III, who promised remission of sins to all who might engage in it. But his words called forth no bands of warriors for Jerusalem's recovery. The fleets of Genoa and Pisa swept the African coasts and gained booty, a harvest that would fall to few among the myriad soon to leave their homes for the Holy Land. 10 years after Hildebrand's death, 3,000 or 4,000 clergy and 30,000 laymen gathered to meet Pope Urban II at the Council of Piacenza. So vast a throng found no standing room in any building, and the council's business was transacted on the plain outside the city. The envoys of the Eastern Emperor, Alexios Komnenos, were there to plead his distresses and beseech the faithful's strenuous aid. The policy of checking the Turks' progress while they were still far from Italy may have influenced the more statesmanlike hearers. The more vehement and enthusiastic among them were moved to tears by the Byzantine ambassador's pathetic recital and loudly demanded to be led against the enemy. But Urban, his heart more determinately set on the enterprise than any present, felt the hour for the supreme decision had not yet come. He was in a country torn by internal divisions, where his own claim to the papacy was disputed by an anti-pope, who, with his adherents, it was his special business to excommunicate here. He had other matters to deal with as well. Some clergy still refused to abandon their wives, and Emperor Henry IV's wife was present to complain of unimaginably monstrous treatment by her husband. Both emperor and clergy must be condemned and brought into obedience. Urban felt that after such business, it would be good to reserve his eloquence for another scene. He, therefore, dismissed Alexios's envoys with the assurance that when Western Christendom's hosts advanced to rescue the Holy Sepulchre, they would not forget they had work to do near Constantinople. From Piacenza, Urban made his way across the Alps to Charlemagne's realm. Charlemagne's intercourse with Caliph Harun al-Rashid's ambassadors may have laid the foundation for the myth, expanded into a systematic fiction in Turpin's lying chronicle, that he himself had smitten down the unbelievers under the shadow of Constantine's church. On the northern side of the Alps, Urban could breathe more freely. A sentence of excommunication was pending, it is true, over Philip I, who called himself or was called King of France. But Hugh Capet's great-grandson, powerful though he might be within his own dominion of Paris and Orleans, was little more than a nominal lord of the vast throng of feudal chiefs beyond its borders. From his old home in the great monastery of Cluny, Urban set off in the autumn for Clermont in the territories of the Count of Auvergne. Before he could reach the city, thousands of tents were pitched outside the walls for those who found no shelter within them. The 8 days of the council's sessions were spent regulating the enterprise about which the Pope had spoken with so much reserve at Piacenza and prescribing measures for the safety of those who might remain at home during their natural protector's absence. There was now no more need for hesitation. Popular feeling north of the Alps was far more deeply moved by the pilgrims' woes and the infidels' conquests than on the southern side of the great mountain barriers. The people's wrath had been fanned into an ungovernable flame by Peter the Hermit's preaching. This man, born at Amiens in Picardy, had forsaken his wife and laid aside the sword he wielded in the service of the Counts of Boulogne to follow the counsel of perfection in silence and solitude. Like others, he felt an irresistible attraction to the Holy Land. But if his passionate yearnings were rewarded by the privilege of praying before the Redeemer's tomb, his very heart was stirred by the sight of things whose mere recital had awakened his wrath from a distance. The sanctuary was in the hands of the infidels, the patriarch was practically a slave, and the pilgrim was happy who returned from the holy city without undergoing humiliations and buffetings scarcely deserved by the worst criminals. The murder of many Christian men, the deadly wrongs done to many Christian women, cried aloud for vengeance. The hermit vowed that, with God's help, these things should cease. His conversations with Patriarch Simeon brought out only confessions of the Greek emperor's incapacity and his empire's weakness. "The nations of the West shall take up arms in your cause," said the hermit. With the patriarchal benediction, Peter hastened to obtain sanction for his mission, which he now saw before him, from a man who claimed to be at the head of Eastern and Western Christendom alike. Before the Roman pontiff, Peter poured forth his story of wrongs that called for immediate redress. No eloquence was truly needed to stir the heart of Urban. The Pope's zeal was likely as sincere as any who engaged in the enterprise, but it also gained strength from the knowledge that his own power would rest on more solid foundations, regardless of the warrior's fate. His blessing was eagerly bestowed on the fervent enthusiast who undertook to rouse the people to this great work for the love of God and their own souls. Peter's eloquence, though perhaps unrefined, was made powerful by an earnestness that gave even his gaze a force beyond mere speech. Small in stature and humble in appearance, he was nevertheless filled with an unyielding fire. The horrors etched into his soul were precisely those that would stir the conscience and ignite the wrath of his listeners. His fiery appeals swept everything before them. Wherever he went, rich and poor, old and young, knight and peasant, thronged around the emaciated stranger, bareheaded and barefoot. He rode on his ass, carrying a huge crucifix. He had himself witnessed the suffering it represented. Indeed, he claimed to have received a letter from the Savior, which had fallen from heaven. He appealed to every human emotion and every motive that should move faithful Christians. He called on them to deliver the land, the very cradle of their faith, to punish the barbarian who dared defile it, and to rescue their brethren, victims of tyranny. His choked vehemence became contagious. His sobs and groans drew tears and cries from the vast crowds who hung on his words, eagerly consuming the harrowing accounts from pilgrims Peter presented as witnesses. More earthly motives may have mingled with his austere call in the minds of some. Of these motives, the hermit said nothing, But he made his most compelling appeal to the concept of mechanical religion, similar to what the prophet Micah attributes to Balak, king of Moab. The consciences of some hearers might be burdened by sins almost too grievous for forgiveness. He implored them to remember that such fears were misplaced if they simply committed to redeeming the Holy Land. If they became soldiers of the cross, their salvation was immediately achieved. No sin, however fearful, would go uncancelled by the mere taking of the vow. No sinful habits would be unabsolved for those who fell in battle against the unbelievers. The excitement of the moment, the frenzy that first unsettled the hermit's mind and was then communicated to his hearers, undoubtedly cast a deceptive light over a degrading morality and a corrupting religion. Yet, the entire spirit that fueled this enterprise left behind a poisoned atmosphere, which only the storms of the Reformation could clear. The hermits' preaching predetermined the results of the Council of Clermont. However, Urban and the throng of bishops and abbots knew that more was needed than simply enlisting an army of zealots for distant warfare. With our modern laws and orderly government, it is almost impossible to grasp the condition of even the most advanced states of Christian Europe in that era. The king's power over his vassals was determined solely by the vassal's strength or weakness. A vassal, though owing allegiance to his lord, was bound by no ties to his fellow vassals. Feudalism inevitably fed the worst human passions. The absence of an authority capable of constraining everyone meant an irresistible temptation for those who felt or imagined themselves wrong to take the law into their own hands. This practice of private war soon became a trade. William of Malmesbury noted that things had reached such a deplorable state that feudal chiefs would capture each other on little or no pretext, freeing prisoners only upon payment of enormous ransoms. This military violence among the laity was accompanied by corruption among the clergy, evident in a shameless trade of benefices and dignities, which, simply put, went to the highest bidder. In such a climate, to drain off a large proportion of men who might otherwise curb domestic mischief would leave those who remained behind defenseless. Therefore, decrees were passed condemning private wars, confirming the truce of God, which suspended hostilities for 4 days each week, and placing women and clergy under the Church's protection. This protection was specifically extended to merchants and farmers for 3 years. When the council's business concluded, Urban ascended a high scaffold and addressed the people. He spoke to an audience who no longer needed arguments, but were eager to hear words of comfort and encouragement from the head of Christendom. 3 versions of this speech have survived. One from William of Tyre, a second from William of Malmesbury, and a third from a Vatican manuscript. It is possible they represent 3 different speeches, but their substance is the same, leaving no doubt about the general tenor of his words. With some inconsistency, he emphasized the cowardice of the barbarians who had conquered Syria, whose tyranny now prompted his appeal. The Turk, he claimed, avoided close combat, trusting in his bow and arrow. The venom of a poisoned shaft, not the bravery of a valiant warrior, inflicted death. Their fears, he added, were justified, for the blood of men born in sun-scorched countries was scant and poor in quality compared to that flowing through those from more temperate regions. In these temperate regions you were born, he pleaded, and therefore you have a title to victory your enemies can never acquire. You possess prudence, discipline, skill, and valor. You will go forth, through the gift of God and the privilege of St. Peter, absolved from all your sins. This freedom will soothe the toil of your journey, and death will bring you the benefits of a blessed martyrdom. Sufferings and torments may await you. You may imagine them as the most exquisite tortures, and the reality may even surpass your picture. But your sufferings will redeem your souls at the expense of your bodies. Go then on your errand of love, love for the faithful who cannot defend themselves in lands overcome by the infidel. This love will eclipse all ties binding you to the places you have called home. In truth, they are not your homes. For the Christian, all the world is exile, and all the world is at the same time his country. If you leave a rich inheritance here, a better inheritance is promised to you in the Holy Land. Those who die will enter the mansions of heaven, while the living shall behold the sepulchre of their Lord. Blessed are those who, taking this vow, shall inherit such a recompense. Happy are they who are led to such a conflict, that they may share in such rewards. It was no wonder that words striking chords of already intense feeling were interrupted by the passionate cry, "It is the will of God! It is the will of God," which erupted from the assembled multitude. "It is in truth his will," added the pontiff, "and let these words be your war cry when you unsheathe your swords against the enemy. You are soldiers of the cross. Wear then on your breasts or shoulders the blood-red sign of him who died for the salvation of your souls. Wear it as a token that his help will never fail you. Wear it as the pledge of a vow that can never be recalled. By these words, the war now proclaimed against the Turks received the name that has become a general title for all religious conflicts. Thousands immediately hastened to don the badge, taking their place among the Crusaders. The rival claims of the anti-pope prevented Urban himself from taking the pledge to which he was clamorously invited. Worldly prudence alone may have suggested the wisdom of remaining aloof from a conflict where disaster to a Roman pontiff would surely be seen as a visible sign of divine displeasure. Among the clergy, the first to assume the cross was Edhemer, Bishop of Puy, and as his reward he received the powers and dignity of papal legate. At the head of the laity, Raymond, Count of Toulouse, Duke of Narbonne, and Marquis of Provence, promised through his ambassadors to be ready by the Feast of the Assumption, August 15th, following the council, the day fixed for the departure of the crusading hosts for Constantinople. Thus, the die was cast for a venture that, to a keen general or a far-seeing statesman, should have boded little good. Yet it held irresistible attractions for the vast majority of people, attractions that continued to draw hundreds of thousands to the unknown and mysterious East, even after a long series of disasters proved that the journey to Jerusalem was, in all likelihood, a journey to the grave. For the truly sincere and devout, whose lives were without reproach, there was a deep sense of binding duty, a yearning to be closer, whether on earth or in heaven, to the master they loved. For the feudal chieftain, there was the fierce pastime of war, which was often the main occupation and perhaps the only delight of his life. Now the indulgence of his passions became a solemn act of religion, bringing wild excitement. There was also the prospect of vast and permanent conquest. A duke or count who left a fair domain behind him might dream of winning a realm as splendid as that which Robert Guiscard and his Normans had seized in Apulia and Sicily. For the common folk, and those whom base living had made morally cowardly, there was an offer, a method to wipe away their guilt without changing their character or disposition. Not a few were swayed by the philosophy of Abbot Guibert, who boldly drew a parallel between the Crusades and holy orders or monasticism. That height of perfection attainable by ecclesiastics was now within reach for laymen, through an enterprise where their usual license and habits would earn God's favor, no less than the monks' or priests' most unsparing austerity. In short, it was a new mode of salvation. Those rushing along the broad road to destruction now found that taking a vow converted it into the narrow, rugged path to heaven. Nor were there few for whom this convenient arrangement offered solid temporal advantages. The cross on the breast or shoulder freed the serf or peasant, tied to the soil, from his lord's clutches. It opened prison doors for malefactors of every kind. It released debtors from interest payments while they wore the sacred badge, placing them beyond their creditors' reach. Lastly, a crusade offered the priest a pleasant interruption to the dull routine of parochial work, and the monk an agreeable change from the wearisome monotony of convent life. The usurer and creditor might feel somewhat unfairly treated, yet they were among the few to whom this crazy enterprise, crazy not from its impracticable goals, but from the way they were pursued, brought a solid benefit. The unthinking throng might rush to Palestine without the slightest preparation, in blind faith that they would be fed and clothed like the birds of the air or the lilies of the field. But for those who judged more soberly, and those unwilling to forego luxuries or pleasures, there was a need for precious metals to satisfy their desires. The Duke, who had to maintain a vast and brilliant retinue, was forced to mortgage his dominions. Thus, for 10,000 marks, wrung from the lower orders in England, William Rufus obtained the governance of his brother Robert's dukedom for 5 years, ensuring the prize would not slip from his grasp. Nobles and knights, setting off on the crusade, all wished to sell land and buy arms and horses. Arms and horses became ruinously expensive, while lands became ridiculously cheap. It is easy to see that the prudent trader, the cautious merchant, and the landowner with an eye on profit would stand at an enormous advantage. But if these individuals gained, the gains of the Pope and the sacerdotal army he led were even greater. The proclamation of the Crusade made all private warfare an act of treason against Christendom. It freed even nobles from their overlord's power, making the latter unable to summon vassals to their standard. If the Crusader, as a soldier of the Church, was released from every other obligation, these tremendous changes were wrought entirely by the power of the Pope and his hierarchy. In placing the dominions of all crusading princes under the protection of the Church, the Council of Clermont may have provided those chiefs with an inadequate defense. Yet it elevated the Pope above all earthly princes. The power that withheld the creditor's arm from his debtor became a vast dispensing authority, a possession that would have delighted Hildebrand and fulfilled his highest aspirations. Urban did not go to Palestine, but he was present there in the person of his legate, Edhemer, thus claiming guidance over a war sanctified by his blessing and undertaken for the Church's cause. Furthermore, many took crusader vows with no immediate intention of fulfilling them. Sickness, misfortune, or pangs of conscience might lead them to assume the fateful sign. But from that moment until they embarked on their journey, they placed themselves in the Pope's power. He sometimes used this hold over emperors and kings with cruel effect. Kings, it is true, reaped no small benefit from the impulse driving their vassals to the Holy Sepulchre, the absorption of smaller fiefs into larger ones, and these again into royal domains, contributed to the extension of sovereign power, which ultimately dismantled the feudal system. But these results were far distant. The immediate harvest was reaped by the Pope. Until now, he had appeared through his representatives in general or local councils. Through these, he had intervened in disputes and negotiated with princes. But the preaching of the Crusades furnished a reason or a pretext for sending his legates into every land. Their primary business was to stir the hearts of the faithful to a fever pitch or to maintain that fervor. But scarcely less important was the task of collecting money to support the crusading armies. On the clergy, whether secular or regular, and on the monastic orders, the Pope held a claim they dared not question. The subsidies exacted or enjoined for this purpose were paid with real or feigned cheerfulness. To the laity, the request for voluntary alms practically became a demand. Refusal would imply lukewarmness in faith, if not outright heresy, an imputation not incurred without peril of temporal and even eternal ruin. For both clergy and laity, The charge for a special and temporary purpose became a permanent tax, the proceeds of which the Pope could expend on any objects, and in the theory of the time he could spend them on none that were not good. For the tax thus levied, the clergy received a compensation that the laity could not enjoy. If a bishop took the cross, he might burden his estates, but could not alienate them, as his rights ceased with his death. In fact, it was mainly prelates and monastic houses that became guardians or mortgagees of lands belonging to men who had gone to the Holy Land. The Jews, who amassed immense profits from loans to needy crusaders, had no involvement in cultivating the soil, and in most countries could not own it. But the Church was always ready with its protection and its money. There were even enthusiasts who, upon affixing the blood-red cross to their garment, gave up all their lands and worldly goods to the spiritual body, viewing its prayers as more than sufficient recompense. Even those who merely left the Church as guardian of their estates might die in the East. If they died without heirs, the guardians became absolute owners. If they returned, toil and disappointment often wore them down so much that they sought refuge in a cloister, handing over any remaining property to the fraternity. The vast gains thus acquired were in addition to accumulations from bequests of ordinary or extraordinary penitents on their deathbeds, or gifts from enthusiastic devotees during their lifetime. All land gained by the Church was withdrawn from the jurisdiction of the sovereign, effectively forming a kingdom within a kingdom. This spiritual domain constantly threatened to absorb that of the secular monarch. A collision, inevitably followed by violent and unjust plunder, became unavoidable. When the time came, the great fabric of ecclesiastical wealth was plundered and demolished. In this enterprise, to which Latin Christendom was committed, the various nations or countries of Europe took very unequal parts, or rather no nation, as such, took any part at all. This explains the lack of coherent action and even decent generalship commonly seen in national undertakings. For the Crusade, there was no attempt at a commissariat, no care for a base of supplies. The crusading hosts were a collection of individual adventurers who either departed without any provisions or provided for their own and their followers' needs from their own resources. The number of these adventurers was naturally determined by the political conditions of their home countries. In Italy, the struggle between the Pope and the anti-Pope largely chilled enthusiasm. Recruits for the crusading army came primarily from the Normans who had followed Robert Guiscard to the sunny southern lands. The Spanish were busy with a closer crusade, already pushing back the Mohammedan dominion that had once threatened to cross the Pyrenees and carry the crescent to the shores of the Baltic Sea. About 10 years before the Council of Clermont, the Moslem dynasty of Toledo had been expelled by Alfonso, king of Galicia. The kingdom of Cordova had fallen 20 years earlier in 1065. While Peter the Hermit hurried through northern Europe, Spanish Christians were winning victories in Murcia, and the land echoed with the exploits of the fearless Cid, Ruy Diaz de Bivar. The Germans received the summons to rescue the Holy Sepulchre with comparative coolness. The partisans of emperors, humbled by Urban's predecessors if not by Urban himself, were not eagerly disposed to obey. The bishops of Salzburg, Passau, and Strasbourg, and the aged Duke Guelph of Bavaria, undertook the arduous and perilous journey. Not one saw their homes again, and their deaths in the distant East did not encourage their countrymen to follow. In England, the English were too burdened by the miseries of the conquest, the Normans too occupied strengthening their position, and King William the Red was more inclined to exploit his brother Robert's needs than to incur any risks of his own. The great movement originated in the lands stretching from the Scheldt to the Pyrenees. Franks and Normans alike prepared with impetuous haste for the great adventure. Tens of thousands, unable to wait for the formation of a regular army, rushed off under leaders as frantic as themselves towards their inevitable doom. Chapter 3 The First Crusade. Little more than half the allotted time for gathering the Crusaders had passed when a crowd of some 60,000 men and women, unconcerned with how their goals would be achieved, insisted that Peter the Hermit lead them immediately to the Holy City. Charity might suggest that some among them were decent folk, genuinely convinced their journey to Jerusalem would do good. However, there is no moral doubt that the vast majority viewed their vow as a license for any sin. It is absolutely certain they displayed not a single quality needed for the enterprise's success. With a recklessness equal to his ignorance, Peter undertook the task, aided by Walter the Penniless, a man with some military pretensions. But the utter disorder of this motley host made it impossible for them to travel together for long. At Cologne they separated. 15,000, under the penniless Walter, made their way to the Hungarian frontiers, while Peter led a host that gradually swelled to about 40,000. Another army or horde of perhaps 20,000 marched under the guidance of Emico, Count of Leiningen. A third followed the monk Gottschalk, a man not known for pure or disinterested motives. Behind these came a rabble, reportedly 200,000 strong, men, women, and children, preceded by a goose and a goat, or, as some believed, by banners depicting these animals as symbols of Gnostic and Paulician faiths. In this vile horde, no pretense of order or decency was maintained. Seemingly sinning freely so that grace might abound, they plundered and ravaged the lands through which they marched. 3,000 horsemen, led by counts and gentlemen, were not too dignified to act as their attendants and share their spoils. But if they had no qualms about robbing Christians, their delight was to prove their mission as soldiers of the cross by plundering, torturing, and slaying Jews. The crusade against the Turk was interpreted as a crusade directed no less explicitly against the descendants of those who had crucified the Redeemer. The streets of Verdun and Treves and of the great cities on the Rhine ran red with the blood of their victims. While some saved their lives by feigned conversions, many more cheated their persecutors by throwing themselves and their property into rivers or consuming fires. Thus, auspiciously, began the mighty enterprise that Pope Urban had insisted was the first duty of all Christians. And thus early did the result of his preaching tend to revive the waning power of the emperor, who intervened to halt this merciless onslaught on a peaceable and useful class of his subjects. The Jews were taken under the protection of the empire, and for a time this change brought real relief. Their descendants would find to their cost that their guardian might, in turn, become their plunderer and tormentor. A distance of 600 miles lay between the Austrian frontier and Constantinople. Across this desolate expanse, Walter the penniless followers struggled on, destitute of money, provoking the hostility of the inhabitants whom they robbed and abused. In Bulgaria, their misdeeds led to reprisals that threatened their destruction. Perhaps none would have reached Constantinople had the imperial commander at Nissos not rescued them from their enemies, supplied them with food, and guarded them for the rest of their journey. These provisions incurred costs, which were paid by selling unarmed pilgrims, especially women and children, seized to provide the necessary funds. Of those who followed Peter the Hermit, it is said only 7,000 reached Constantinople. The Emperor Alexios had no need to fear such a rabble. He had already seen and encountered far larger armies of Normans, Turks, and Romans. He now extended a hospitality to this vanguard of Latin Christendom that was almost immediately abused. They had refused his request to quietly await the arrival of their fellow crusaders. Consulting his people's safety, as well as his own, he persuaded them to cross the Bosporus and pitch their camp on Asiatic soil, the land they had come to wrest from the unbelievers. Alexios simply wished to be rid of their presence. They, however, had to deal with an even craftier and more formidable enemy in the Seljukian Sultan David, whose surname Kilij Arslan marked him as the Sword of the Lion. The vagrants Peter and Walter had brought thus far on the road to Jerusalem were scattered across the land in search of food. It was not difficult for David to deceive the main body with false tidings that their companions had breached the walls of Nicaea and were reveling in the pleasures and spoils of his capital. The doomed horde rushed into the plain before the city. A vast heap of bones alone remained to tell the story of the great catastrophe when the forces more legitimately claiming the name of an army passed the spot where the Seljukian had entrapped and crushed his victims. In this wild expedition, it is said no less than 300,000 human beings had already paid the penalty of their lives. Yet, the First Crusade was destined to accomplish more than any of the 7 or 8 crusades that followed it. This measure of success was probably achieved because none of the great European sovereigns took part. The Western Emperor Henry IV, the representative of Charles the Great, was an enemy of the Pope. Philip I, King of France, had been excommunicated by Urban at the Council of Clermont. The sovereigns of Denmark, Scotland, Sweden, and Poland were scarcely yet brought within the community of European monarchs. The Spanish kings had their own crusades at home, and we have already seen that the English William II was more intent on acquiring dukedoms than risking a blessed martyrdom at Jerusalem's gates. The task of establishing a Latin kingdom in Palestine would be achieved by princes of the second order. Among these, the foremost and most deservedly illustrious was Godfrey of Bouillon in the Ardennes, a kinsman of the Counts of Boulogne and Duke of Lorraine. In the service of Emperor Henry IV, the enemy or victim of Hildebrand, he had been the first to scale the walls of Rome and cleave his way into the city. He hoped his crusading vow would atone for his sacrilege. Speaking both Frankish and Teutonic dialects with equal ease, his bravery, wisdom, and upright life commanded an influence that, it is said, brought no less than 80,000 infantry and 10,000 horsemen to his standard, along with his brothers Baldwin and Eustace, Count of Boulogne. Among Godfrey's most conspicuous colleagues was Hugh, Count of Vermandois, whose surname the Great has been attributed by some to his birth as the brother of Philip I, the French king, and by others merely to his stature as Hugh the Long. With him may be placed the Norman Duke Robert, whose carelessness had cost him the crown of England, and who had now pawned his duchy for a pittance scarcely less paltry than that for which Esau bartered away his birthright. The picture drawn of him is, indeed, not unlike that of the forefather of the Edomite tribes, careless of the future, open in his friendships and enmities, free from duplicity himself, and unsuspicious of treachery in others, charming others, and harming himself by his light-hearted cheerfulness and lavish generosity. Robert was a man whose total lack of the qualities that marked his iron-hearted father led to a horrible captivity and death in the dungeons of Cardiff Castle. The number of great chiefs leading pilgrims from northern Europe is completed with the names of Robert, Count of Flanders, whom his followers lauded as the sword and lance of the Christians, and Stephen, Count of Chartres, Troyes, and Blois, the possessor, if we believe the tale, of 365 castles, and as rich in eloquence as in fortresses. The same arithmetic would have us believe that the minor chiefs were more numerous than the champions Agamemnon led to the Trojan War. This assertion is perhaps as much and as little to be credited as the catalogue of Greek warriors in the Iliad. Foremost, by virtue of his title and office, among the leaders of the southern bands, was the papal legate Edhemer, Bishop of Puy, a leader more in guiding the army's counsels than in gathering soldiers under his banner. 100,000 horse and foot, we are told, attested to the greatness, wealth, and zeal of Raymond, Count of Toulouse, Lord of Auvergne and Languedoc, who had grown old in warfare and earned a mixed reputation for wisdom and haughtiness, obstinacy and greed. less tinged with the fanatical enthusiasm of his comrades, and certainly more cool and deliberate in his ambition, Bohemond, son of Robert Guiscard, whom we have seen fighting at Dyrrhachium and victorious at Larissa, looked to the crusade as a means to regain the vast regions extending from the Dalmatian coast to the northern shores of the Aegean. Indeed, if we believe William of Malmesbury, he urged Urban to launch the enterprise partly to recover what he considered his inheritance and partly to enable the pontiff to suppress all opposition in Rome. Guiscard had left his Apulian domains to a younger son, and Bohemond seemed resolved to add a kingdom to his principality of Tarentum that would make him a formidable rival to the Eastern emperor. Far above his companion Bohemond rises his cousin Tancred, the son of Marquis Odo, surnamed the Good, and of Emma, Robert Guiscard's sister. His reputation comes not from his wealth or the greatness of his following, but from the qualities of mind and person that raised him indefinitely nearer than his fellows to the standard of Chaucer's very gentle, perfect knight. In Tancred was seen the embodiment of those peculiar sentiments and modes of thought that gave birth to the Crusades, and to which the Crusades, in turn, imparted marvelous strength and splendor. When Pope Urban, in the Council of Clermont, spoke of the Turks' cowardice and ignoble fears, he likely struck a discordant note with the more generous and enthusiastic among his hearers. He spoke as a priest when, with greater wisdom, he should have used the language of a general. There is little doubt that the finer spirits of the age were moved by an eager desire to rescue a multitude of helpless Christians from conquerors whose might was irresistible and who were worthy adversaries even for the noblest knights of Latin and Teutonic Christendom. Rescuing this vulnerable multitude required a great sacrifice, the sacrifice of homes, lands, luxuries, and pleasures. The consciousness of large sacrifices cheerfully made for the weak and suffering is among the highest feelings that can be awakened in the human heart. Thus, in the most noble-minded crusading champions, there was a distinct combination of two seemingly discordant ideas, yet working together to produce a definite moral result. These were the indignation with which they viewed the tyranny over Eastern Christians and the involuntary respect, even admiration, they felt for the conquerors as the most formidable warriors of the age, second only to Christendom's foremost knights. The former feeling would impel them to desperate efforts for the Holy Land and Holy Sepulchre's recovery. The latter would impose checks dimly recognized and not always heeded on the ferocious warfare with which they would unscrupulously sweep away all lesser or more savage enemies. To the extent he was motivated by such feelings, the Crusader cultivated the germs of forbearance and tolerance within himself, which would immediately soften the horrors of war and, in the end, yield more solid and satisfying fruits. In this same direction, the Church's influence grew constantly stronger. Its aim had been to curb, when it could not repress, the violence of its children, and to establish by solemn sanction the truce of God, which prevented private warfare from becoming an unbearable burden. But in the expedition to deliver the Holy Land, war itself was sanctified. The knight, initiated even in past years by rites heathen in origin but made sacred by the Church, was raised almost to the level of the priest and the monk. Henceforth, the young aspirant for knightly dignity and office was treated much like catechumens in the first Christian centuries. He had to begin his work with clean thoughts and a pure conscience. The spotless garment of the catechumen, purified by a long fast, was reproduced in the white robe the young squire donned after cleansing his body in a bath. The profession of baptism was repeated in the knightly vow, which, after a special confession of sin followed by absolution, pledged the young man to deal justly, truly, and generously, defending the oppressed, succoring the needy and helpless, and everywhere proving himself the unsparing antagonist of all tyrants and evildoers. In particular, he was to be the champion of women and the protector of children. He rose from his knees before the assembled clergy, dubbed a knight by his godfather's sword in the names of God, Our Lady, and Saint Michael or Saint George. Nearest to the heart of those who uttered this formula, as to that of the young knight, was the name of the Virgin Mother, whose name, it seems, fascinated multitudes without curing them of savage treachery and bloodthirsty ferocity. In feudal terms, she was his Lady Notre Dame, as the crucified Jesus was his Lord Notre Seigneur. The adoring and humble love he bore for her was held to sanctify and be reflected in the devotion he felt for every noble lady, and especially for the favored dame who became the idol of his heart, a star to be worshipped at a distance, if not a queen at whose feet he might throw himself in an ecstasy of passion. This being, whom he delighted to picture as the peerless ideal of womanhood, might be another man's wife, and these extravagant fancies not infrequently led to the most lamentable and ruinous results. But the knightly or chivalrous spirit, though sometimes led astray, nonetheless tended to impose moral checks on rude and savage minds that had never felt them before. The growth of this spirit was chiefly ensured by the Crusades. The iniquities wrought by the soldiers of the cross were indeed fearful. But the horrors of warfare were softened somewhat by the honor the foremost warriors on both sides paid each other for bravery and good faith. This feeling expressed itself in a word that even now has by no means lost its meaning: courtesy. The quality of courtesy displayed itself in the readiness to yield to another where strength and power might have refused all concessions. It was closely allied to the Christian qualities of meekness and mercy, and any approach to this heavenly temper was indeed a gain in a brutalized and ferocious age. The highest glory of the crusading knight was to be a mirror of courtesy, and this glory is especially associated with the name of Tancred. Tancred lived, fought, and conquered. The Rinaldo whom Tasso paints in his epic poem on the deliverance of Jerusalem is a being of cloudland, like the Greek Achilles, the Trojan Hector, and the Persian Rustum, the miserable remnant of 3,000 men who escaped the field of blood before the city of the Seljukian Sultan found refuge in Byzantine territory around the time the better appointed Crusader armies were setting off on their eastward journey. The most disciplined of these troops set out with a vast following from the banks of the Meuse and the Moselle under Godfrey of Bouillon, who led them safely and without opposition to the Hungarian border. Here, the armies of Hungary blocked their advance, fearing a repeat of the havoc wrought by the lawless bands of Peter the Hermit and his self-chosen colleagues. 3 weeks passed in vain attempts to overcome the difficulty. The Hungarian king demanded Baldwin, the general's brother, as a hostage. The demand was refused, and Godfrey shamed the king by surrendering himself instead. He asked only for free passage and a free market, but although these were granted, he could not prevent some disorder and depredations as his army passed through the country. The mischief might have been much worse had not the Hungarian cavalry, ostensibly acting as a friendly escort, but actually as cautious warders, kept close to the crusading hosts. At length, they reached the gates of Philippopolis. Here, Godfrey learned that Hugh of Vermandois, whose arrival had been announced to the Greek emperor Alexios by 24 knights in golden armor, and who styled himself the brother of the King of Kings and lord of all the Frankish hosts, was a prisoner within the walls of Constantinople. With Robert of Normandy, Robert of Flanders, Stephen of Chartres, and some lesser chiefs, Hugh had chosen to travel through Italy. The charms of that voluptuous land, it seems, had a greater effect in breaking up and corrupting their forces than the delights of Capua had in weakening Hannibal's soldiers. With little regard for order, the chiefs decided to cross the sea as best they could. Hugh embarked at Bari. If we believe Anna Komnena, the historian and worshipper of her father Alexios, his fleet was broken by a tempest that shattered his own ship on the coast between Palos and Dyrrhachium, Durazzo, where John Komnenos, the emperor's nephew, was governor. The Frankish chief was detained here until Alexios's pleasure was known. That wary and cunning prince immediately saw how much could be made of his prisoner, who was conducted with careful respect and ceremony to the capital by his orders. Kept truly as a hostage, but outwardly welcomed as a friend, Hugh was so completely won by Alexios's charm of manner, which the emperor knew well how and when to employ, that paying him homage and declaring himself as man, he promised to do what he could to induce others to follow his example. From Philippopolis, Godfrey sent ambassadors to Alexios, demanding Hugh's immediate surrender. The request was refused, and Godfrey resumed his march, treating the land through which he passed as an enemy's country until, by way of Adrianople, he finally appeared before the walls of the capital at Christmastide 1096. Alexios's fears were aroused by the sight of such a vast and formidable host. They quickened into terror as he thought of the armies still on their way under the command of Bohemond and Tancred. Of Godfrey, beyond his mission as a crusader, he knew little or nothing. But in Bohemond, he saw one who claimed no small portion of his empire as his inheritance. This gathering of myriad crusaders, whom a false step on his part might convert into open enemies, was the result of his own entreaties urged through his envoys before Urban II at the Council of Piacenza. His mind was divided between a feverish anxiety to hurry them on to their destination, to rid himself of their hateful presence, and the desire to retain a hold not only on the crusading chiefs, but on any conquests they might make in Syria. Hugh returned to Godfrey's camp, but the quarrel was merely patched up, not truly resolved. It proved easier to ignite suspicion and jealousy than to restore genuine friendship. For Alexios, securing the homage of the princes already gathered around his capital was paramount before his ancient enemy, Bohemond, arrived. In this, Alexios succeeded. A compact was forged where he pledged to supply them with food, aid their eastward march, and protect all pilgrims passing through his lands. The crusading chiefs, already subjects of other sovereigns, in turn gave their fealty to the emperor as their liege lord, but only for the duration of their stay within his borders. They also agreed to restore any conquests recently taken from the empire. To secure this treaty, Alexios endured interminable audiences with the Western warriors and tolerated considerable insolence. The arrogance of one crusader, who flung himself onto the imperial throne declaring no reason to stand while a rustic remained seated, was deemed intolerable rudeness even by his companions. This man, Robert, Count of Paris, if indeed it was he, met an early end weeks later, more prominent in modern romance than in medieval history. Bohemon's spirit was deeply stirred upon reaching Constantinople, finding his colleagues had become vassals of the Byzantine monarch instead of remaining independent chiefs. However, Alexios was strongly supported by Robert of Flanders, whose friendly assistance stemmed from an alliance made with his father 8 years prior. Bohemond soon realized he must outwardly follow his comrade's example, whatever course he might pursue later. He became the emperor's guest, complacently received his flatteries, accepted a magnificent gift or bribe, and requested the office of Grand Domestic or General of the East with his submission. The emperor deferred, promising him an independent principality, and turned with more genuine warmth to the honest simplicity of Godfrey. This selfless crusader sought only to fulfill his vows. Alexios felt he made no sacrifice or inconvenient engagements by adopting him as his son. Alexios's policy and bribes had overcome Bohemond's opposition. He was to encounter a stouter resistance from Raymond of Toulouse. Raymond, though the first to enlist, was the last to depart on his crusade. He declared he would never make another journey and was determined to be thoroughly prepared. Wishing to avoid the routes taken by earlier chiefs, he chose the road through Lombardy. This part of his march was easy, but conditions changed drastically when he reached the savage mountains and desolate valleys of Dalmatia and Slavonia. The local people had driven their cattle, their entire property, into inaccessible glens. Instead of plundering others, the Crusaders found themselves harassed, their stragglers cut off by thieves and murderers. Raymond retaliated by severing the hands and noses and putting out the eyes of all prisoners, inciting the natives to desperate resistance. At Skadra, he reached an agreement with the Servian chief Bodin, but the country offered little to support such a vast army, which struggled onward under dire difficulties. Astonishingly, Raymond still spoke of himself as leading 100,000 warriors when he flatly refused to do homage to the Greek emperor. The Count of Toulouse scarcely considered himself a vassal even of the French king. He was ready, he said, to be Alexios's friend on equal terms, but would not declare himself as man. On this point, he was immovable, even when Bohemond, in a never-forgiven threat, suggested he would side with the emperor if the quarrel escalated to blows. But Alexios soon recognized Raymond as an enthusiast as sincere and persistent as Godfrey. He adapted his approach, winning the old warrior's heart, though failing to compel his obedience. Alexios confided his dislike of the Franks' rude and noisy habits and his deep-seated fears of Bohemond. Anna Komnena's admiration for Raymond matched her father's esteem. In her fervent words, Raymond shone among the barbarians like the sun among the stars of heaven. While Alexios was engaged with Godfrey, Raymond, Bohemond, and Tancred, he was equally anxious about transporting the Crusader multitudes across the Bosphorus. These swarms might soon become an army of devouring locusts around his capital. Welcoming them was easier than dispatching them. More than 2 months after Christmas, Godfrey's followers found themselves on Asian soil. Placing even a narrow strait of sea between himself and these dangerous friends who had initially threatened him with savage war was a wise move. A rumor had spread that Alexios intended to trap them in marshes to starve. An assault by the Crusaders on the suburbs showed the emperor what to expect if these suspicions weren't allayed. He probably hadn't intended to trick them to their deaths, but he had felt less compunction in subjecting them to debased coinage and extortions, which were nothing new to his own people. Even these he found it politic to abandon, adopting and opposing methods so zealously that, for a time, the Crusaders seemed to become his mercenaries. No sooner had Godfrey's men landed on the eastern side of the Bosphorus than all their transport vessels were returned to the western shore. With great astuteness, and at the cost of substantial gifts, Alexios similarly freed the area around his capital from the invading multitudes. As quickly as they arrived, they were hurried across, and the emperor breathed more freely when, on the Feast of Pentecost, not a single Latin pilgrim remained on the European shore. The danger of conflict had been ever present, stemming not merely from the Crusaders being armed men marching through Allied territory, but from the profound antagonism between Greeks and Latins in thought habits and fundamental notions of civilization, law, and duty. For the Greeks, feudalism was a relic of the distant past, effectively unknown. To achieve a state resembling Western Europe, they would need to regress 20 centuries to the days of Solon and the Thessalian and Theban nobility who aided Xerxes. For the crusading armies, or rather their chiefs, the common herd being disregarded, nothing was as detestable as a central authority pressing equally on all orders of the state. Nothing was as precious as local tyranny and the right of private war, which respected neither person nor property. For the subjects of the Eastern Empire, protection of person and property was paramount, and for this, they tolerated considerable oppression and corruption from their governors. In a sense, perhaps not as elevated as in Herodotus's time, law was still their king, and the Latins could barely comprehend public law. We must also remember the vast chasm between Eastern and Western clergy. The latter were increasingly accustomed to the celibacy finally imposed by Damiani and Hildebrand. For the former, marriage was a condition for receiving holy orders. This change transformed the Latin clergy into a closed order or caste, looking to the Roman pontiff as their head and rejecting allegiance to any temporal ruler. This empire within an empire was an alien concept to the Greek or Eastern mind. The Western clergy, in turn, despised their Eastern brethren for their cowardly submission to secular authority. The Eastern clergy, conversely, recoiled in horror from bishops, priests, and monks riding with blood-stained weapons over battlefields, exhibiting an ignorance equal to their ferocity at other times. Harmony between nations and races under such conditions was as hopeless as oil and water voluntarily mixing. The contact exacerbated the suspicion, jealousy, and hatred each side instinctively felt for the other's supposed treachery, lying in violence. Thus, on the eastern shores of the Hellespont and the Bosphorus, a host was gathered, likely more vast than Xerxes drove before him for the invasion of Europe, and dwarfing the meager force with which Alexander conquered Asia. When tribes or nations send their entire populace, men, women, and children, there is practically no limit to the numbers set in motion. It strains no credulity to believe that 100,000 horsemen, fully armed in the light mail of the first crusading age, were marshaled on the Bithynian plains. Even if we dismiss the chaplain of Count Baldwin's absurd exaggeration of 6 million crusaders, their strength and valor would soon be tested. They now faced the Turks, whose cowardice Urban II had so complacently emphasized before the Council of Clermont. Sultan David, or Kilij Arslan, placed his family and treasures in his capital, Nicaea, and retreated with 50,000 horsemen to the mountains. From there, he frequently swooped down on Christian outposts. The Crusaders formally invested in his city. For 7 weeks, it was assailed to little effect by ancient Roman siege engines, while some besiegers fired weapons from the hill where the bones of Peter, the hermit's fanatic followers, lay moldering. Nicaea was protected to the west by Lake Ascanian, and as long as the Turks controlled this lake, they felt secure. But Alexios sent numerous boats on sledges to the lake, and the city, now under a double blockade, submitted to the emperor. He had no desire to see the Crusaders control the place. The Crusaders were preparing for the final assault when they saw the imperial banner on the walls. Their disappointment at the miscreants' escape, for so they delighted in calling the unbelievers, erupted in threats that seemed to portend a renewal of old troubles. But Alexios, with gifts reinforcing his words, asserted that his sole desire, then as always, was to ensure their safe journey. They had not gone many stages before confronting their adversary again. The conflict near Phrygian Dorylaeum initially seemed to portend a dire defeat for the Crusaders. More than once, the day's outcome appeared to hinge on the indomitable personal bravery of Norman Robert, Tancred, and Bohemond. When they seemed on the verge of being overwhelmed, timely aid arrived from Godfrey, Hugh of Vermandois, Bishop Edhemer of Puy, and Raymond, Count of Toulouse. Still, the Turks held out, and seemed likely to continue doing so until the appearance of the last division of Raymond's army filled them with fear that a new host was upon them. The Crusaders achieved a significant victory. 3,000 enemy knights were slain, and Kilij Arslan hurried away to enlist his kinsman's services. Meanwhile, the Latin hosts swept onward, passing through Konya, Iconian, Iregli, Heraclea, and Pisidian Antioch. Their dangers were immense, their sufferings terrible. Kilij Arslan's son had rushed ahead with 10,000 horsemen, declaring before each city gate that they came as conquerors, not fugitives. They ravaged the lands as they advanced. In the towns, they sacked churches, plundered houses, and emptied granaries. The Crusaders who followed had to journey over barren land under the scorching Phrygian sun. Hundreds died from the heat. Dogs or goats replaced parish baggage horses. At last, Tancred and his troop found themselves before Tarsus, the birthplace and home of that single-hearted apostle who long ago preached a gospel so unlike the Crusaders' creed. Following rapidly, Baldwin watched with keen jealousy as the Italian chief's banner flew from its towers and insisted on taking precedence. Tancred pleaded the people's choice and his own promise to protect them, but Baldwin's intrigue swayed their mood. Tarsus's rejection of Tancred was followed by an attempt at private war between Tancred and Baldwin, in which Tancred's troops were overcome. So, early was the first harvest of murderous discord reaped among the holy warriors of the cross. However, it was ruinous to remain there. The main army resumed its march, once more enduring the familiar monotony of hardship and peril. A very small force would have sufficed to disorganize and rout them as they clambered over the defile of Mount Taurus. Neither Raymond, recovering from a terrible illness, nor Godfrey, suffering from bare wounds, could have offered much help. But for now, their enemies were dismayed. Baldwin, Godfrey's brother, eagerly hastened to obey a summons for aid from the Greek or Armenian ruler of Edessa. Just as Alexios had adopted his brother, this chief welcomed Baldwin as his son. But once in the city, Baldwin cared nothing for the means that brought him there. His adoptive father's death led to the establishment of a Latin principality in Edessa lasting 54, or, as some believe, 47 years. Baldwin had anticipated Samosata's unconditional surrender, but the Turkish governor held some Edessians hostage and refused to yield the city without 10,000 gold pieces. The Turk shortly after fell into Baldwin's hands and was executed. Meanwhile, the main Crusader army advanced toward the Syrian capital, that ancient and luxurious city whose fame for magnificence, unbounded wealth, soft delights, and unholy pleasures had spread across the Roman world. Its days of greatest splendor were past. Its walls were partially in ruins, some buildings were crumbling or had already fallen. Yet, against attackers utterly ignorant and clumsy in city blockade, it remained a formidable position. They could not invest it until they crossed the iron bridge, named for its iron-plated gates, a structure of 9 stone arches spanning the Ifron River, 9 miles from the city. This bridge was taken by the impetuous charge of Robert of Normandy, supported by Godfrey's steadier efforts. In the language of an age that loved round numbers, 100,000 warriors rushed across to seize the splendid prize now seemingly within their grasp. But the city was held by men long accustomed to despising the Greeks and who had not yet learned to respect Latin valor. Preparing for a resolute defense, the Seljukian governor Bagration had sent away most Christians within the town as useless, if not mischievous. The crusading chiefs began to debate the prudence of postponing operations until spring. However, Raymond of Toulouse and other chiefs insisted that delay would imply fear, and the imputation of cowardice would paralyze their enterprise. The city was therefore immediately invested, as far as the Crusaders' forces could encircle it. A siege began that to the military historian must be utterly devoid of interest, its outcome decided by paroxysms of fanatical vehemence on one side, and a lack not of bravery, but of generalship on the other. The blockade of the eastern and northern walls was complete. That of the west was partial. The failure to invest a portion of the western wall, with 2 of the city's 5 gates, left Turkish movements in that direction unhindered. The besiegers were in no hurry to begin the work of death. The wealth of the harvest and vintage spread before them irresistible temptations, and herds grazing in rich pastures seemed to promise an endless feast. Cattle, corn, and wine were all foolishly wasted. Meanwhile, the Turks within the walls, it is said, received news of all that transpired in the Crusader camp from some Greek and Armenian Christians permitted free egress and ingress. They used this knowledge to plan sallies that caused great distress to the besiegers, whose clumsy engines and devices seemed to yield no result beyond wasted time. The Crusaders perhaps felt they had accomplished something when they blocked the bridge gate with huge stones dug from nearby quarries. 3 months passed. The Crusaders found themselves not conquerors, but in desperate straits from famine. Winter rains had turned the land around their camp into a swamp, and lack of food made them increasingly unable to resist the pestilential diseases rapidly thinning their numbers. A foraging expedition under Bohemond and Tancred filled the camp with food, but it was again recklessly wasted. The second famine scared away Tatikios, lieutenant of the Greek emperor Alexios. But the crusading chiefs were perhaps even more disgusted by the desertion of William of Melun, called the carpenter for the sledgehammer blows he dealt in battle. Hunger even overcame Peter the Hermit, who was stealing away with William of Melun when Tancred caught him and his companion, bringing them back to Bohemond's tent. For a moment, the situation shifted with the arrival of ambassadors from Egypt. To the Fatimid Caliph of that country, the progress of the Crusader arms had, so far, brought little dissatisfaction. The humiliation of the Seljukian Turks could only benefit him, provided the tide of Latin conquests could be checked in time. His generals besieged Jerusalem and Tyre. Once the Fatimid ruler again controlled Palestine, his envoys hurried to the Crusaders' camp. They announced the Holy Land's deliverance from its oppressors, assured all unarmed and peaceful pilgrims a month's unmolested stay in Jerusalem, and promised aid during their march, on condition that the Crusaders acknowledge his supremacy within his Syrian empire. The caliph's arguments and threats were equally dismissed. The Latin chiefs disclaimed any interest in the feuds of rival sultans or the fortunes of Muslim sections. God himself, they declared, had destined Jerusalem for Christians. Any non-Christian holders were usurpers whose resistance would be punished by expulsion or death. The envoys departed, not encouraged by this response, and even more perplexed by the apparent plenty and magnificence of a camp where they had expected to see a terrible spectacle of disorder and misery. The besiegers' resolute persistence convinced Bagration of the need for reinforcements. These were hurrying to him from Caesarea, Aleppo, and other places when Bohemond and Raymond intercepted them. They sent a multitude of heads to the Fatimid Caliph's envoys and launched hundreds more from their engines into the city of Antioch. The Turks had their chance for reprisals when the arrival of some Pisan and Genoese ships at the mouth of the Orontes drew off most of the besieging army. The Crusaders were returning with provisions and arms when their enemies ambushed them. The battle was fierce. Raymond's defeat, which threatened dire disaster, turned into victory with the arrival of Godfrey and the Norman Robert, whose exploits, if the stories are true, equaled or surpassed those of Arthur, Lancelot, or Tristram. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Turks fell. Their comrades buried their bodies in the cemetery outside the walls. The Christians dug them up, severed heads from trunks, and paraded the ghastly trophies on their pikes, not forgetting to send a goodly number to the Egyptian caliph, demonstrating how his Seljukian friends or enemies had fared. The picture is disgusting. But if we ignore these loathsome details, the truth of the history is lost. We are dealing with the wars of savages, and it is important to acknowledge this. The next scene shows Godfrey and Bohemond in a fierce quarrel over a splendid tent. Intended as a gift for Godfrey, an Armenian chief had seized it and sent it to Bohemond. But more serious business was at hand. Rumor spoke of the near approach of a Persian army. The besieged, claiming a desire to arrange terms of capitulation, obtained a truce, likely seeking only to gain time. Days passed, but no offers were made. Their true disposition was revealed when they seized a crusading knight in the groves near the city and tore his body to pieces. The Latins returned to the siege with increased fury, but the defense, though weaker, still dragged on. Bohemond began to realize that fraud might succeed where force had failed, and that from fraud he might reap not only safety, but wealth and greatness. His plans were laid with a renegade Christian named Fervor, who was highly favored by the governor. Bohemond had contacted him during the truce or by other means. With splendid promises, he secured his new ally's zealous aid. Then, in the council, Bohemond announced he could deliver the city into their hands, but only on the condition that he rule Antioch as Baldwin ruled Edessa. Raymond the Provençal angrily opposed his claim, but this opposition was overruled, and it was resolved to execute the plan at once. There was indeed a need for haste. Rumors spread within the city that an attempt would be made to betray the place to the besiegers, and hints or open accusations pointed to Fervor as the traitor. Like other traitors, the renegade thought it best to preempt the charge by urging that the tower guards be changed the very next day. His proposal was received as undeniable proof of his innocence and faithfulness. But he had decided that Antioch would fall that night. That night, by means of a rope ladder, Bohemond and about 60 followers climbed the wall. The ropes broke before more could ascend. Seizing 10 towers, killing all the guards, they opened a gate and the Christian host rushed in. Bohemond's banner rose on one of the towers, trumpets sounded for the onset, and a carnage began in which the assailants initially failed to distinguish between Christian and Turk. In the awful confusion of the moment, some of the besieged made their way to the citadel, where they barricaded themselves, ready to resist to the death. Few of the rest escaped. 10,000, it is said, were massacred. Bagration, with some friends, slipped past the besiegers' lines. But fainting from loss of blood, he fell from his horse, and his companions hurried on. A Syrian Christian heard his groans, struck off his head, and carried the prize to the camp of the conquerors. Fervor lived to be a renegade a second time, ending his career as a thief. For the Crusaders, victory meant a shift from famine to abundance. Their feasting was accompanied by the wildest riot and most filthy debauchery. But heedless waste, though perhaps one of their most venial sins, was their greatest blunder. Reports of the Persians' approach were not false. The Turks within the citadel suddenly found they were besiegers rather than besieged, and the Christians were hemmed in by the myriad warriors of Kerboga, Prince of Mosul, and Kilij Arslan. The old horrors of famine were now repeated with greater intensity, and the Latin host's doom seemed sealed. Stephen, Count of Chartres, had deserted his companions before the city's fall. Others now followed his example, returning to Europe with him. In Phrygia, Stephen encountered Emperor Alexios, who was marching to aid the Crusaders not only with a Greek army, but with a force of well-equipped pilgrims who had reached Constantinople after Godfrey and his fellows departed. Stephen's story drove every thought from Alexios's mind except his own safety. The order for retreat was given. The pilgrim warriors, no less than the Greeks, were forced to turn westward. In vain, Guy, a brother of Bohemond, pleaded his duty and his vow. His words went unheeded. His indignation wrung from him the desperate assertion that if the divine being were omnipotent, he would not allow such things to happen. In Antioch, the crusading soldiers were rapidly sinking into utter despair. Discipline had almost vanished, and their refusal to bear arms any longer was so obstinate that Bohemond resolved to burn them out of their quarters. the flames spread quickly, filling him with fear that he had destroyed not only their dwellings but his entire principality. His drastic experiment brought the men back to their duty, but their work was done so despondently that, without some significant aid, the end, it was clear, must soon come. In a credulous age, such succor at the darkest hour, if obtained at all, generally arrives through miracle. A Lombard priest came forward, claiming Saint Ambrose of Milan had declared in a vision that the third year of the Crusade would see the conquest of Jerusalem. Another had seen the Savior himself, attended by his Virgin Mother and the Prince of the Apostles. He claimed to have heard a stern rebuke of the Crusaders for yielding to the seductions of pagan women, as if the profession of Christianity altered the color and guilt of a vice. Finally, he had received the distinct assurance that in 5 days they would have the help they needed. The Crusaders' hopes were roused. With hope came a return of vigorous energy. Peter Barthélemy, chaplain to Raymond of Toulouse, seized the opportunity to recount a vision that would be more than a dream. To him, Saint Andrew had revealed that in the Church of Saint Peter lay hidden the steel head of the spear that had pierced the Redeemer's side as he hung on the cross. This holy lance, he asserted, would win them victory over all their enemies as surely as the spear that imparted irresistible power to the knight of the Sangreal. After 2 days of special devotion, they were to search for the long-lost weapon. On the 3rd day, workmen began to dig, but until sunset they toiled in vain. The darkness of night made it easier for the chaplain to play the part Sir Walter Scott assigned to Herman Dousterswivel in The Antiquary. Barefooted and in a single garment, the priest descended into the pit. For a time, the strokes of his spade were heard, and then the sacred relic was found, carefully wrapped in a veil of silk and gold. The priest proclaimed his discovery. The people rushed into the church, and from the church, throughout the city, spread the flame of fierce enthusiasm. 9 or 10 months later, Peter Barthélemy paid the penalty of his life for his fraud or his superstition. A bribe taken by his master, Raymond, brought that chief into ill favor with his comrades and unleashed the tongue of Arnold, Bohemian's chaplain, against Peter. Raymond had relied on his clerk's fresh visions, and Arnold boldly attacked him in his citadel by denying the Holy Lance's genuineness. Peter appealed to the ordeal by fire. He passed through the flames, seemingly unhurt. Bystanders pressed to feel his flesh and vehemently rejoiced at the result, which vindicated his integrity. He had, however, received fatal injuries. 12 days later, he died, and Raymond suffered greatly in dignity and influence. The infidel was doomed, but the Crusaders resolved to give him one chance to escape. Peter the Hermit was sent as their envoy to Kerboga, offering the alternative of departing from a land St. Peter had bestowed on the faithful, or baptism, which would leave him master of Antioch city and territory. The reply was short and decisive. The Turk would not embrace an idolatry he hated and despised, nor would he surrender soil that belonged to him by right of conquest. The hermit's report raised the Crusaders' spirits to fever pitch. On the feast of St. Peter and St. Paul, they marched out in 12 divisions in remembrance of the 12 apostles' mission, while Raymond of Toulouse remained to prevent the escape of the Turks trapped in the citadel. The papal legate, Adhemer, Bishop of Puy, carried the Holy Lance. The morning air, laden with the perfume of roses, was now seen as a sign of divine favor. They were prepared to see good omens in everything, confident that departed saints would, as they had been told, participate in the battle and strike down the infidel. The fight, marked by brute force on the Christian side and some skill as well as strength on the other, had continued for some time when such help seemed necessary. Tancred had rushed to aid Bohemond, who was severely pressed by Kilij Arslan. Kerboga was heavily assaulting Godfrey and Hugh of Vermandois when, clothed in white armor and riding white horses, human forms appeared on the neighboring heights. "The saints are coming to your aid," shouted the Bishop of Puy, and the people saw in these radiant strangers the martyrs St. George, St. Maurice, and St. Theodore. Without awaiting their closer approach, the Crusaders turned on the enemy with an irresistible force and fury. Their cavalry could do little. Only 200 horses remained of the 60,000 that had filled the plain a few months before. But the hedge of spears advanced like a wall of iron, and the Turks gave way, broke, and fled. It was a rout, not a retreat, and the Crusaders' victory was followed by the massacre of men, women, and children. The garrison in the citadel immediately surrendered. Some declared themselves Christians and were baptized. Those who refused to abandon Islam were taken to the nearest Muslim territory. The city became Bohemond's prize and remained in his keeping, although Raymond of Toulouse had attempted to seize it by hoisting his banner on the walls. With the pillaging ended, the churches were cleansed and repaired, their altars ablaze with golden spoils taken from the infidel. The Greek patriarch was again seated on his throne, but he held his office at the Latins' pleasure, and 2 years later he was replaced by Bernard, a chaplain of the Bishop of Puy. 10 months after the conquest of Antioch, the main body of the crusading army set out on its march to Jerusalem. They had wished to depart at once, but their chiefs dreaded encountering waterless wastes at the end of Assyrian summer. For the present, they were content to send Hugh of Vermandois and Baldwin of Hainaut as envoys to the Greek emperor to reproach him for his remissness or lack of faith. But the miseries endured by Christians and Turks alike were the most welcome tidings to Alexios, for in the weakening of both lay his own strength. He observed with satisfaction Hugh's departure, not for Antioch, but for Europe, where Stephen of Chartres had preceded him. Winter had arrived, yet the Crusader chiefs still lingered in Antioch. Some were engaged in expeditions against neighboring cities. However, a more pressing concern was the plague, which punished the pilgrims' filth and disorder. A band of 1,500 Germans, recently landed in robust health and fully equipped, were, it is said, entirely wiped out. Among the victims, perhaps the most lamented was the papal legate Edhemer. A sense of discouragement once again spread through the army. The chiefs vainly implored the Pope to visit Antioch, the city where St. Peter's disciples first received the Christian name. The common people were disheartened by their leaders' animosities and selfish, convoluted policies. Raymond still yearned for the Principality of Antioch, insisting that Bohemond and his people, like the men of the 3 Transjordanic tribes in Joshua's time, should participate in the Crusades' final great undertaking. More disgraceful than these feuds were the scenes witnessed during the siege and after the conquest of Mahara. Recklessness and waste soon compelled the assailants to devour the flesh of dogs and even human beings. The bodies of Turks were torn from their graves, ripped open for gold they were believed to have swallowed, and the fragments cooked and eaten. Of the besieged, many slew themselves to avoid falling into Christian hands. To some, Bohemond, tempted by a large bribe, offered an assurance of safety. Yet, once the massacre had begun, he ordered these very individuals brought forth. The weak and old he slaughtered. The rest he sent to the slave markets of Antioch. A weak attempt by Alexios to detain the Crusaders only spurred them to more vigorous efforts. They had already left Antioch, and Laodicea was in their hands, when he asked them to await his arrival in June. The chiefs, recalling Tatikios's departure with his Byzantine troops for Cyprus, retorted that Alexios had broken his compact and thus had no further claim to their obedience. Hastening on their way, they crossed the plain of Beirut, overlooked by the eternal snows of Lebanon, along the narrow strip of land from which the great Phoenician cities had sent their seafarers and colonists with all the wealth of the East to the shores of the Adriatic and the gates of the Mediterranean. Reaching Jaffa, they turned inland to Ramla, a town just 16 miles from Jerusalem. 2 days later, the Crusaders came in sight of the Holy City, the object of their long pilgrimage, the cause of wretchedness and death to millions. As their eyes rested on the scene, hallowed to them by all the associations of their faith, the Crusaders instantly transitioned from fierce enthusiasm to a profound humility expressed in sighs and tears. All fell to their knees to kiss the sacred earth and pour forth thanksgivings for being allowed to behold the desire of their eyes. Setting aside their armor and weapons, they advanced in pilgrim's garb and with bare feet toward the spot the Savior had trodden in his agony and passion. But before their feelings of devotion could be indulged, there was other work to be done. The chiefs took up positions on the sides where the ground offered the most hope for a successful assault. On the northern side were Godfrey and Tancred, Robert of Flanders and Robert of Normandy. On the west, Raymond with his Provençals. On the 5th day, without siege instruments, with only one ladder and relying purely on brute force, the Crusaders launched a desperate assault on the walls. Some managed to reach the summit, and the sheer audacity of their attack momentarily struck terror into their enemies. But the garrison soon rallied, and the invaders were all driven back or hurled from the ramparts. The task, it was clear, had to be undertaken in a more formal manner. Siege engines had to be built, and the palms and olives of the immediate vicinity would not provide suitable materials for their construction. These were obtained from the woods of Shechem, 30 miles away. The preparation work was carried out under the guidance of Gaston of Béarn by the crews of some Genoese vessels that had recently anchored at Jaffa. More than 30 days passed, days of intense suffering for the besiegers. At Antioch, they had been chiefly distressed by famine. Here, in place of that wretchedness, they endured the greater misery of thirst. The enemy had carefully destroyed every potential water source, and in searching for water across miles of desolate country, they were exposed to harassing attacks from Muslim horsemen. Visions and miracles had not improved the morals or discipline of the camp. The ghost of Adhemer of Puy appeared, it was said, to rebuke the horrible sins that were drawing down the judgments of the Almighty upon them. Better service was rendered by Tancred's generosity, who reconciled with Raymond. The Crusaders' enthusiasm was again roused by the preaching of Arnold and Peter the Hermit. The narrative of the siege of Jericho in the book of Joshua likely inspired the procession in which the clergy, singing hymns, preceded the laity around the city walls. The Saracens on the ramparts mocked their devotions by throwing dirt upon crucifixes, but they paid a terrible price for these insults. On the next day, the final assault began and continued throughout the day with the same monotonous brute force and carnage that marked all operations of this merciless war. The darkness of night brought no rest. Actual combat was suspended, but the besieged were incessantly occupied in repairing the breaches made by the assailants, while the attackers were busy making their dispositions for the last mortal conflict. In the midst of that deadly struggle, when it seemed the cross must, after all, fall before the crescent, a knight was seen on Mount Olivet, waving his glistening shield to rouse the champions of the Holy Sepulchre to the supreme effort. "It is Saint George, the martyr, who has come again to help us," cried Godfrey, and at his words the Crusaders, without a feeling of fatigue, sprang up and carried everything before them. The day, we are told, was Friday. The hour was 3 in the afternoon, the moment at which the last cry from the cross announced the accomplishment of the Saviour's passion, when Letold of Tournai stood, the first victorious champion of the cross, on the walls of Jerusalem. Next to him we are told, came his brother Engelbert, the third was Godfrey. Tancred, with the two Roberts, stormed the gate of St. Stephen. The Provençals climbed the ramparts by ladders, and the conquest of Jerusalem was achieved. The insults offered a little while ago to the crucifixes were avenged by Godfrey's orders in the massacre of hundreds. The carnage in the mosque of Omar swept away the bodies of thousands in a deluge of human blood. The Jews were all burned alive in their synagogues. The horses of the Crusaders, who rode up to the porch of the temple, were, so the story goes, up to their knees in the loathsome stream. The sight of Christian knights hacking and hewing the bodies of the living and the dead offered a grim commentary on Urban's sermon at Claremont. From the duties of slaughter, these disciples of the Lamb of God passed to those of devotion. Bareheaded and barefooted, clad in a robe of pure white linen, in an ecstasy of joy and thankfulness mingled with profound contrition, Godfrey entered the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and knelt at the tomb of his Lord. With groans and tears, his followers came, each in his turn, to offer praises for the divine mercy that had vouchsafed this triumph to the armies of Christendom. With feverish earnestness, they poured forth vows to sin no more. The excitement of prayer and slaughter, perhaps of both combined, led them to perceive everything needed to give effect to the closing scene of this appalling tragedy. Just as the saints had arisen from their graves when the Son of Man gave up the ghost on Calvary, so the spirits of the pilgrims who had died on the terrible journey came to participate in the great thanksgiving. Foremost among them was Edhemer of Puy, rejoicing in the prayers for forgiveness and the resolutions of repentance that promised a new era of peace on earth and goodwill toward all men. With departed saints were mingled living men who deserved all honor due to them. The backsliding of Peter the Hermit was erased from the memory of those who remembered only the fiery eloquence that had first called them to their now triumphant pilgrimage, and the zeal that had stirred the heart of Christendom to cut short the tyranny of the unbeliever in Christianity's birthplace. The assembled throng fell down at his feet and gave thanks to God for granting them such a teacher. His task was done, and in the annals of the time, Peter is heard of no more. On this dreadful day, Tancred had spared 300 captives, offering them a standard as a pledge of his protection and a guarantee of their safety. Such misplaced mercy, however, was a crime in the eyes of the Crusaders. The massacre of the first day may have been aggravated by the ungovernable excitement of victory, but it was resolved that the next day there should be a more solemn and deliberate sacrifice. The men Tancred had spared were all murdered. Tancred's wrath was roused not by their fate, but by an act that called his honor into question. The butchery continued with impartial completeness. Old and young, decrepit men and women, mothers with their infants, boys and girls, young men and maidens in the bloom of their vigor, all were mowed down and their bodies mangled until heads and limbs were tossed together in awful chaos. A few were hidden away by Raymond of Toulouse. His motive, however, was not mercy, but the prospects of gain in the slave market. After this great act of faith and devotion, the streets of the Holy City were washed by Saracen prisoners. Whether these, like the women servants Odysseus strung up like sparrows after the slaughter of the suitors, were butchered when their work was ended, we are not told, for 1.5 centuries had passed since Omar had entered Jerusalem as a conqueror and knelt outside the Church of Constantine, so that his followers might not trespass within it on the privileges of the Christians. The contrast is marked between the Caliph of the Prophet and the children of the Holy Catholic Church. When the business of the slaughter ended, the chiefs met to choose a king for the realm they had won with their swords. Only one man appeared to whom the crown could fitly be offered. Baldwin was lord of Edessa. Bohemond ruled at Antioch. Hugh of Vermandois and Stephen of Chartres had returned to Europe. Robert of Flanders cared not to stay. The Norman Robert had no mind to forfeit the duchy he had mortgaged. Raymond was discredited by his avarice and in part by his traffic in the visions of Peter Barthélemy. But in the city where his lord had worn the thorny crown, the veteran leader who had looked on ruthless slaughter without blanching and had borne his share in swelling the stream of blood would wear no earthly diadem, nor take the title of king. He would watch over his master's grave and the interests of his worshippers under the humble guise of baron and defender of the Holy Sepulchre. As such, a fortnight after his election, Godfrey departed to do battle with the hosts of the Fatimite Caliph of Egypt, who now felt that the loss of Jerusalem was too high a price for the humiliation of his rivals. The conflict took place at Ascalon, and the Fatimite army was miserably routed. Godfrey returned to Jerusalem to hang the sword and standard of the Sultan before the Holy Sepulchre and to bid farewell to the pilgrims who were now to set out on their homeward journey. He retained, with 300 knights under Tancred, only 2,000 foot soldiers for the defense of his kingdom. And so ended the first act in the great drama of the Crusades. Chapter 4. The Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem. The reign of Godfrey lasted less than a year, yet it sufficed not only for the defeat of the Egyptian sultan, but for the foundation of a kingdom resting on an elaborate system of carefully defined laws. His conflict with the Fatimite Caliph was followed by a conflict with Daimbert, Bishop of Pisa, the new Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem. As legate of Pope Paschal II, Urban had died a fortnight after the fall of the Holy City. Before he could hear of the Crusaders' victory, Daimbert asserted papal claims by demanding immediate recognition as the Lord of Jerusalem and Jaffa. In each of these cities, a quarter was at once assigned to him, and the whole was to pass into his hands if Godfrey died without children. Such was the compact made by the baron and defender of the Holy Sepulchre, but it was not to pass unchallenged. We have seen Godfrey in the siege and conquest of Jerusalem, wading with exultation through a sea of human blood, seizing infants by their feet and dashing them against walls, or whirling them over battlements, or aiding those who did so. Yet, a few days or weeks later, this same man was seen seated as an impartial judge among men he, the king and sovereign, regarded as his equals. He undertook the grave task of compiling a code of laws on the only basis for true constitutional government, the sanction of laws by those who obey them. There was little freedom in the feudal system, and the system embodied in the code, popularly known as the Assize of Jerusalem, was merely a reflection of the general body of law in force throughout Western Christendom. Still, the legislation of Godfrey and his successors is instructive not only in showing how successfully the system of one country could be transferred to another, but also in shedding light on the working of feudalism in Western Europe. The story goes that this code, drawn up with the advice of Latin pilgrims, was deposited in the Holy Sepulchre and lost with the fall of the city. This tale is open to grave suspicion. The entire code would not be a heavy weight for a beast of burden, and it would be utterly valueless in the eyes of the Mohammedan conquerors. It is more important to note that the traditions this lost record was supposed to have preserved continued to guide the Latin principalities of the East until, in 1369 AD, after final revision, they became the laws of the Latin Kingdom of Cyprus. The code's legislation on the relation of vassals to their overlords, on wardship, judicial combats, villanage, and slavery may have been more minute and definite than the laws of Western Europe, but it laid down no new principles. A more important feature lies in the judicial courts, which owed their institution to the first Latin king of Jerusalem. In the court of the barons or peers, the king himself was the president. In that of the burgesses, he was represented by the viscount. It is in this court that we find the popular element that would later give a new character to the history of Europe. It consisted of a number of citizens chosen for their trustworthiness and wisdom. Popular election was indeed wanting, but an assembly of burgesses sworn to judge according to the laws in all concerns of their equals was a germ from which good fruit might have been expected if the seed had been sown in fitting soil. No less wise was the institution of a third court that dealt with Syrian Christians through the Syrians themselves. But although the legislative work of Godfrey and his successors was not wholly in vain, it was an exotic that could live only with the ascendancy of the Latins. It was sown in blood, nurtured amid storms, and uprooted by the tempest that swept the Western Christians from Palestine. The death of Godfrey raised hopes in Patriarch Daimbert that were to be disappointed. Godfrey's subjects had no mind to be governed by a priest, and Tancred offered the throne to Bohemond. But Raymond was now a captive, and popular favor inclined to Baldwin, Godfrey's brother, the lord of Mesopotamia and Edessa. Resigning his principality to his kinsmen of the same name, Baldwin hastened to Jerusalem and was their chosen king. At first, Daimbert held aloof in sullen displeasure, but his opposition was at length overcome, and the patriarch poured the anointing oil over the sovereign. Baldwin reigned for 18 years, and long before those years ended, the great chiefs of the First Crusade had all passed away. In his second year, he was compelled to resist an Egyptian invasion, but his army was defeated in a battle near Ramla, in which Stephen, Earl of Chartres, was taken prisoner and slain. He had been driven back from Europe by the reproaches of his wife Adela, a daughter of the Norman conqueror of England, and, in her judgment at least, he thus redeemed his fame. For years later, Raymond of Toulouse died in old age on the seacoast, having satisfied neither his ambition nor his avarice. He had conquered Tortosa and there founded a principality, but the possession of Tripolis, which he had coveted, was reserved for his son Bertrand. Bertrand enjoyed his new fief for only 2 years, and was succeeded by his son Pontius, to whom Tancred left his widow as a bride. Bohemond's return to Antioch was soon followed by his capture in a petty expedition to enlarge his principality, but his place was well filled by Tancred. After 2 years of imprisonment, Bohemond returned, despite all efforts by Alexios to get possession of him. He found himself master not only of Antioch but of Laodicea and Apamea. In the open war that followed with the Byzantine emperor, Bohemond was defeated by land, but with the aid of the Pisans he was victorious at sea. His thoughts were probably running on another crusade when his help was invoked by Daimbert, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, who took refuge at his court from what he called Baldwin's tyranny. With the prelate, Bohemond sailed for Italy, leaving Tancred to rule at Antioch. His name had preceded him, and Philip I, the French king, hastened to invite the most redoubtable of Christendom's champions to his court. Bohemond became Philip's son-in-law and sailed again for the land of his old exploits with 5,000 horses and 40,000 foot. Once more he attacked Durazzo, but Alexios's bribes foiled his enterprise, and Bohemond was constrained to content himself with a treaty that admitted him to the imperial presence as the peer of the Byzantine sovereign. He went back to Italy and was preparing for his return to Antioch the next year when death cut short his vehement and stormy career. Tancred remained lord of his principality. He was still in the prime of his manhood, and a disposition which, compared to that of his fellows, was generous and merciful, might promise a long time of righteous government for his people. But before 3 years had passed, Tancred died childless of a wound received in battle and left his power to his kinsman Roger. The only man who had derived permanent benefit from these crusading expeditions was the man to whom it might be supposed they had caused the greatest mischief and annoyance. It was of the first importance to the safety of the Byzantine Empire that the Turks should be drawn away from the nearer countries of Bithynia and Phrygia. This great result the Crusade fully achieved. The capital of the Turkish Sultan of Rum was transferred from Nice to the remote and obscure city of Cogni, also known as Iconium or Iconian. The authority of the Greek emperor was re-established over all the maritime regions of Asia Minor, and the existence of his empire prolonged for nearly 350 years. But Alexios, with his crafty and scheming temper, to which incessant occupation in tasks serious or trifling brought a sense of self-importance, was preeminently a man to think more of annoyances than of grave disasters. For him, accordingly, it was grief of spirit that Latin chiefs should fail to do him homage for distant conquests, the possession of which could bring him no good. He had a standing ground of quarrel and complaint in the trouble given or the alarm caused by the hosts of pilgrims that Europe poured out upon the East as soon as news arrived that Jerusalem was in the hands of the Christians. It certainly cannot be said that the pilgrims left Alexios much time for idleness. A rabble more disorderly than that of Walter, the penniless followed the armies of Godfrey and his confederates. These were Lombards headed by the Archbishop of Milan. When Alexios insisted on crossing the Bosphorus before more should come, they broke out into open war and attempted to storm the quarter of Blacherny. These were followed by a better appointed force under the Count of Blois and the Constable of the Emperor of Germany, who spoke with confidence of attacking Baghdad and destroying the Caliphate. But the dress of the Greek clergy in some Phrygian town excited their wrath. Priests and others were massacred, and the sequel of the expedition was as disastrous as that of the hordes cut off by Kilij Arslan at the Hill of Bones. No better success attended the companies gathered under the standards of the Count of Nevers, the Count of Poitiers, and Hugh of Vermandois. With the last of these chiefs came hundreds of ladies who looked for nothing less than a triumphal march from Constantinople to Jerusalem. For almost all of these, a journey of unspeakable misery came to an end in the slave markets of Baghdad and other great cities of the East. The Counts of Nevers and Poitiers reached Antioch on foot, with a few followers. Hugh of Vermandois managed to escape to Tarsus, and there he died. An endless series of wars, some forced upon him, others mere blunders, would occupy Alexios's life until its close. Throughout, it can be said that successful dissimulation and even successful treachery brought him greater delight than the most decisive victory in the field. Some of his worst faults are recorded as his greatest merits in the turgid pages of his daughter Anna. But she and her mother Irene were to learn, as he lay almost at his last gasp, that they too could suffer from his astuteness. He allowed his son John to frustrate their most cherished scheme at the last moment, and his wife bade him farewell with the plain-spoken phrase, "You die as you have lived, a hypocrite." While Alexios's days were drawing to an end at Constantinople, Baldwin, king of Jerusalem, was dying in Egypt, where he had gone in the hope of crippling the Fatimite sultan's power. His body was embalmed, brought back to Jerusalem, and laid in Godfrey's sepulchre. On the day of his funeral, the great council met to elect his successor. His brother Eustace was absent in Europe, and the crown was offered to his kinsman Baldwin du Bourg, who had been recommended for the post by the first king, and whose claim was urged by Jocelyn of Courtenay. In his gratitude, Baldwin invested Jocelyn with the Principality of Edessa. It may be enough to say of this king that during his reign, as in that of his predecessor, the limits of Latin power were gradually extended, with new acquisitions bestowed on princes who held them as fiefs of the kingdom of Jerusalem. After a siege of 6 weeks, Sidon had fallen in the days of the first Baldwin. In this blockade, the Latins were aided effectively by the fleet and army of the Norwegian Seward. 9 years later, the Venetian Doge Michael came to worship at the Holy Sepulchre and offered the help of his fleet for the reduction of Ascalon or Tyre. The choice fell upon Tyre, and the Doge stipulated that one half of that city should remain to himself in absolute sovereignty, while the Venetians should also have a church, a street, and other privileges in Jerusalem. The siege lasted 5 months, when the still great, and once peerless, Phoenician city was compelled to yield and become the seat of a Christian archbishopric. But if the crusading dominions were thus enlarged, it is perhaps of little use to speak of the greatest extent reached by a kingdom almost as restless and as changeful as the sea. Godfrey's third successor on the throne of Jerusalem was Fulk of Anjou, whose lot, on the whole, was more tranquil than that of his predecessors. Although attempting to aid Raymond, Count of Tripoli, against Zengiz, Sultan of Aleppo, he was shut up in the castle of Bayron or Montferrat and compelled to purchase his safety with gold. He was succeeded by his son Baldwin, a boy 13 years of age, who was soon to see what the prowess of the West could do in a second crusade. The feuds of the Christian princes of Antioch and Edessa gave Zengiz an opportunity to attack the principalities of Jocelyn of Courtenay. For 18 days, the inhabitants of Edessa awaited in terrible suspense the result of a siege, in which, for them, surrender meant death. The deeds of Godfrey and his fellows on the fall of Jerusalem were still fresh in the memory of their enemies, and Zengiz's heralds were not slow in teaching his men that conquest brought with it the right of pillage. The Turks learned the lesson in spirit as well as in letter, and on the fall of Edessa, the deeds of blood and cruelty showed that Muslims could be apt pupils in the horrible school in which the Christians had attained a standard of ideal excellence. The story told once needs not to be told again. The murder of Zengiz awakened in Jocelyn of Edessa the hope that the lost city might be recovered. The attempt resulted in a second disaster, and nothing remained but an appeal to the religious enthusiasm of Western Christendom. Chapter 5. The Second Crusade. What Peter the Hermit had been for the first crusade, Saint Bernard was for the second, and on Peter, Bernard looked down with undisguised contempt. He ascribed the failure of that first great enterprise to the wretched counsels of the fanatical guide, whose name he supposed his hearers or correspondents had sometimes heard. To the holy war he felt called upon to kindle, he looked forward without the least misgiving. The proud confidence he felt and everywhere expressed may be taken as a special characteristic of Western monasticism in its prime. While the monks of the East were losing themselves more and more in the mists of dreamy or useless speculation, the cell of the Western monk became an imperial chamber from which went forth letters that would cheer or counsel the vicar of Christ, rebuke kings and statesmen, warn and guide the faithful, recall the wanderer to the fold, and confound the unbeliever. For these high offices, he had a commission higher than that of any earthly authority. They fell within his duty as a member of a society, a soldier of an army, which was to fight the battles of the King of Kings. He was the knight sheathed in the impenetrable armor of the Spirit, and he bore in his hand the invincible sword of faith. He had learned the language and transferred to his monastic life the images and terms of feudalism. For him, action was everything. Solitude, with its essential idea of rest, was, in comparison, as nothing. He fled from his home to the cloister because he could fight better against material and spiritual corruption. He chose the most severe schools he could find for the exercise of his self-discipline. He withdrew from these into wilder deserts if they failed to meet his ideal of self-mortification. He established what he called a reform if existing rules appeared to him too indulgent to human weakness. Such was the life of Saint Bernard. He was from first to last a crusader, and the most pertinacious and successful of his crusades was against the peace and quiet of his own family. His mother had made a secret vow to devote all her children to God, and Bernard held it among his first duties to see that her vow should be fulfilled. Power wealth, and dignity in the world were within his grasp, he threw them all aside. The holy house of Molsemy had sent forth some of its most austere members under an Englishman named Stephen Harding, and these found a ruder and more savage home on the borders of Champagne and Burgundy at Citeaux, the cradle of the great Cistercian order. Thither came Bernard in his early manhood, and there he remained until he, in his turn, went forth to found a new house in the gloomy and ill-famed valley, to which he gave a name associated forever with his memory. Here at Clairvaux, his father took the habit of a monk and died in his arms. His brothers and sisters had made their profession before him, not all without a struggle, but who should resist the divine will? The wife of one of his brothers refused to make the sacrifice of her husband's love, but a sudden illness convinced her of the perils of disobedience, and like her husband, she found her home in a convent. This was the man whom the tidings of the fall of Edessa filled with profound emotion. He could no more doubt the duty of ridding the Holy Land of unbelievers than he could call into question his own mission against all ungodliness and sin. But if it had been right to rush to the rescue of the Holy Sepulchre when it was still in the hands of the infidel, it was still more right. It was indispensably necessary to keep that sacred place and the land in which it lay from falling again under the old despotism. For Bernard, when his mind was once fixed on any enterprise, there could be no rest, as there could also be no measure in the vehemence of his eloquence. The energy with which he espoused the cause of Innocent II against a rival pope had invested him with an influence second to that of no other man of his age, and he had wielded this power with tremendous effect against Abelard, the keenest and most daring thinker of Latin Christendom. 3 years before the Council of Sens, which, under Bernard's direction, condemned Abelard's propositions or heresies, died the French king Louis VI, surnamed the Fat, the monarch, if so he might be called, of a scanty kingdom, the enlargement of which would best be promoted by advantageous marriages. Of such an opportunity, Louis the Fat eagerly availed himself when William, Lord of Poitou and Guienne, the wide region lying between the Loire and the Adour, offered his daughter and heiress, Eleanor, as the wife of the heir to the French crown. By right of this marriage, Louis VII found himself, on the death of his father and his father-in-law, possessed of a far larger kingdom and greater resources than he had expected to inherit. He might have made it his life's business to guard and extend his dominions at home had he not felt himself suddenly called to take up his cross and follow the example of his great-uncle, Hugh of Vermandois. In a war with Theobald, Count of Champagne, he had stormed and set fire to the castle of Vitry. To escape from his soldiers, the people had taken refuge in a neighboring church. To this building the flames spread, and all within it, men, women, and children, 1,300, it is said, in number, were burned. The sight of the scorched and charred bodies filled the king with horror and grief. Sickness followed, and he determined to work out his repentance by leading his armies to the Holy Land. His remorse was quickened by Bernard's eloquence, and Louis put on the blood-red cross in the Council of Vézelay. From this council, Pope Eugenius III was absent. His place was more than supplied by his friend and adviser, whose voice stirred the depths of every heart. Eugenius's letter held out to the Crusaders all the promises that had been assured to them by Urban at Clermont, and warned them against the vices that had brought disaster and disgrace on the arms of Christendom. But for the moment, every other feeling than that of fierce yearning for conflict was swept away by the furious torrent of Bernard's oratory. He preached to the Knights Templar, members of that splendid order already astonishing the world with its valor and haughtiness. Associated at first for the protection of pilgrims on the road to Jerusalem, they had established themselves in the holy city itself and received from Baldwin some ground to the east of the temple. The Mosque of Omar, purified from its defilements, became the Church of the Order. The fiery warriors who professed themselves the humble guardians of the Holy Sepulchre needed no stimulus of rhetoric to spur them on, and Bernard's rhetoric was fierce enough to stir even the most peaceable. In this new philosophy, butchery was the surest means of grace, and carnage imparted indelible sanctity. The Christian who slays the unbeliever in the holy war is sure of his reward, more sure if he is slain. The Christian glories in the death of the pagan, because by it Christ is glorified. By his own death, both he himself and Christ are still more glorified. The floodgates of enthusiasm were once again opened wide, and the scenes of the Council of Clermont were reproduced with little change. Accompanied by the French king, who wore the cross conspicuously on his dress, Bernard mounted a wooden platform and addressed the impassioned multitude. His speech was scarcely ended when all with one voice cried aloud for the cross. The saint gave or scattered the badges that had been provided. When these were exhausted, he tore up his own dress to furnish more. Though Louis was eager to depart, Conrad of Germany hesitated. The emperor was more concerned with subduing rebellious princes than with battling unknown infidels. Christmas arrived, and at Spires and later Ratisbon, Bernard tirelessly urged upon him the paramount duty of the crusade. Conrad promised his answer the next day. On that day, Bernard delivered a powerful sermon, vividly describing the terrifying great assize when all nations would gather before the judgment seat of the Son of Man. He implored the emperor to consider the reckoning he would face and the infinite shame and endless agony that would be his if he stood convicted of unjust stewardship. Conrad was moved to tears and pledged to take the cross. Bernard, prepared for this, immediately fastened the badge upon Conrad and all others who vowed to join. Taking the consecrated banner from the altar, he presented it to the emperor. The hand of God seemed evident in the throng of common people and outcasts who rushed to enlist as champions of the cross. For months later, Louis welcomed the Pope at St. Denis. At the altar, Eugenius bestowed upon him the pilgrim's wallet and staff, along with the banner that would lead him to victory. The devout naturally looked to Bernard for guidance, more so than others whose earnestness they questioned. However, to their pleas that he lead the enterprise, Bernard replied that he was no general. He insisted they find someone skilled in commanding earthly armies. When the followers of Peter the Hermit and Walter the Penniless began their march along the Rhinelands, their crusading fervor first manifested in horrible cruelties against the Jews. This vile example was soon followed by the bands gathering around the emperor's standard. The thirst for blood was sharpened by the wolfish howlings of the monk Rodolphe. Even Peter the Venerable Abbot of Cluny, a man otherwise deserving of reverence, was swayed by this bigotry. But Bernard's fanaticism could not attach itself to people against whom no wrong could be charged. He refused to punish them for the perceived crimes of their ancestors in the days of Pontius Pilate. God has punished the Jews, he declared, by their dispersion. It is not for man to punish them by murder. Rodolphe was sent back to his monastery, yet it was no easy task to quell the fury of a multitude already drunk with the blood of hundreds of victims in the great Rhine cities. Conrad and Louis met at Mainz. Louis was accompanied by his wife, Eleanor. Here he was joined by the counts of Toulouse, Nevers, Flanders, and other crusade leaders. Among these, it is said, were Robert de Mowbray and the Earls of Warren and Surrey from England. The story of their enterprise is quickly told. The host numbered vast quantities, but such figures, always difficult to ascertain, are least reliable in expeditions of this kind. The order of disciplined armies may have lessened the perils and hardships of the journey across Europe. The troop of women who, with spear and shield, led by the golden-footed dame, marched on, believing they were destined for conquest, may have congratulated themselves on the pleasantness of their task. The true danger began when they crossed from Europe into Asia. Conrad's suspicions of the Greek Emperor Manuel, grandson of Alexios, were quickly and vehemently aroused. These suspicions grew so strong before he reached Constantinople that he refused all meetings with Manuel and crossed the Bosphorus without an audience. The French king was more agreeable, but though he was satisfied with Manuel's personal welcome, he was alarmed and indignant at news of the Byzantine sovereign's secret correspondence with the Turkish Sultan of Cogni. His army fully shared his indignation. While some believed their paramount duty to Palestine should override private grievances, others insisted that a power which had allowed the Holy Sepulchre and the Holy Land to slip from its grasp and had only hindered pilgrims and champions of the cross should be utterly destroyed. For a time, the storm subsided. The Crusaders continued their journey, only to discover that the guides provided by Manuel led them into arid deserts or directly betrayed them to the enemy. Conrad had already lost thousands in Lycaonia when the French king, who had been deceived by false reports of his own triumphant progress, received news of Conrad's great disaster on the shores of Lake Ascania. Conrad himself soon followed the miserable fugitives who had told his dismal story. The two sovereigns resolved to abandon the main route and make their way through the lands bordering the eastern Aegean Sea. They had advanced as far as Lydian Philadelphia when the threatening state of affairs prompted many to return to Constantinople. Conrad himself embarked near Ephesus. Louis and his people pressed on to the banks of Meander, where the Turks who attacked them were decisively defeated. This defeat was more than avenged in the mountain passes beyond Laodicea, from which, after fearful slaughter, the French reached Pamphylian Attalia. From this seaport, it was proposed that all, soldiers and pilgrims alike, should travel by sea to Antioch. It was decided that only the pilgrims should take ship, as Louis argued that the warriors ought to follow in the steps of the conquerors of Jerusalem. However, the ships promised by the governor of Attalia proved wholly insufficient. The king embarked with his army, leaving the pilgrims and the sick in charge of the Count of Flanders. The guard was inadequate. The sick were murdered by the people of Attalia, and the Turks pressed hard upon the pilgrims. The Count of Flanders escaped by sea, and 7,000 miserable wanderers struggled onwards along the road, hoping to reach Jerusalem. Their journey soon ended in the martyrdom that, according to the promise of Urban and Eugenius, would ensure their salvation. The arrival of the French king and his forces at Antioch caused considerable alarm among the Turks of Caesarea and Aleppo. Yet, despite urgent pleas to capitalize on their dismay with a sudden attack, nothing could dissuade Louis from his journey to Jerusalem. Eleanor's entreaties, as she was content to remain in Antioch, stirred in him mixed feelings of resentment and suspicion. After such terrible disasters, his entry into Jerusalem seemed too much like a triumph. Following a council with Conrad, who had reached Ptolemy, the project of rescuing Edessa, the very purpose of the crusade, was temporarily abandoned in favor of besieging and hopefully conquering the more important and nearer city of Damascus. With the aid of the Knights of the Temple and of St. John, the siege of Damascus was prosecuted with a skill and vigor that seemed to guarantee success. The Damascenes despaired, many contemplating flight as their only means of safety. Yet, with incredible foolishness, the French king and the German emperor focused not on completing the capture, but on how to divide the city once it was conquered. The decision to grant Damascus to Thierry, Count of Flanders, enraged the barons of Palestine. They now openly added treachery to their long list of crimes. Bribed by the Turks, they assured the sovereigns that success would be greater if they attacked the city from a different quarter, rather than from the position where their efforts had almost secured its capture. Abandoning their former advantageous position in the rich gardens outside the town, they soon found themselves on barren ground with meager supplies and facing a hopeless task. It was easier to suspect treachery than to punish their advisors. Perhaps because of this betrayal, the proposal to attack Ascalon was rejected. The army retreated to Jerusalem. Conrad returned to Europe with the remnants of his troops. A year later, the French king and his wife followed suit. Louis had grown suspicious of Eleanor's conduct, suspicions fully justified by certain judgments she delivered in Provençal courts of love. Only a few more months passed before he obtained a divorce on the grounds of consanguinity. Eleanor then transferred her vast inheritance to her second husband, the Norman Duke Henry, who later became Henry II of England. Thus ended, in utter shame and ignominy, the Second Crusade. The outcome seemed to contradict the glowing promises and prophecies of St. Bernard. So vast had been the drain of population to fuel this holy war that, in the words of an eyewitness, cities and castles were empty, with scarcely one man left for every 7 women. Now, it was known that the fathers, husbands, sons, or brothers of these miserable women would never see their homes again. The cry of anguish blamed Bernard for sending them on a mission where they had achieved absolutely nothing and reaped only wretchedness and disgrace. For a time, Bernard himself was stunned into silence, but he soon remembered that he had spoken with the authority of God and his representative, and that the guilt or failure must lie with the pilgrims. Like those who had gone before them, these men had given free rein to their passions, filling their camps with debauchery and confusion, abominations which divine righteousness could never tolerate. Indeed, Bernard could even now see the folly, if not the iniquity, of allowing thieves and murderers to participate in an enterprise in which only the devout and faithful were worthy to share. But such considerations were too cold to permanently satisfy the temper of the age. The thoughts of many, if not a few, returned to the old channel when the monk John declared that the slaughtered pilgrims had died with the exultant joy of martyrs, thrilled at their deliverance from a wicked world. From the lips of St. Peter and St. John themselves, he claimed assurance that the ranks of fallen angels had been filled with the spirits of those who had died as champions and pilgrims of the cross, whether in the Holy Land or on the journey across intervening countries. For Bernard also, John stated, the saints and angels were impatiently waiting. 5 years later, Bernard himself could add that their desires and his had been fulfilled. Chapter 6. The Loss of Jerusalem. The Second Crusade not only failed in its purpose, it did nothing to maintain the waning power of the Latins. Even victories brought no lasting results, and in several instances, triumph was misused with a folly bordering on madness. Jocelyn of Courtney's success in a battle against Nureddin, son of Zengiz and Sultan of Aleppo, might have recovered his lost city of Edessa. Instead, he chose the dangerous luxury of insult. The enemy's renewed efforts were rewarded by Jocelyn's capture, imprisonment, and death. His widow, advised by Baldwin III, King of Jerusalem, surrendered her remaining possessions to the Greek emperor for a stipulated sum. The dangers surrounding the Latin kingdom were further highlighted by an incursion of Turkomans who reached the Mount of Olives. This incursion, however, was severely punished. Though the king was absent with his army, the knights of the military orders in Jerusalem led those who could be armed against the enemy, setting fire to their camp. On their retreat, the Turkomans were intercepted by Baldwin, and in the ensuing conflict, it is said 5,000 were slain. The tide seemed to turn again in favor of the Christians when, after an obstinate siege that was almost abandoned, the city of Ascalon fell into their hands. But the change was only superficial. the interminable series of wars, or rather raids and reprisals, continued. Amidst these conflicts, Baldwin's life ended in early manhood, at just 33 years of age. In that short time, he had won the love of his subjects and the admiration of his enemies. He died childless, and despite some opposition, his brother Almeric was elected to succeed him. Almost at the beginning of Almeric's reign, the affairs of the Latin kingdom became entangled with those of Egypt. Christians were now seen fighting alongside one Muslim faction against another. The divisions within Islam, though perhaps less theological, were scarcely less bitter than those within Christendom. Nureddin, the Sultan of Aleppo, eagerly seized the opportunity to gain influence over the Fatimid Caliph of Egypt when Shahr, the Caliph's Grand Vizier, arrived as a fugitive. A soldier named Dargham had deposed Shahr. The deposition of the vizier meant the deposition of the real ruler, for the Fatimid caliphs themselves were now mere puppets, much like the Merovingian kings in the days of Charles Martel and Pepin. Among Nureddin's generals were Shirkuh and his nephew Saladin, both from the shepherd tribe of the Kurds. Nureddin dispatched them to Egypt to restore Shahr. Dargham, his enemy, had tried to buy Latin aid with lavish offers, but the terms were still unsettled when Shirkuh defeated him in battle and killed him. Shahr was reinstated, but with success came the fear that his supporters might prove as dangerous as his enemies. He refused to honor his agreement with Nureddin and ordered his generals to leave the country. Shirkuh responded by capturing Pelusium. Shahr, more successful than Dargham in securing aid from Jerusalem, then besieged Shirkuh in his newly conquered city with the help of Almeric's army. After a fruitless blockade of several months, the Latin king found himself called away to face dangers closer to home. The besieged general, unaware of the reason, accepted an offer of capitulation, agreeing to leave Egypt after surrendering his prisoners. However, the Latin armies were transferred from Egypt only to suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of Nureddin in the territory of Antioch, thus leaving Antioch itself at the mercy of the enemy. Nureddin may have hesitated to attack Antioch, fearing such an enterprise might draw the Greek emperor's forces against him. He was more intent on extinguishing the Fatimid power in Egypt, in other words, on becoming lord of countries bordering the Latin kingdom to both the south and the north. This was precisely the danger King Almeric knew he had most reason to fear. To legitimize his design, Nureddin obtained sanction from Mostadi, the Caliph of Baghdad, converting his enterprise into a holy war, much like the one the Norman conqueror waged against Harold of England. The war's history testifies to the valor of both sides amidst alternating disasters and successes. The Latin king had already entered Cairo when a large portion of Shirkuh's force was overwhelmed by a terrifying sandstorm. Yet, Shirkuh's retreat across the Nile failed to reassure the Egyptians. Almeric received 200,000 gold pieces to continue his help, with a promise of 200,000 more upon the complete destruction of their enemies. The treaty was ratified in the presence of the powerless sovereign, whose consent was never sought for the alliances or treaties of the minister who was his master. The remaining events of the campaign included a battle in which a part of Almeric's army was defeated by Shirkuh and his nephew Saladin, the surrender of Alexandria to Shirkuh's summons, and the blockade of that city by Almeric. Almeric eventually secured a pledge from the Turk. After an exchange of prisoners, Shirkuh would lead his forces out of Egypt on the condition that the road to Syria remained open to him. The banners of Almeric and the Fatimid Caliph waved together on the walls of Alexandria, but on both sides, the peace or truce was merely a makeshift way of gaining time. Neither the Latin king nor the Sultan of Aleppo had abandoned the thought of conquering Egypt. Almeric found a ready cause for quarrel, claiming that since his own return to Palestine, the Egyptians had communicated with their mutual enemy. The king of Jerusalem had recently married the Greek emperor's niece, and the emperor promised to aid the expedition with his fleet. The help of the Knights Hospitallers was easily obtained, while some said, for this very reason, that of the Knights Templars was refused. At length, with a large and powerful army, Almeric left Jerusalem, feigning his destination as the Syrian town of Hems. But after a while, his march suddenly changed course. In 10 days, he reached Pelusium. The storming and capture of that city were followed by a wanton carnage that only served to increase, if anything could, the Christians' reputation for merciless cruelty. Vizier Shah's pleas for help were now directed as earnestly to the Turkish Sultan as they once had been to the Latin king of Jerusalem. However, his envoys were also sent to Almeric, offering him 1,000,000 pieces of gold, a tenth of which was produced on the spot. Almeric took the bribe. When his army expected nothing less than the immediate sack of Cairo, they were told they must remain idle while the rest of the money was collected. The vizier ensured that the collection would not be completed before Nureddin's soldiers reached the frontier. Almeric discovered too late that he was caught in a trap laid by his own greed. He could do nothing but retreat, and his retreat was as disastrous as it was ignominious. The Greek fleet had appeared off the mouths of the Nile, but had then sailed away. The Greek emperor could not be punished, but a scapegoat for the enterprise's failure was found in the Grand Master of the Hospitallers, who was stripped of his dignity by his knights. Shirkuh's triumph brought the downfall of Vizier Shah, who was seized and executed. Shirkuh himself was chosen to fill the position. However, Shirkuh lived only 2 months. Then, seeking someone whose love of pleasure and lack of influence seemed to promise a career of useful insignificance, the Fatimid Caliph appointed the young Saladin as his minister. The Caliph was mistaken. Saladin brought back his Kurdish kinsmen and so effectively used the treasures at his command that the new yoke became stronger than the old. To the Latins, Saladin's rise signified the formation of a truly formidable power on their southern frontier. Their alarm prompted embassies to the court of the Eastern Emperor and the princes of Western Christendom. But the time had not yet come for a third crusade, and only from Manuel was any help obtained. His fleet aided the Latins in a fruitless siege of Damietta. A terrible earthquake, which laid Aleppo in ruins and shattered the walls of Antioch, saved them from an attack by Nureddin's army approaching from the north. Still, despite conspiracies or revolutions by the old nobility, Saladin's power grew. At length, he dealt with the mock sovereignty of the Fatimids as Pepin had dealt with the Merovingians. The last Fatimid sultan, then prostrate in his final illness, never knew that the public prayer had been offered in the name of the Caliph of Baghdad. Saladin had the glory of ending a schism that had lasted 200 years, and from Mostadi, the vicar of the Prophet, he received the gift of a linen robe and 2 swords. But the healing of one schism only led to the opening of another. Saladin was the servant of the Sultan of Aleppo, and he had been recognized and confirmed in office by Mostadi strictly on account of this lieutenancy. However, the new vizier of Egypt had no intention of obeying his old master's summons any longer. To Nureddin's threat of chastisement, Saladin, in his council of emirs, retorted with a threat of war. His vehemence cooled when his own father declared before the assembly that if commissioned by Nureddin, he would strike off his son's head. In private, he informed Saladin that his mistake lay not in thinking of resistance, but in speaking of it. A letter sent on his father's advice sufficed for the present to smooth matters over. But the time of quiet could not last long. Saladin's designs became increasingly clear, and Nureddin was on his way to Egypt when he was struck down by illness and died at Damascus. In the Sultan of Aleppo, as in the general who had risen to greatness through his favor, we find a man to whom the chronicles of the time and later ages delighted to ascribe the magnanimity and simplicity of Omar. It must at least be admitted that the ideal of Muslim courtesy and chivalry is more refined and generous than that of Western Christendom, and the truth of the picture drawn of Nureddin receives some support from the enthusiastic eulogies of William, Archbishop of Tyre. "I fear God," he replied to his queen, who complained that she lacked even basic necessities. "I am but the treasurer of the people, but I have 3 shops in Hems. These you may take, and this is all that I have to give." He made it his business to provide mosques, hospitals, schools, and resting places for travelers everywhere. Justice, it is said, was as impartially administered in his time as in the days of the English Alfred. Nureddin's widow held the fortress of Panias, and her husband's death encouraged Almeric to undertake the siege. A bribe to abandon, it was at first refused. A fortnight later it was accepted, but Almeric returned to Jerusalem only to die. His life had lasted only 5 years longer than that of his predecessor Baldwin, but it had been long enough to earn him a reputation for consummate avarice and meanness. His son and successor Baldwin IV was a leper. His disease progressed so rapidly that it became necessary to delegate his authority. His first choice fell on Guy of Lusignan, the husband of his sister Sibylla. But either Guy's weakness or the quarrels of the barons plunged everything into confusion. Baldwin, thwarted in his wish to annul his sister's marriage, bequeathed his crown to Baldwin, the infant son of Sibylla, by her first marriage. Raymond II, Count of Tripoli, was nominated regent, and Jocelyn of Courtenay the child's guardian. But within 3 years, the leper king died, followed soon after by the infant Baldwin V. In the renewed strife following these events, Guy of Lusignan managed to establish himself as king of Jerusalem by right of his wife. He was still quite a young man, but he had earned an evil name for himself. As the murderer of Patrick, Earl of Salisbury, he had been banished by Henry II from his French dominions. The opinion of those who knew him found expression in the words of his brother Geoffrey. "Had they known me, the men who made my brother king would have made me a god." Guy was king, but Raymond of Tripoli refused him his allegiance. Guy besieged him in Tiberias, and Raymond made a treaty with Saladin. But Saladin was now determined to seize a higher prize. He was master of Syria and Egypt, and he resolved that the crescent should once more displace the cross on the Mosque of Omar. Pretexts for war were almost superfluous, but he had an abundance of them in the ravages committed by barons of the Latin kingdom on the lands and property of Muslims. 50,000 horsemen and a vast army on foot gathered under his banner when he declared his intention of attacking Jerusalem. But their first assault was on the castle of Tiberias. Upon hearing these ominous tidings, Raymond of Tripoli immediately set aside all thought of private quarrels. Hastening to Jerusalem, he stated that the safety of his own city was a secondary matter and earnestly implored Guy to confine himself to a strictly defensive war, which would soon reduce the invader to extreme distress. The advice was wise and good, but the Grand Master of the Templars seized upon the very nobleness of Raymond's self-sacrifice and the disinterestedness of his counsel as proof of some sinister design they were intended to hide. Had he been speaking to Baldwin III, the insinuation would have been thrust aside with scorn and disgust. To Guy's mean mind, it carried its own evidence. It was resolved to meet the Saracen on ground of his own choosing. Saladin's troops were already distressed by heat and thirst when they encountered the Latin army from Jerusalem. The outcome of the first day's fighting was undecided, but the heat of a Syrian summer night was made more terrible for the Christians by the stifling smoke of wood set on fire by Saladin's orders. Parched with thirst, and knowing well that the outcome of that day depended on the preservation of the Holy Sepulchre, the Crusaders at sunrise rushed with fierce war cries upon the enemy. Before them, the golden glory of morning illuminated the radiant shores of the tranquil sea, where the Galilean fishermen had heard the word of life from the lips of Jesus of Nazareth. But nearer still was a yet more holy memorial, a pledge of divine favor yet more assuring. On a nearby hillock was raised the relic of the true cross, and this hillock served many times as a rallying point during that bloody day. There was little generalship, perhaps, on either side. Where men are left to mere hard fighting, numbers must determine the issue. Saladin's hosts far outnumbered those of the Latin chiefs, and for these, retreat ended in massacre. The king and the Grand Master of the Templars were taken prisoner. The holy relic that had spurred them on to desperate exertion fell into the hands of the infidels. Saladin's victory was rich in its fruits. Tiberias was taken. Beirut, Acre, Caesarea, and Jaffa opened their gates. Tyre alone was saved by the heroism of Conrad of Montferrat, brother of Queen Sibylla's first husband. Not bothering with a regular siege, Saladin marched to Ascalon and offered its defenders an honorable peace, which, after some hesitation, was accepted. The rejection of Raymond's advice left Jerusalem practically at Saladin's mercy. The city was crowded with people, but its garrison was scanty, and the armies that should have defended it were gone. Their presence probably wouldn't have changed the siege's outcome, but it would have added fearfully to its horrors. Saladin had decided that the Latin kingdom must fall, and he would have fought until either he or his enemies could fight no longer. Numbers, wealth, resources, military skill, and instruments of war all combined to give him advantages before which mere bravery had to eventually yield. Protracted resistance meant nothing more than inflicting useless misery. Saladin may have been neither a saint nor a hero, but it cannot be denied that his temper was less fierce and his language more generous than that of the Christians who, under Godfrey, had deluged the city with blood. He had no wish, he said, to defile a place hallowed by its associations for both Muslims and Christians. If the city surrendered, he pledged not only to furnish the inhabitants with the money they might need, but also to provide them with new homes in Syria. But superstition and obstinacy are in essence the same. The offer, honorable to its maker and carrying no ignominy for those who might accept it, was rejected. Saladin then vowed that, entering the city as an armed conqueror, he would offer a sacrifice as awful as that by which the Crusaders had celebrated their loathsome triumph. Most fortunately for others, and most nobly for himself, he failed to keep this vow to the letter. 14 days sufficed to end the siege. The Christians had done what they could to destroy their enemies' military engines. The golden ornaments of the churches had been melted down and turned into money. Yet no solid advantage was gained by all their efforts. The Christian conviction that death brought salvation to the champions of the cross, and the Muslim assurance that the gates of paradise opened at once to those who fell fighting for Islam, only added to the combatants' desperation and the fearfulness of the carnage. At length, the besieged discovered that the walls near the gate of St. Stephen had been undermined. At once, they abandoned all hope of safety except through miraculous intervention. Clergy and laity crowded into the churches, their fears heightened by the knowledge that the Greeks within the city were negotiating with the enemy. The memory of Saladin's offer now returned with more persuasive power. But to the envoys they sent, the stern answer was returned. He was under a vow to deal with the Christians as Godfrey and his fellows had dealt with the Saracens. Yet Conscious or unconscious of the inconsistency of his words with the oath he professed to have sworn, he promised them his mercy if they would immediately surrender the city. The besieged resolved to trust the conqueror's word, as they could not resist his power. The agreement was made. The nobles and fighting men would be taken to Tyre, which still held out under Conrad. The Latin inhabitants would be redeemed at the rate of 10 gold crowns for each man, 5 for each woman, and 1 for each child. Failing this ransom, they would remain slaves. On the sick and helpless, he waged no war. Although the knights of the hospital were among his most determined enemies, he allowed their brethren to remain for a year to attend to those sufferers who could not be moved. In the exasperation of a religious warfare that had now spanned nearly a century, these terms were very merciful. It may be argued that this mercy was the right of a people who submitted to the invader, and that in the days of Godfrey and Peter the Hermit, the defenders had resisted to the last. It is enough to reply that the capitulation of the Latins was a superfluous ceremony, and Saladin knew it to be so. Whereas if the same submission had been offered to the first Crusaders, it would have been sternly and fiercely refused. For days were allowed for the people to prepare for their departure. On the 5th, they passed through the enemy's camp, the women carrying or leading their children, the men bearing what household goods they could move. Upon the approach of the queen and her ladies, in the garb and with the gestures of supplicants, Saladin himself came forward. With genuine courtesy, he addressed them with words of encouragement and consolation. Cheered by his generous language, they told him that their lands, houses, and goods meant nothing to them. Their prayer was that he would restore their fathers, husbands, and brothers. Saladin granted their request, added alms for those orphaned or destitute by the war, and remitted a portion of the ransom for the poor. In this way, the number of unredeemed was reduced to 11 or 12,000. Saracen slavery, although degrading, was seldom as cruel as the slavery only recently extinguished by the most fearful of recent wars. Saladin's entry into Jerusalem was accompanied by the usual signs of triumph. Amidst the waving of banners and the clash of martial music, he advanced to the Mosque of Omar, on whose summit the Christian cross still gleamed in the clear air. A wail of agony burst from the Christians present as this emblem was hurled to the earth and dragged through the mire. For 2 days, it endured this indignity, while the mosque was purified of its defilements by streams of rosewater and rededicated to the worship of the one God adored by Islam. The crosses, relics, and sacred vessels of the Christian sanctuaries, which had been carefully stowed away in 4 chests, had fallen into the hands of the conquerors. It was Saladin's wish to send them to the Caliph of the Prophet as the proudest trophies of his victory. Even with this wish he generously consented to forego. The chests were left in the keeping of the Patriarch, and the price put upon them, 52,000 golden bezants, was paid by Richard of England. Conrad still held out in Tyre, nor was he induced to surrender even when Saladin himself assailed its walls. The siege was raised. The next personage to appear before its gates was Guy of Lusignan, who, having regained his freedom, insisted on being admitted as lord of the city. The Grand Master of the Templars seconded his demand. The reply was short and decisive. The people would own no other master than the gallant knight who had so nobly defended them. But Tyre's escape had no effect on the general outcome of the war. Town after town submitted to Saladin, and the long series of his triumphs closed when he entered the gates of Antioch. 88 years had passed since the Crusaders of Godfrey and Tancred stood triumphant on the walls of the Holy City. During all those years, the Latin kingdoms seldom rested from wars and raids, from feuds and dissensions of every kind. From its inception, it displayed no characteristics that could give it stability, and from the first, it showed signs that foreboded its certain downfall. First, it sanctified treachery, resting on the principle that no faith was to be kept with the unbeliever. By constantly breaching solemn compacts, they sowed the wind and reaped the whirlwind. For instance, Baldwin III had granted the Muslims pasturage rights around Panias. When their ground was covered with sheep, Christian troops burst in, murdered the shepherds, and drove away their flocks, though we may hope this was not with the sanction of the most high-minded Latin kings of Jerusalem. Second, it recognized no title to property except for those who professed the Christian faith. The power to commit injustice with practical impunity further demoralized the people. Third, it gave full rein to human passions in random wars and petty raids, while doing nothing to maintain or promote military science or the discipline without which that science becomes useless. Fourth, it was marked by an almost total lack of statesmanship. In such a country, a wise ruler would strain every nerve to conciliate the conquered people, to strengthen himself with firmly maintained alliances and scrupulously kept treaties, and to weaken states he could not befriend by anticipating combinations that might bring fatal dangers to his power. That the history of the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem presents a mournful, even ludicrous, contrast to this picture surely needs no further emphasis. Only in the case of Egypt did the Latin kings show some sense of a prudent course of action. Even here, this course was followed with miserable indecision and finally abandoned disgracefully through mere lust for gold. Fifth, it had to contend with an immorality not of its own creation, but which, for its own safety, it should have striven to keep in check. No such efforts were made, and William of Tyre's words, even with qualification, when speaking of the Latin women, point to a state of affairs that must involve grave and imminent peril. Sixth, it was the misfortune of this kingdom that it was called into being by adventurers banded together, though it cannot be said confederated for religious rather than a political purpose, for personal rather than public ends. It therefore started without any principle of cohesion. Warriors who engaged in the enterprise might abandon it when they thought they had fulfilled the conditions of their vow, even though the continuance of their efforts was indispensably needed for the military and political success of the undertaking. Seventh, the private and personal character of these enterprises led to the perpetuation and multiplication of private and personal interests, and thus to endless divisions and feuds among the barons of the kingdom. These were a constant scandal and menace, frequently leading to deliberate treachery. Eighth, it encouraged, permitted, or was compelled to tolerate the growth of societies that arrogated to themselves independent jurisdiction, thereby rendering a central authority of sufficient coercive power impossible. The origin of the military orders may have been highly edifying. The Knights Templar might begin as humble guardians of the holy places. The Knights Hospitaller may have been the poor brothers of St. John, bound to the service of the sick and helpless among the pilgrims of the cross. But in a land where they might at any time encounter a merciless or at least a detested enemy, they were justified in bearing arms. The necessity of bearing arms involved the need for discipline. The discipline of an enthusiastic fraternity, cut off from the world and centered upon itself, inevitably became formidable. The natural strength of these orders was increased by immunities and privileges granted partly by the Latin kings of Jerusalem, but in greater part by the popes. The Hospitallers, as bestowing their goods to feed the poor and entertain pilgrims, were freed from the obligation of paying tithes or of heeding interdicts, even if these were laid upon the entire country. It was expressly asserted that no patriarch or prelate should dare to pass any sentence of excommunication against them. In other words, a society was called into existence directly antagonistic to the clergy, and an irreconcilable conflict of claims was the inevitable consequence. Nor can we be surprised to find the clergy complaining that the knights, not content with their own immunities, gave shelter to persons who, not belonging to their order but lying under sentence of excommunication, sought to place themselves under their protection. But if the knights of the hospital thus had their feuds with the clergy, they had even more bitter feuds with the rival order of the Templars. With different interests and different aims, one sought to promote enterprises against which the other protested, or quibbled about points of precedence when common decency called for harmonious action, or withheld aid when that aid was indispensable for the very safety of the state. Thus, we have the triple discord of the king and his barons struggling against the claims of the clergy, and the military orders in conflict with both the barons and the clergy. Of a state so circumstanced, the words are emphatically true. A house divided against itself shall not stand. Chapter 7: The Third Crusade. A halo of false glory surrounds the Third Crusade. This is due to its association with England's Lionheart King, Richard I. His exploits have stirred the enthusiasm of even the dullest chroniclers, furnishing themes for jubilant eulogies. They have cast a glamour over his life, captivating even sober-minded readers, much like the tales of Achilles in the story of Troy. The narratives go even further, suggesting that Richard's most formidable enemy shared this admiration. The romantic image persists of Saladin's brother in the thick of battle, sending 2 Arabian chargers to Richard. This, they say, was in praise of the hero who brought wounds and death to so many of his own people. However, when we turn from this romanticized picture to reality, the Third Crusade reveals a different truth. The fiery zeal that somewhat redeemed the brutalities of Godfrey and the First Crusaders is replaced by base and sordid greed, by earthly intrigues, and by wanton crimes. These acts were so heinous, one might imagine the sun hiding its face in shame. The leaders of this enterprise were morally bereft, with scarcely a single quality to relieve the monotonous blackness of their infamy. Strategically, their limited generalship barely aided a blind brute force. Personally, some possessed an animal courage or ferocity that feared no danger and knew no fatigue, overcoming 1,000 difficulties. This charmed the multitudes who delighted in the worship of mere power. As a military leader, Richard I of England is beneath contempt when compared with Napoleon. Yet he might fairly compete with him as a criminal. Alaric the Goth and Attila the Hun never professed to be sovereigns of a civilized people, but in no sense have they a better title to be regarded as scourges of mankind. Undertakings dependent on the temperament and resources of individuals are rarely carried out with unswerving persistence. This ebb and flow of purpose and energy is especially evident in the history of the Crusades. With any marked success comes a feeling of self-complacency, a belief that a vow has been fulfilled or a duty discharged. The result is either slackness or total indifference to matters that once seemed paramount. There was little in the lives of the later Latin kings of Jerusalem to sustain the enthusiasm sparked by Peter the Hermit's preaching. For a time, the dream that had captivated Western Christendom for nearly 100 years seemed to shift. The impulse, which can scarcely be called a policy, that led Almeric to focus on conquering Egypt was the closest approximation to true statesmanship and generalship in the Latin kingdom of Jerusalem. This strategy aimed not only to prevent a fatal combination of hostile powers to the north and south, but also promised possession of a country of immense importance to merchants and traders. The Third Lateran Council clearly recognized this advantage, eagerly insisting that the conquest of Damietta be the primary objective of every crusade, with the maintenance of the kingdom of Jerusalem a secondary concern at best. In strict terms, these expeditions had ceased to be crusades, with the possible exception of the sainted Louis IX of France. For him, as with Godfrey and the first Crusaders, the religious motive absorbed all others. For the rest, the stated objective became an excuse for roving forays or political conquests, or it was weakly pursued as an irksome or even repulsive task. The harmony essential for success was sacrificed for quarrels and deadly feuds, fit for a society of savages, until the cross was replaced by the crescent on the Mosque of Omar. Stirring up Western princes for another crusade proved neither easy nor successful. The crusading spirit was never strong in Henry II of England. Even after his quarrel with Becket ended with Becket's death, Henry found a convenient excuse to remain at home due to dangers menacing his dominions from the north. However, with the captivity of his enemy William, this pretext vanished. The Scottish king swore to hold his kingdom as a fief of the English crown. Henry, no longer able to resist the arguments or pleas of the French king, Louis VII promised to combine his forces as Duke of Normandy with those of his liege lord to aid the Christians in the Holy Land. Louis's death, which cut short this design, brought no bitter disappointment to Henry. But when, some 5 years later, Heraclius, Patriarch of Jerusalem, knelt before him with the Count of Tripoli and the Grand Master of the Hospitallers, placing in his hands the scepter of his kinsman Fulk of Anjou and the kings who succeeded him, along with the keys of the Holy City and the Holy Sepulchre, the English monarch was cautious. He offered words of encouragement but committed himself to nothing. He would consult his council, posing the question in a way that clearly indicated his desired answer. He wanted to know if his duty called him to govern and guard his subjects at home or to break lances with Saracens to prop up the tottering sway of a distant sovereign. His barons and prelates had no doubt. The nearer work had a paramount call on him. Henry's promise to contribute 50,000 marks for the needs of the Latin kingdom in Palestine was met with manifest dissatisfaction by the Patriarch, which angered the king. Not a whit abashed, Heraclius dared him to deal with him as he had dealt with the martyr Thomas of Canterbury, stating he was no less ready to die by Henry's hands than by those of the less cruel Saracens. This ridiculous taunt passed without rebuke, and Heraclius departed unharmed after consecrating the Church of the Knights Templars in the city of London. But the fall of Jerusalem cast a new light on questions of policy and duty. A few days after that event, and likely before he could have heard of it, Pope Urban III died at Verona. He was oppressed with grief, not for a disaster of which he was ignorant, but for the imminent death struggle between papal and imperial power. His successor, Gregory VIII, whose short pontificate ended in less than 2 months, bewailed the event as a catastrophe affecting all of Christendom. However, he was probably not unaware that for the papacy it might create a diversion, rescuing it from dire peril, if not destruction. The few days of life remaining to him were spent writing letters to reawaken the spirit roused successively by Peter the Hermit and the Saint Bernard. Divine wrath was to be appeased by a 5-year fast, and the cardinals, conscious of shameless corruption and venality, promised to accept no more bribes for the furtherance or perversion of justice. They also vowed never to ride on horseback again until the land once trodden by the Savior ceased to be polluted by the feet of unbelievers. Pope Gregory died on a journey undertaken to make peace between the republics of Genoa and Pisa, whose fleets were crucial for his grand scheme. A few weeks later, on the broad plain between Geysers and Tree, Henry of England and Philip Augustus, the young French king, met. They heard the plea for the Christians in Palestine delivered by William, Archbishop of Tyre, the historian of the First and Second Crusades. The two sovereigns took the cross, followed by the Count of Champagne, the Count of Flanders, and a multitude of barons and knights. It was agreed that the English cross would be white, the Flemish green, and the French would retain red. Henry hastened to England and, at a council held in Geddington, Northamptonshire, imposed a tax called the Saladin tithe. Everyone who refused to join the crusade was to pay a tenth of all their movable and immovable goods. This raised £70,000. Astonishingly, an almost equally large sum, £60,000, was extorted from the small Jewish community in England. Whether this burden pressed heavily upon them, we cannot say. Worse things were in store for them before many months passed. It is possible that Henry now truly intended to fulfill a promise with which he had only dallied. He sent messengers to the Hungarian King Bela and Isaac Angelus, the Eastern Emperor, requesting safe passage and open markets for his followers. The demand was granted, but Henry soon had other concerns. The bitter quarrels, an inevitable consequence of petty principalities and complicated feudal tenures, had reached their most hateful form among the princes of the House of Anjou. Of Henry II's legitimate sons, Henry, Richard, and John, it is difficult to say who led the most disgraceful life or earned the most shameful reputation. Richard's tyranny in Aquitaine was monstrous, even in an age notorious for its cruelty and treachery. However, it was likely no disinterested sympathy for his victims that brought against him the forces of his elder brother Henry and his half-brother Geoffrey. Geoffrey was the son of Rosamond Clifford, into whose history popular talk introduced a tale common to the folklore of many lands. The strife was temporarily appeased by their father, against whom these dutiful children now turned their arms. The day fixed for battle was drawing near, when the young prince, or King Henry, he had been crowned in 1169 by bishops excommunicated by Thomas of Canterbury shortly before his martyrdom, was cut down by a sudden attack of fever. Richard, as the eldest surviving son, considered himself heir to the English crown. But it soon became clear that his father's affections were fixed on his younger son, John, one of the most despicable cowards and contemptible traitors. This discovery led Richard to renew his intimacy with the French king, Philip Augustus, to whose sister Adelaide, or Alex, he had long since been betrothed. That princess had been in the custody of the English king, and it was rumored had borne him a child. Richard, for the present, took no account of this. Backed by Philip Augustus, he insisted on her surrender and on receiving the fealty of the barons as his father's heir apparent. On this second point, the king's answer was ambiguous. Richard, exclaiming indignantly that he now believed what he had once thought impossible, knelt at Philip's feet. Demanding protection for his just rights, he did homage to Philip for all his father's dominions in France. In the ensuing war, Henry was driven from the castles of Mans, Amboise, and Tours. His body wasted by disease, he was induced to meet his son and the French king on a plain near Tours. A thunderstorm, with lightning striking near them twice, unnerved him further. He agreed to pay 20,000 marks to Philip, surrender Adelaide, and allow his vassals to swear fealty to Richard. He asked only to see the list of barons who had joined the French king's confederacy. At the head was the name of his own son, John. He read no further. A raging fever ensued, during which he heaped curses on his unnatural children. A week later he died. Richard was now King of England. However, he was not a man to dwell on the grander schemes that had occupied his father's mind. The power and wealth of his kingdom were tools to spread his own renown, and this renown could best be won and extended in the Holy Land. No other way offered such glory as cleaving the bodies of unbelievers with his deadly broadsword. It was the ambition of a ruffian, thinly varnished with the chivalry of Tancred. He proceeded to satisfy this ambition at the expense of both the kingdoms and his own true interests. The sum he needed far exceeded the 100,000 marks his father's greed or economy had amassed in the Salisbury treasury. Richard sold the earldom of Northumberland to the Bishop of Durham for £1,000 for the term of his life. For £3,000 he received his brother Geoffrey, now Archbishop of York, into favour. For £10,000 he resigned to William, the Scottish king, all the rights over Scotland that William had conceded to Henry, along with the castles of Roxburgh and Berwick. Then he departed for Normandy on the same errand of plunder and exaction. Both the First and Second Crusades had been marked by persecutions and massacres of Jews at their outset. The Third Crusade would be no exception. The Jews of England sensed a gathering storm and hastened to conciliate the king with costly presents. Their eagerness unhappily outran their discretion. Richard, aware of popular sentiment, had ordered that no Jews appear before him on Coronation Day. Disregarding this command, some mingled with the crowd and entered the palace. They were thrust out by the mob and murdered. The fire thus kindled spread furiously. Every Jew in the streets was cut down. Every Jewish home was plundered and burned. Some attempts were made to check the slaughter. 3 men were hanged, but they were charged not with murdering Jews, but with robbing Christians under the pretense of being Jews, or with setting houses on fire, endangering Christian property. The iniquity was not confined to London. Similar acts occurred in all major cities. In York, as in Lincoln, wealthy Jews rushed with their goods into the castle. In Lincoln, they found safety. In York, they tragically misinterpreted the governor's departure from the castle as a sign of his plotting against them with the town's Christians and closed the gates upon his return. In his anger, he induced the sheriff of the county to order his armed bands to assault. These were joined by the populace, whose fury instantly showed they intended more than merely recovering the castle. The besieged could hear the fierce cry of a premonstratensian cannon, regular, hounding the mob to destroy the enemies of Christ. They knew their doom was sealed, but if they must die, they could still choose the manner of their death. In a council summoned to debate the matter, the rabbi urged that they avoid frightful insults and barbarous torments for their wives, children, and themselves by voluntarily surrendering their souls to the Creator and falling by their own hands. The deed, he argued, was both reasonable and sanctioned by their law, and made famous by the men who, in the deadly struggle between Jerusalem and Rome, had slain themselves at Masada. To some, his counsel seemed wise, to others a hard saying. The rabbi cut the discussion short, bidding all to depart in peace who could not approve his counsel. Only a few left the chamber. In a few hours, the work of death was done, and the castle was left in flames. The few who could not summon courage to follow their brethren's example offered from the walls to open the gates and submit to baptism if their lives were spared. The terms were granted and the surrender made. However, by way of keeping faith, the Christians rushed in and slaughtered every living thing within the walls. These were venial offenses, but the men of York added an act that was a real crime and one of the deepest dye in King Richard's eyes. They hastened to the cathedral and, seizing all the bonds and obligations stored in the archives, burned them in the nave. These bonds, upon the death of their holders, would have as cheat to the king. The Bishop of Ely, the chancellor, was commissioned to find and punish the offenders. But the ringleaders had escaped across the Scottish border, and justice, even in the matter of robbery, was thwarted. Richard, having filled his coffers as much as possible, met Philip Augustus at Vézelay. 44 years prior, St. Bernard's pleadings there had seemed to stir the heart of Christendom to efforts that promised success. The voice that now held most power was not that of priest, hermit, or saint, but that of the troubadour. While his harp might now be tuned to lofty measures, and his words convey lessons almost as austere as those of Pope Urban II, there was always the danger that even moderate success might lead the minstrel to arouse less devout emotions and tempt his hearers to less exalted delights than prayer and meditation. The forces of the two kings reportedly numbered 100,000 men. The discipline that held them together can be inferred from rules enacted. Murderers were to be tied to their victims' bodies and thrown into the sea. Those who drew their swords in anger would lose their hands, and thieves would be tarred, feathered, and put ashore in that condition. While Philip and Richard were on their way to Sicily, Frederick I, Emperor of the West, commonly known as Barbarossa or Red Beard, was traveling to Constantinople. He had fought a long battle with the Pope, or the man who called himself Pope. Frederick himself had set up an anti-pope, as the imperialist popes were called. With the sanction of this anti-pope, who styled himself Pascal III, he had attacked Rome, beaten down the gates of St. Peter's with hatchets and axes, and watched his troops advance, filling the church with blood as they fought their way to the high altar. Amidst this carnage, Pascal III had placed the crown on Empress Beatrice's head and re-blessed Frederick's diadem. He had contended with a mightier enemy than the Pope, a fearful pestilence that broke out within his camp. His flight from Rome had ensured the victory of Pope Alexander III, the somewhat hesitant friend of Thomas of Canterbury. Although the warfare of previous years was succeeded by an apparent peace, Frederick lost no opportunity to strengthen himself against the papacy. In the days of Urban III, he had gained much by securing for his son Henry the hand of Constantia, heiress of the Kingdom of Sicily. The old strife might have been renewed, but Barbarossa's heart was stirred by tidings from the Holy Land or the letters of Gregory VIII. His armies advanced under his standard through Hungary toward the Eastern Empire's capital. Barbarossa, like his predecessor Conrad, refused to enter that capital. The Byzantine Caesar had with scant courtesy allowed him the privilege of buying food for his men. He had studiously withheld from him titles that implied a divided empire. The steadier discipline and more decent order of Barbarossa's army promised a better outcome for his enterprise. They had defeated the Turks in a major battle and captured the Seljukian capital of Iconium. But a great disaster awaited them: the loss of their leader. Frederick drowned in a Pisidian river, some say while crossing, others from bathing. The misery and suffering of earlier crusaders now heavily afflicted them. The grim tale is sufficiently told if it is true that less than a tenth of those who crossed the Bosphorus lived to enter Antioch. The few who made it that far found a city almost deserted by Turkish soldiers, and Antioch once more had a Christian government. Meanwhile, as Western sovereigns prepared for another great effort, the Latins of Palestine struggled to reclaim their lost supremacy. They were aided by vast crowds of armed pilgrims, whose immense numbers illustrate the drain on Europe's population. Too impatient to wait, these wanderers, whatever their motives, rushed to scenes where they believed honor awaited, even if wealth and happiness did not. The conflict now centered on Acre, the key to the entire region west of the Jordan. It had opened its gates to Saladin soon after the Battle of Tiberias. Before Richard of England and Philip Augustus set foot in the Holy Land, Guy of Lusignan, titular king of Jerusalem, had besieged it for nearly 2 years. His army, swelled by the influx of pilgrims from Europe, reportedly reached 100,000 men. But the besiegers lacked generalship, and their effectiveness, already harmed by vice and debauchery, was shattered by a fearful pestilence that swept them away by thousands. Amidst this misery, a few German merchants from the Baltic coast sought to alleviate suffering. They ran up their ship sails as tents for the sick and dying. The positive results led to an organization similar to the orders of the temple and the hospital. Like those orders, the Teutonic Knights rose to power and distinction. In the history of Frederick II's crusade, we find their Grand Master, Hermann of Salza, in high favor with both the emperor and the pope, his implacable antagonist. With the failure of the Crusades in the east, the order was transferred to the more forbidding regions from which its founders originated. Their crusade turned against the heathens of the Lithuanian, Prussian, Estonian, and other tribes. They preached the gospel with the sword, and their efforts met at least with military success. Their grip on the lands they overran never relaxed, and the last Grand Master became the sovereign of a state that grew into the modern Kingdom of Prussia. The sickness and vice that ravaged the Crusaders' forces before Acre were compounded by feuds among their chiefs. Sibylla, sister of Baldwin IV and wife of Guy of Lusignan, succumbed to the plague. Her 2 children died with her, leaving her husband stripped of the privilege that had made him at least a shadow of a king. Isabel, his wife's sister, still lived, having rid herself of her first husband, Humphrey, Lord of Thoron. She was now married to Conrad, Marquis of Tyre. As the wedded heiress of Almeric, Conrad claimed the sovereignty of Jerusalem. The decision on this point was reserved for the kings of England and France. These kings were now en route to the east. Richard had traveled by land to Genoa, while his fleet, having crossed the Bay of Biscay, anchored at Lisbon. There, his forces found a ready-made crusade. The Saracen emir was blockading the town of Santrum, 40 miles above Lisbon. With English aid, the Portuguese lifted the siege. Then, they found themselves compelled to fight their deliverers in the streets of Lisbon. The Crusaders believed they had a license for universal plunder and insult. It was not without difficulty and much bloodshed that their leaders persuaded them to reserve their theory for more distant lands. Summer was ending when Richard, having joined his fleet on the Italian coast, entered Messina almost as a conqueror, terrifying the Sicilians and displeasing the French king, Philip. Then, as through almost its entire checkered history, Sicily was a prize for which contending kings and adventurers schemed or fought. It was now held by Tancred, an illegitimate son of the Apulian Duke Roger. His sister Constantia, Roger's legitimate daughter, was the wife of Henry, son of Frederick Barbarossa, who wished to make the island part of his own imperial realm. He was thwarted by Tancred, who took the further precaution of imprisoning Joanna, the widow of his predecessor, William the Good. Joanna was the sister of the English Richard, who was quick to demand her freedom, her dower, and the legacies William the Good had left to his father Henry II. His demands were accompanied by robbery and violence, and his followers eagerly imitated his example. They clashed openly with the people in the streets of Messina, and the battle was followed by the plundering of the town. But the raising of the English standard on the walls was interpreted as an insult by Philip Augustus. Richard was compelled to appease Philip's wrath by placing the city under the charge of the Knights Templars and Hospitallers. The dispute with Tancred was resolved by the betrothal of his infant daughter to Arthur, Duke of Brittany, John's luckless victim whom Shakespeare immortalized. But the quarrels of these champions of the cross were tangled like links in a twisted chain. As a gesture of friendship, Tancred placed in Richard's hand a letter bearing the French king's signature, inviting Tancred to a private alliance against Richard. Richard accused Philip Augustus of treachery, and in turn was accused of producing forged letters to escape his engagement with Philip's sister Adelais. Richard had offered to marry Berengaria, daughter of Sancho, king of Navarre. With calculated coarseness, he told Philip he could have nothing to do with the mother of his father's child. Thus, the alliance that had once led them to eat at the same table and rest in the same bed transformed into mortal hatred. Thus, the winter passed in disgraceful quarrels and in lavish outlays of money that were scarcely less disgraceful. In the spring, the French king sailed for Acre. Richard went to Rhodes, and while he remained there sick, he heard that some of his people had been shipwrecked on the coast of Cyprus, robbed of their goods, and imprisoned by Isaac the Comnenian prince who called himself emperor of the island. His demand for compensation was unheeded. The English fleet appeared before Limassol, the southernmost town of the island, and English troops were soon masters of the city. Isaac entered into a treaty that bound him to serve with 500 knights in the crusade, and in the event of good behavior, Richard promised him the restoration of his kingdom. But fear overcame his prudence. He escaped and again met the English king in battle. The fight was followed by his surrender, and Richard ordered him to be kept in a castle on the coast of Palestine. Here, in the town which under the name of Paphos had gained preeminence in vice and folly, Richard married Berengaria of Navarre. Here also he received and promised to take up the cause of Guy of Lusignan. The strongest argument for this was that Philip Augustus had taken up Conrad's cause. Thus, the two kings reached Acre, only to complicate old feuds with new strife. The siege had lasted nearly 2 years. In the plain gathered the crusading host, still magnificent in its appointments. On the heights assembled the Turkish armies under Saladin's black banner. Richard had lingered on the road as long as it suited his fancy or ambition. He had been overwhelmed with torrents of reproach and abuse from the envoys from the chiefs before Acre. They had dared to confront him at Cyprian Famagosta with the reproof that his business was not to dethrone Comnenian princes and take their kingdoms, but to do battle with the Turk for Christendom's sacred heritage. He reached Acre, prostrated with intermittent fever, but indifference to the enterprise had given way to a fiery zeal. He had himself carried out on a mattress to point the ballistae, which, by discharging stones, served in some measure the purposes of modern artillery. But at first the two kings would not act together, and this division of forces enabled the besieged to hold out. Their reconciliation, whether real or feigned, led to a combined action soon rewarded by an offer of surrender. The terms now proposed were rejected, and Saladin cheered the besieged with the hope of succors from Egypt. The help did not come, and Saladin was compelled to assent to a harder compact. The peace of the True Cross was to be given up, the Christian prisoners set free, and some thousands of hostages were to be detained for the payment within 40 days of 200,000 pieces of gold. Their crusade turned against the heathens of the Lithuanian, Prussian, Estonian, and other tribes. They preached the gospel with the sword, and their efforts met at least with military success. Their grip on the lands they overran never relaxed, and the last Grand Master became the sovereign of a state that grew into the modern Kingdom of Prussia. The sickness and vice that ravaged the Crusaders' forces before Acre were compounded by feuds among their chiefs. Sibylla, sister of Baldwin IV and wife of Guy of Lusignan, succumbed to the plague. Her 2 children died with her, leaving her husband stripped of the privilege that had made him at least a shadow of a king. Isabel, his wife's sister, still lived, having rid herself of her first husband, Humphrey, Lord of Thoron. She was now married to Conrad, Marquis of Tyre. As the wedded heiress of Almeric, Conrad claimed the sovereignty of Jerusalem. The decision on this point was reserved for the kings of England and France. These kings were now en route to the east. Richard had traveled by land to Genoa, while his fleet, having crossed the Bay of Biscay, anchored at Lisbon. There, his forces found a ready-made crusade. The Saracen emir was blockading the town of Santrum, 40 miles above Lisbon. With English aid, the Portuguese lifted the siege. Then, they found themselves compelled to fight their deliverers in the streets of Lisbon. The Crusaders believed they had a license for universal plunder and insult. It was not without difficulty and much bloodshed that their leaders persuaded them to reserve their theory for more distant lands. Summer was ending when Richard, having joined his fleet on the Italian coast, entered Messina almost as a conqueror, terrifying the Sicilians and displeasing the French king, Philip. Then, as through almost its entire checkered history, Sicily was a prize for which contending kings and adventurers schemed or fought. It was now held by Tancred, an illegitimate son of the Apulian Duke Roger. His sister Constantia, Roger's legitimate daughter, was the wife of Henry, son of Frederick Barbarossa, who wished to make the island part of his own imperial realm. He was thwarted by Tancred, who took the further precaution of imprisoning Joanna, the widow of his predecessor, William the Good. Joanna was the sister of the English Richard, who was quick to demand her freedom, her dower, and the legacies William the Good had left to his father Henry II. His demands were accompanied by robbery and violence, and his followers eagerly imitated his example. They clashed openly with the people in the streets of Messina, and the battle was followed by the plundering of the town. But the raising of the English standard on the walls was interpreted as an insult by Philip Augustus. Richard was compelled to appease Philip's wrath by placing the city under the charge of the Knights Templars and Hospitallers. The dispute with Tancred was resolved by the betrothal of his infant daughter to Arthur, Duke of Brittany, John's luckless victim whom Shakespeare immortalized. But the quarrels of these champions of the cross were tangled like links in a twisted chain. As a gesture of friendship, Tancred placed in Richard's hand a letter bearing the French king's signature, inviting Tancred to a private alliance against Richard. Richard accused Philip Augustus of treachery, and in turn was accused of producing forged letters to escape his engagement with Philip's sister Adelaide. Richard had offered to marry Berengaria, daughter of Sancho, King of Navarre. With calculated coarseness, he told Philip he could have nothing to do with the mother of his father's child. Thus, the alliance that had once led them to eat at the same table and rest in the same bed transformed into mortal hatred. Thus, the winter passed in disgraceful quarrels and in lavish outlays of money that were scarcely less disgraceful. In the spring, the French king sailed for Acre. Richard went a Rhodes, and while he remained there sick, he heard that some of his people had been shipwrecked on the coast of Cyprus, robbed of their goods, and imprisoned by Isaac the Comnenian prince who called himself emperor of the island. His demand for compensation was unheeded. The English fleet appeared before Limassol, the southernmost town of the island, and English troops were soon masters of the city. Isaac entered into a treaty that bound him to serve with 500 knights in the Crusade, and in the event of good behavior, Richard promised him the restoration of his kingdom. But fear overcame his prudence. He escaped and again met the English king in battle. The fight was followed by his surrender, and Richard ordered him to be kept in a castle on the coast of Palestine. Here, in the town which under the name of Paphos had gained preeminence in vice and folly, Richard married Berengaria of Navarre. Here also he received and promised to take up the cause of Guy of Lusignan. The strongest argument for this was that Philip Augustus had taken up Conrad's cause. Thus, the two kings reached Acre, only to complicate old feuds with new strife. The siege had lasted nearly 2 years. In the plain gathered the crusading host, still magnificent in its appointments. On the heights assembled the Turkish armies under Saladin's black banner. Richard had lingered on the road as long as it suited his fancy or ambition. He had been overwhelmed with torrents of reproach and abuse from the envoys from the chiefs before Acre. They had dared to confront him at Cyprian Famagasta with the reproof that his business was not to dethrone Comnenian princes and take their kingdoms, but to do battle with the Turk for Christendom's sacred heritage. He reached Acre, prostrated with intermittent fever. but indifference to the enterprise had given way to a fiery zeal. He had himself carried out on a mattress to point the ballistae, which, by discharging stones, served in some measure the purposes of modern artillery. But at first, the two kings would not act together, and this division of forces enabled the besieged to hold out. Their reconciliation, whether real or feigned, led to a combined action soon rewarded by an offer of surrender. The terms now proposed were rejected, and Saladin cheered the besieged with the hope of succors from Egypt. The help did not come, and Saladin was compelled to assent to a harder compact. The peace of the True Cross was to be given up, the Christian prisoners set free, and some thousands of hostages were to be detained for the payment within 40 days of 200,000 pieces of gold. The surrender was made. Richard took up his abode in the palace. Philip went to the house of the Templars, and the flags of the two kings floated from the ramparts. Philip now considered himself absolved from his vow and announced his determination to return to France. Richard parted from his ally with undisguised anger and contempt, and Philip, sailing to Tyre, gave to Conrad that half of the city of Acre that had been reserved for himself. The 40 days wore on. Saladin would not or could not restore the relics of the True Cross, nor make up the 200,000 pieces of gold. Richard warned him of the consequences of this neglect, and he kept his word. On the 40th day, 2,700 hostages were led to the top of a hill visible from Saladin's camp. At a signal from the king, these 2,700 infidels were all cut down. The soldiers hacked open their bodies, searching for jewels and gold they were believed to have swallowed, and to obtain gall, which they kept as medicine. In such deeds, the Christians acted with admirable concert. At the same hour, hostages almost equaling Richard's victims in number were slaughtered on the city walls by the Duke of Burgundy, representing Philip Augustus. The recovery of Acre provided these merciful and devout champions of the cross with a reason for beastly debauchery and excess from which it was no easy task to tear them away. At length, Richard's army moved southward, marching in a compact array along the coast, while the fleet, generally in sight, advanced along the shore. On their left flank hung Saladin's hosts, whose policy was to wear out his enemy in a country whose fortresses he had dismantled without fighting pitched battles. In this way, the Crusaders and their enemies reached the neighborhood of Azotus, modern-day Ashdod, when Richard resolved to face his adversary. The right wing was under Jacob of Avanes, the left was held by the Duke of Burgundy. The English king was in the center. The battle's disposition showed some generalship on his part, and his coolness was evident in the steadiness with which he reserved the charge of his horsemen for the decisive moment. Their tremendous onset broke the Turkish ranks. The victory was decisive, but it was purchased with the death of Jacob of Avanes, which Richard mourned as a costly sacrifice. His next move was to Jaffa, though he had wished to go on to Ascalon. The French barons insisted on the necessity of rebuilding Jaffa's walls. Despite the sluggishness that almost always followed strenuous exertion among the Crusaders, the task was at last completed. Richard resolved to renew the war with vigor and announced to Saladin that nothing less would content him than the surrender of all the territory included in the kingdom of Jerusalem under Baldwin the Leper. Saladin replied with an offer to yield all lands between Jordan and the sea. But it soon became clear that the negotiations were merely a pretext for gaining time, and Richard was determined to advance upon Jerusalem. The army reached Ramla, enduring hardships from rain and tempests. Still, it seemed they might soon win the prize they had looked forward to as adequate recompense for all human toil. It was not to be. The hindrance came from the military orders and the men of Pisa. They asserted that the reconquest of Jerusalem would mean the dissolution of the enterprise. The army, they argued, would never be kept together once they had paid their vows before the Redeemer's tomb. The Crusaders fell back to Ascalon, where winter was spent partly in restoring fortifications, but mostly in incessant feuds. The Duke of Austria had learned during the siege of Acre to view Richard as an enemy. The cause, it was said, was an insult to the Austrian banner, which Richard, upon seeing it raised on the ramparts, seized and flung into the ditch. This excited hatred was, we are told, embittered by the injunction or desire for the personal help of all in the camp for the rebuilding of Ascalon's walls. The Duke replied he was neither a mason nor a carpenter, and the Lionheart King retorted with a kick that threw him down. This may be romance or fiction. Still, the disorganization of the force is sufficiently shown by the facts. The claim of Conrad to the throne of Jerusalem was urged by the Genoese, that of Guy by the men of Pisa. The French abandoned the camp because Richard could no longer pay them, and Conrad's jealousy could only be satisfied with an alliance with Saladin. The end had almost come. Richard knew his presence in England was a matter of life and death. In his offers to the Turkish Sultan, he now abetted his claim to the mere possession of the Holy City and the restoration of the true cross. To this last surrender, Saladin had made no objection in previous negotiations. He had now become more orthodox or scrupulous and could not even indirectly encourage the idolatry that would worship a piece of wood, nor was a treaty for the marriage of Richard's sister, Joanna, to Saphedin, the Sultan's brother, more successful. The English king even consented to give up Guy's cause and sanction the choice of Conrad of Tyre for the Latin crown. Conrad's murder by two of the fraternity, known as the Assassins, drew a storm of indignation upon Richard, but there was no evidence for the crime. A more popular claimant appeared in Henry, Count of Champagne, whose election to Godfrey's throne was followed by his marriage to Conrad's widow. Guy's grief was consoled by the sovereignty of Cyprus, which remained in the hands of his descendants when the crescent displaced the cross on Justinian's church in Constantinople in 1453. Disunion and bad generalship had practically sealed the Crusades' doom. But for Richard, the capture of Jerusalem still held greater charms than punishing his brother John. In June, accordingly, the army once more began its march to the Holy City. The tidings of his approach caused almost panic terror among the Turks. But when they reached Bethlehem, the Crusaders discovered that their forces were insufficient for the city's investment. They could scarcely pretend to be a commissariat. They ran an imminent risk of being cut off from their base of supplies, and finally the Turks had destroyed wells and cisterns for miles around. It was impossible to resist the logic of these facts, and Richard made a last desperate effort to divert their joint forces to an invasion of Egypt and an attack on Cairo. He was led up a hill from which he was told he might see Jerusalem. He held up his shield before his face, deeming himself unworthy to behold the city he had failed to wrest from the power of the infidel. The army broke up. Some went to Jaffa, more to Acre. Saladin, advancing with rapid marches to the former city, pressed it so that the besieged pledged themselves to surrender, if not effectively succeeded within 24 hours. Within that time, Richard appeared on the scene. His onset was more fierce, his valor and exploits more astonishing than ever. The besiegers retreated in confusion, soon learning with greater shame that they had been scared by a mere handful of Christian horsemen. But if the splendid bravery of the English king struck terror into the multitude, it is said that it also excited a chivalrous admiration in some. Richard was dismounted, we are told, in the thick of the fight. Saladin's brother, Saphedin, whose son Richard had at his request knighted, sent him 2 horses to enable him to renew the struggle. The Crusaders were victorious. But Richard had no wish to use the advantage thus gained except to secure the best terms from the enemy. The compact ultimately pledged them to a truce of 3 years and 8 months. Ascalon was to be dismantled, but the Christians were to remain in possession of Jaffa and Tyre with the country between them, and all pilgrims were to have the right of entering Jerusalem untaxed. Of this privilege, the French at Acre desired to avail themselves. Richard indignantly refused their request. They had done nothing to secure the peace or to deserve it, and only their allies should have suffered to enter the sacred city. Among these pilgrims was the Bishop of Salisbury, who became Saladin's guest and heard from his lips praises of Richard's valor, which did not extend to his generalship. The thrust was rather evaded than parried by the reply that the earth could not produce 2 warriors comparable to the Syrian Sultan and the English king. So ended the Third Crusade, its work barely begun, or rather, marred by the squandering of splendid opportunities. Yet, it did not conclude with such extreme humiliation as to convince even devotees of the absurdity of further efforts. A large strip of coast, bounded by 2 important cities, remained a base for future operations. Much had been done to neutralize the effects Saladin had undoubtedly anticipated from his victory at Tiberias and his conquest of Jerusalem. On the morning after his embarkation at Acre, Richard turned for a last look at the fading shores of Palestine. "Most holy land," he exclaimed with outstretched arms, "I commend thee to the care of the Almighty. May he grant me life to return and deliver thee from the yoke of the infidels." His fleet, carrying his wife and sister, had preceded him and reached Sicily safely. He himself followed in a single ship and, after a month of baffling winds, found himself at Corfu. There, he hired trading vessels to take him to Ragusa and Zara. Sailing on, a storm threw him onto the Istrian coast between Aquileia and Venice. The perils of his situation must have begun to force themselves upon him. The kinsfolk of Conrad of Tyre bore no love for his supposed murderer. The French king was in a treaty with Richard's brother John. Henry VI, the Emperor of Germany and son of Barbarossa, held a grudge against Richard for his alliance with Tancred of Sicily. Still, Richard seemed to believe that a pilgrim's disguise and an unshorn beard would carry him through all dangers. Having reached the fortress of Goritz, held by Maynard, a nephew of Conrad, Richard sent his companion, Baldwin of Bethune, with the gift of a ruby ring. He requested a passport for himself and Hugh, the merchant, pilgrims returning home from Jerusalem. Maynard looked long at the ruby and at length said, "This jewel can only come from a king. That king must be Richard of England. Tell him he may come to me in peace." Not trusting his promise, Richard fled during the night. Baldwin and 7 others who remained with him were seized and held as hostages. At Freysack, 6 more of his companions were taken, though Richard himself escaped with 1 knight and a boy who knew the local language. This boy, sent to the market at Erpurg near Vienna, showed his money too freely. He was caught, put to torture, and revealed his master's name. Surrounded in his house by troops of armed men, Richard refused to yield except to their chief, who hastened to take charge of him. It was Leopold, who may have felt he could now taste the sweetness of revenge for the insults Richard had inflicted upon him in Palestine. But Leopold was induced to compound his feelings by a bribe of 60,000 pounds. Richard, as the prisoner of Henry VI, was closely guarded in a Tyrolese castle. The tidings of his captivity were received with sorrow by his subjects generally, and with undissembled joy by his brother John and Philip Augustus of France. Of these 2 princes, John prepared to fight for the crown, and after an initial reverse, accepted an armistice. Philip, having sent word to Richard to renounce his allegiance, invaded Normandy, and met with a complete repulse at Rouen. At length, the place of Richard's imprisonment was discovered by William Longchamp, Bishop of Ely, the English Chancellor, or, as romance would have it, by his faithful minstrel Blondel. The Pope was at once assailed with entreaties for his rescue. Peter of Blois, Archdeacon of Bath, reminded Celestine III of his debt of gratitude to so faithful a son of the Church. Richard's mother, Eleanor, wrote to him in less measured terms, where she asked, was the zeal of Elijah against Ahab, of John the Baptist against Herod, of Alexander III against the father of the emperor who had wrought this iniquity in Christendom? For trifling reasons, she wrote, your cardinals are sent in all their power to the most savage lands. In this great cause you have appointed not even a subdeacon or an acolyte. You would not have much debased the dignity of the Holy See had you set out in person to rescue him. Restored me, my son, O man of God, if thou art indeed a man of God and not a man of blood. If you remain lukewarm, the Most High may require his blood at your hands. In later letters, she asked him if he thought his soul could be safe while he was thus slack in rescuing the sheep of his fold, and told him he ought to be willing to lay down his life for one on whose behalf he was unwilling to speak or write a single word. The truth is that Celestine was full of zeal for Richard's cause. He was only waiting with true papal caution for Richard's deliverance to express his zeal emphatically. At length, after nearly 4 months, Richard was brought before the Diet at Haguenau. The captive might have pleaded the incompetence of the tribunal. He chose to answer the charges brought against him with arguments that convinced his judges of his innocence and made the emperor willing to treat his ransom. This ransom was raised by new taxes laid on his subjects, whose resources, even when taxed to the uttermost, seemed unlikely to satisfy imperial avarice. There was the further danger that whatever sum might be raised, John might outbid them. This upright and honorable prince had offered to pay Henry VI the sum of £20,000 for every month during which Richard's imprisonment might be prolonged. But there was a limit to the German baron's patience, and their words convinced Henry that this limit had been reached. Richard was released, hostages being given for the portion of his ransom not paid on the spot. His deliverance set free the tongue of Pope Celestine, who now wrote to the Austrian Duke as well as to the Emperor, insisting that the ransom should be given back and the hostages restored. The Emperor paid no heed to the command, but Leopold was brought to obedience by the discipline of excommunication and sickness. Richard, after 4 years' absence, landed in his own kingdom to impoverish his people by fresh exactions for quarrels as useless as the enterprise that had taken him across the seas. Chapter 8. The Fourth Crusade. The story of the Fourth Crusade is soon told. It was an effort prompted by the policy of a pope to whom the diversion of forces that the German emperor might turn against himself was of supreme importance. It was also driven by an emperor whose consciousness of ill desert made him eagerly seize an opportunity to win the favor of his German subjects, and by chiefs who hoped to take advantage of the Turks' weakened condition to promote their personal interests even against the warnings and protests of the Latin Christians in Palestine. Saladin, the chivalrous antagonist of Lionheart Richard, was dead, and the fabric of his empire soon showed signs of decay. His brother Saphedin, supported by Saladin's soldiers, maintained his ground against the competition of Saladin's children, who ruled in Egypt, Damascus, and Aleppo. But although Christians and Muslims alike were weighed down by a terrible famine, the Knights of St. John longed to strike a blow they believed would surely crush their enemies. Their efforts to stir up a crusade in England and Europe were seconded by Pope Celestine III, who promised all the spiritual rewards that had previously called forth the heroism or brutality of the earlier pilgrim warriors. On Philip Augustus, all entreaties were wasted. Richard of England, it is said, was nursing dreams of conquests that would place him in the seat of the Byzantine Caesars, but for the time he was busy with the less pleasing task of wringing money from impoverished subjects. But if Pope Celestine hoped that by urging this crusade he would rid himself of his mortal enemy, he was doomed to disappointment. The death of Tancred, King of Sicily, and his heir enabled Emperor Henry VI, the son of Barbarossa, to claim the island by right of his wife Constantia. The force Germany might gather for the reconquest of the Holy Land could then be made available for strengthening imperial power in southern Europe. Thus, the enterprise received his strongest approval, and his encouragement stirred up a throng of barons, knights, and prelates to assume the cross. But he had no intention of journeying to Palestine in person. Money and men he was ready to contribute, but his own task lay nearer home. He had leveled the walls of Capua and Naples and was besieging a Sicilian castle when his own imprudence brought on a fever that cut short at the age of 30, a career shameful for its merciless and wholesale tyranny. His barons, with their followers, reached the Holy Land at a time when, although the truce made with Saladin had expired, the Latin Christians were not disposed to renew hostilities. But the Germans had come to fight, not to debate, and their energy was to be tested by Saladin, who resolved to strike the first blow. Jaffa was taken before any succor could reach it from Acre. Its inhabitants were slaughtered by hundreds or thousands, and its fortifications, the work on which Richard and his soldiers had toiled so hard, were utterly demolished. The arrival of a second body of German crusaders seemed to justify a fresh movement directed against Beretos. Saladin compelled them to fight between Tyre and Sidon, but he did so to his grievous cost. His army was for the time broken, and Jaffa, with Sidon and other cities, came again into the possession of the Christians. In the town of Beretos, they found provisions stored up for 3 years, it is said, and the power and confidence of the conquerors were largely increased by the arrival of a third body of armed pilgrims led by Conrad, Bishop of Hildesheim, Chancellor of the Empire. The Crusaders appeared to be in the full career of victory, but the advantages they had gained were lost almost in a moment by their own infatuated bloodthirstiness. They had besieged the castle of Thoron and so undermined the rocks on which it rested that the garrison, foreseeing the inevitable end, agreed to surrender on the single stipulation that they be allowed free passage into Muslim territory. The terms were accepted, but so loud were still the threats of vengeance, so persistent, it is said, were the assurances the Frenchmen gave the besieged of the deadly intentions of the Germans, that the miserable garrison resolved to fight to the death rather than fall into their hands. They lined the passages the besiegers had scooped out in the rock, and their desperate resistance filled with dismay the savages who, but a little while ago, had been crying out for their blood. The disorganization that had more than once disgraced the armies of the earlier Crusaders was seen again, and to an even greater degree. The chiefs fled from the camp in the night, and their followers woke to find themselves deserted. A confusion ensued so utterly and helplessly that an enemy might have won a victory almost without striking a blow. But the Saracens were scarcely less exhausted than the Christians, and these, when gathered after their dispersion, were able to accuse each other of obstinacy, cowardice, or treachery. Conrad of Hildesheim, hastening to Jaffa with the purpose of restoring its walls, had won a battle fought against Saladin at a cost fully equal to any profit that might accrue from it. The tidings of Henry VI's death dealt the final blow to the enterprise by recalling to Germany those princes who had an interest in the election of the emperor. Those who remained behind took refuge in Jaffa, only, however, to meet their doom a few months later at the hands of a Muslim host that suddenly attacked and stormed the city, while the Germans were showing their devotion to St. Martin by drinking themselves into a state of helpless stupidity. In spite of these disasters, The mockery of the Latin kingdom of Jerusalem was still carried on. On the death of Henry of Champagne, his widow Isabella was advised by the Grand Master of the Hospitallers to marry Almeric of Lusignan, who had recently succeeded his brother Guy as King of Cyprus. Isabella showed no unwillingness to follow this counsel, and with her fourth husband, she added the title of Queen of Cyprus to that of Queen of Jerusalem. If the politics of the time represented Cyprus as a convenient retreat in cases of emergency, such considerations have little or no interest. The only valid plea for keeping up the fiction of the Latin kingdom in Palestine would be found in the likelihood that the abandonment of the title would be regarded throughout Europe as a confession of defeat and would be followed by the complete extinction of the crusading impulse. Chapter 9. The Fifth Crusade. I'd rather by Tate Hoff, HEVM, swearing I my lugs fro H morn neat, nor hearken ye Hossiver, said the tenant of the kitchen, in answer to an unheard speech of Nelly's. It's a blazing shame that I cannot open T blessed book, but ya set up glories to Satan and all T flaysome wickednesses that ever were born into Th world. Oh, ye a right nothing, and she's another, and that poor lad be lost between ye. Poor lad, he added with a groan, he's witched, I'm certain on't. Oh, Lord, judge for there's neither law nor justice among our rulers. No, or we should be sitting in flaming faggots, I suppose, retorted the singer. But hush, old man, and read your Bible like a Christian, and never mind me. This is Fairy Annie's wedding, a bonny tune, it goes to a dance. Mrs. Dean was about to recommence when I advanced, and recognizing me directly, she jumped to her feet, crying, Why, bless you, Mr. Lockwood, how could you think of returning in this way? All's shut up at Thrushcross Grange. You should have given us notice. I've arranged to be accommodated there for as long as I shall stay, I answered. I depart again tomorrow. And how are you transplanted here, Mrs. Dean? Tell me that. Zillah left, and Mr. Heathcliff wished me to come, soon after you went to London, and stay till you returned. But step in, pray. Have you walked from Gimmerton this evening? From the Grange, I replied. And while they make me a lodging room there, I want to finish my business with your master, because I don't think of having another opportunity in a hurry. What business, sir? Said Nelly, conducting me into the house. He's gone out at present and won't return soon. About the rent, I answered. Oh, then it is with Mrs. Heathcliff you must settle, she observed, or rather with me. She has not learned to manage her affairs yet, and I act for her. There's nobody else. I look surprised. Ah, you have not heard of Heathcliff's death? I see, she continued. Heathcliff dead. I exclaimed, astonished. How long ago? 3 months since. But sit down, and let me take your hat, and I'll tell you all about it. Stop, you have had nothing to eat, have you? I want nothing. I have ordered supper at home. You sit down, too. I never dreamt of his dying. Let me hear how it came to pass. You say you don't expect them back for some time, the young people? No, I have to scold them every evening for their late rambles, but they don't care for me. At least have a drink of our old ale. It will do you good. You seem weary. She hastened to fetch it before I could refuse, and I heard Joseph asking whether it wasn't a crying scandal that she should have followers at her time of life, and then to get them jocks out O.T. Master's cellar. He was fairly ashamed to bide still and see it. She did not stay to retaliate, but re-entered in a minute, bearing a brimming silver pint, whose contents I lauded with becoming earnestness, and afterward she furnished me with the sequel of Heathcliff's history. He had a queer end, as she expressed it. I was summoned to Wuthering Heights within a fortnight of your leaving us, she said, and I obeyed joyfully for Catherine's sake. My first interview with her grieved and shocked me. She had altered so much since our separation. Mr. Heathcliff did not explain his reasons for taking a new mind about my coming here. He only told me he wanted me, and he was tired of seeing Catherine. I must make the little parlor my sitting room and keep her with me. It was enough if he were obliged to see her once or twice a day. She seemed pleased at this arrangement, and by degrees I smuggled over a great number of books and other articles that had formed her amusement of the Grange, and flattered myself we should get on in tolerable comfort. The delusion did not last long. Catherine, content at first, in a brief space grew irritable and restless. For one thing, she was forbidden to move out of the garden, and it fretted her sadly to be confined to its narrow bounds as spring drew on. For another, in following the house, I was forced to quit her frequently, and she complained of loneliness. She preferred quarreling with Joseph in the kitchen to sitting at peace in her solitude. I did not mind their skirmishes, but Hareton was often obliged to seek the kitchen also when the master wanted to have the house to himself. And though in the beginning she either left it at his approach or quietly joined in my occupations and shunned remarking or addressing him, and though he was always as sullen and silent as possible, after a while she changed her behavior and became incapable of letting him alone, talking at him, commenting on his stupidity and idleness, expressing her wonder how he could endure the life he lived, how he could sit a whole evening staring into the fire and dozing. "He's just like a dog, is he not, Ellen?" she once observed, or a cart horse. "He does his work, eats his food, and sleeps eternally. What a blank, dreary mind he must have. Do you ever dream, Hareton? And if you do, what is it about? But you can't speak to me." Then she looked at him, but he would neither open his mouth nor look again. "He's perhaps dreaming now," she continued. He twitched his shoulder as Juno twitched hers. "Ask him, Ellen. Mr. Hareton will ask the master to send you upstairs. If you don't behave—" I said. He had not only twitched his shoulder but clenched his fist as if tempted to use it. "I know why Hareton never speaks when I am in the kitchen," she exclaimed on another occasion. "He is afraid I shall laugh at him. Ellen, what do you think? He began to teach himself to read once, and because I laughed he burned his books and dropped it. Was he not a fool? Were you not naughty?" I said, "Answer me that." "Perhaps I was," she went on, "but I did not expect him to be so silly. Hareton, if I gave you a book, would you take it now? I'll try." She placed one she had been perusing on his hand. He flung it off and muttered if she did not give over he would break her neck. "Well, I shall put it here," she said, "in the table drawer, and I'm going to bed." Yet Fulk's preaching, even at its best, did not equal the impact of figures like Bernard or Peter the Hermit. His calls for strict austerity, while reflected in his own appearance, lacked an undeniable power to convince. He seemed to live and look much like other men. Worse still, he faced the same damaging suspicions that Pope Innocent had worked so hard to dispel. Fulk became the recipient of vast sums of money, leading to murmurs that not all of it was used appropriately. His influence steadily waned. However, he would not live to see the launch of the enterprise he had so vigorously promoted. Fulk died of a fever in Neuilly, while the Crusaders were still in Venice, and his role seemed to pass to the Cistercian abbot Martin. Other preachers also joined the cause, their words especially swaying younger French princes. Among them was Theobald, Count of Champagne, barely 20 years old and already nearing his end. Louis, Count of Blois, and Chartres joined him, followed by Simon of Montfort, the infamous leader of the future holy war against the Albigensians, Walter of Brienne, and many others, including notably Geoffrey of Villehardouin, Marshal of Champagne and historian of the Crusade, also took the cross. Months later, Baldwin, Count of Flanders, Hugh of St. Pol, the Count of Perchy, and many more assumed the Crusaders' badge. The combined forces of these leaders formed a formidable army. However, they lacked an adequate navy. The history of previous expeditions had finally convinced everyone of the desperate risks involved in the overland journey across Europe and Asia Minor. Only one state was fully capable of providing the necessary ships, Venice. And Venice, at least, had no reason to complain about the Crusades. These armed pilgrimages had vastly increased its commerce and profits, creating a widespread European demand for Eastern products that ensured the continuation of this lucrative trade. Consequently, the crusading chiefs turned their gaze to Venice. Envoys from the Counts of Blois, Flanders, and Champagne arrived there in the first week of Lent, appearing before Doge Henry Dandolo. He was venerable, over 90 years old, and a victim of Byzantine cruelty that had almost, if not entirely, cost him his sight. "Sire," said Villehardouin, the ambassador from the Count of Champagne, "we have come in the name of the great barons of France, who are pledged to avenge the insults offered to our Lord Jesus Christ by conquering Jerusalem. From no other state can they obtain the help they desire, and they implore you, for the sake of the Holy Cross and the Holy Sepulchre, to furnish them with ships and all other necessities for transporting their men across the sea." "On what terms?" asked the Doge. "On any terms you name," was the reply, "so long as we are able to bear them." The Doge promised an answer in 8 days. When that time passed, the envoys were informed that for 4 marks of silver per horse and 2 per man, the Republic would provide ships, provisioned for 9 months, to transport 4,500 knights with their horses, 9,000 squires, and 20,000 infantry. The total cost would be 85,000 marks of silver. Furthermore, the Republic would join the expedition with 50 of its own galleys. The terms were not unreasonable, and the envoys departed, some homeward, some to seek further aid from Genoa and Pisa. There they fared poorly. Villehardouin reached Troyes, only to find Theobald, the Count of Champagne, gravely ill. In his joy at seeing him, the young man mounted his horse one last time. He died a few days later, and the Count of Perchy soon followed him to the grave. The Count of Champagne had been intended as the chief of the enterprise. The command was then refused by the Duke of Burgundy and many others, finally accepted by Boniface, Marquis of Montferrat. It was not until the following year that the crusading forces truly mobilized, and their lack of cohesion immediately caused problems. Venice may have driven a hard bargain, though there is no strong evidence to suggest it was unjust, but since she would make no concessions on her terms, it was clear that the Crusaders' interests demanded they either accept or abandon the compact as a unified body. Dividing their forces would only burden those who still sought Venetian aid more heavily. However, the Crusaders were almost certain to choose the worse course. While some sailed across the Bay of Biscay and through the Straits of Gibraltar, others embarked at Marseilles. Still others made their way to ports in southern Italy, leaving Villehardouin at Venice to lament the terrible damage caused by these desertions. It initially seemed to deal a death blow to the enterprise. The Venetian fleet was ready, in perfect order and magnificently equipped, but the price, the 85,000 silver marks, had to be paid in advance. The Counts of Flanders and Streetpole and the Marquis of Montferrat could only raise 51,000 marks, even after selling all their valuables and straining their credit to the utmost. To this dilemma, the Doge proposed a solution that initially astonished, dismayed, and even disgusted the Crusaders. The war Pope Innocent had sought to ignite was strictly a holy war, directed only against infidels to reclaim lands that were the inalienable heritage of Christendom. But the Venetian Doge now announced that the remaining 34,000 marks could be discharged by conquering for the Republic the town of Zara, which he claimed had been unjustly seized by the King of Hungary. The summer wore on. The feast of the Nativity of the Virgin arrived when Dandolo, ascending the pulpit in St. Mark's Church, declared his readiness to live or die with the pilgrims of the cross. Then, going to the high altar, he affixed the blood-red badge to his high cotton cap. The sight brought tears and awakened the enthusiasm of all present. The less pleasant aspects of the compact lost their repulsive appearance, and Venice's interests were further secured by an agreement that she would receive half of all future conquests. A new actor now entered the scene. For several years, the palace of the Byzantine Caesars had been defiled by a series of bloody murders or even more cruel mutilations. Emperor after emperor had been put to death or blinded and thrown into a dungeon. The latter was the fate of Isaac Angelus when his throne was usurped by his brother Alexios, a tyrant not known for his wisdom. Isaac, loosely guarded, managed to communicate with his supporters. His son Alexios, having escaped in a Pisan vessel to Ancona, appeared to plead his cause before Innocent in Rome. He received no warm welcome. The Pope perhaps hoped more to bring about the submission of the Eastern Church to the Western through an enthroned emperor than through claimants or pretenders. Alexios was better received at the court of his brother-in-law, the Swabian chief, Philip. His messengers now appeared in Venice to implore the help of the commercial republic and the high chivalry of Western Christendom. It is possible that the vision this crusade was destined to realize for a time may have floated before Dandelo's mind as he listened to their earnest pleas. But for the present, he confined himself to words of encouragement and sympathy. The immediate task before them was the conquest of Zara, and Venice adhered to her bond with inflexible persistence. In vain, Abbot Martin, who with his followers had crossed the Tyrolean Alps, protested against the invasion of territories belonging to the Hungarian king, who had himself taken the cross. They were told the scheme could be abandoned upon payment of the 34,000 silver marks. In vain, Innocent sent his cardinal legate, Peter of Capua, with orders to forbid the Venetians from attacking Zara, even with their own forces, and to lead the army of pilgrims himself to Palestine. The legate was told he could embark with their fleet if he wished, but he must not dare to exercise his legatean authority once aboard. The indignant cardinal hastened to Rome. A few crusaders withdrew from the enterprise, and the Marquis of Montferrat pleaded pressing engagements that currently prevented him from taking command. The Venetian fleet, with the main body of crusaders, then set sail, moving in magnificent formation with a display of power that seemed unstoppable. The people of Zara, dismayed by the sight, immediately offered to surrender on the best terms they could get. The Doge promised to discuss the matter with the barons. However, while they were in council, Simon of Montfort, the future leader of a bloody crusade against heretical Christians, publicly shamed the Zorans for their cowardice and declared that Zara's conquest was not part of the Crusades' plan. When the summons for the envoys came from the Doge's tent, they were nowhere to be found. They had rushed back into the city, and the walls were now manned for siege. In the Crusader camp, Guido, the abbot of Vaux-Cernay, warned the army that they were pilgrims of the cross, swore not to wage war against Christians in communion with the Holy See. In great anger, Dandolo insisted that the barons uphold their agreements. Few dared, and perhaps few wished to defy him. Zara was besieged for 5 days. On the 6th, it fell. The Doge took possession, but divided the spoils with his allies. The capture of Zara raised hopes that were quickly dashed. The Crusaders wished to sail immediately for the Holy Land. The Doge, however, was determined to protect his conquest from attacks by the Hungarian king. Winter was approaching, the lands of Western Asia were suffering severely from famine, and a voyage undertaken then would lead to starvation. The only option was to make Zara their winter quarters. This proposal met with strong opposition, which was suppressed with bloodshed. The arrival of the Marquis of Montferrat to take chief command promised more harmonious action, but the crusade was once again diverted from its original purpose. Envoys arrived from the Byzantine Alexios and the Swabian Philip, arguing that the expedition's goals would be better achieved by placing Alexios on the throne of Constantinople than by attempting, certainly in vain, to reclaim Palestine from the Saracens. They insisted that the Crusaders' vow was truly a vow to promote the cause of God, right and justice in every way. No action, they argued, would further this cause more surely than restoring the disinherited prince to the throne from which he had been robbed by a usurper. They pleaded that in this instance, interest and duty went hand in hand. Alexios's first task after his restoration, they claimed, would be to bring the Eastern Church into submission to the Roman Church and see. His next task would be to aid the Crusaders to the best of his ability in their primary objective. He would not only feed the entire army and give them 400,000 silver marks, but would also join them in person or send 10,000 men at his own expense. The announcement of this proposal drew a passionate response from the abbot of Vaux-Cernay, who declared that they were armed only against Saracens and would go only to Syria. But though firmly supported by his partisans, there was virtually no counter to the retort that in Syria they could accomplish nothing, and Jerusalem could only be won through Constantinople or Egypt. Words and tempers flared, but the treaty with Alexios was accepted by the Marquis of Montferrat and the Count of Flanders, and the army's destination was set. The army's numbers slowly dwindled through the winter weeks. The looming threat of a papal interdict hung over the host, and the barons resolved to send envoys to assure Innocent that the diversion to Zara, which both they and he lamented, was entirely the fault of those faithless knights who, by departing from other ports, left their comrades without the means to pay the Venetians. Of the new compact made with Alexios, they prudently said nothing. Innocent, while agreeing to suspend the interdict until the arrival of his legate Peter of Capua, insisted that the barons must still atone for their offense. Against the Venetians, he took a harsher stance. The envoys were to carry a letter excommunicating these marauders. Marquis Boniface received the brief, but instead of publishing it, wrote to Innocent, submitting the baron's apology and stating that the Venetians were about to seek his forgiveness for the conquest of Zara. No such entreaties came, and Innocent issued fresh orders that his brief be delivered to the Doge. If this was done, it produced no result. Innocent was startled, if not dismayed, when he learned that the despoilers of Zara were preparing to commit an even greater sin. He denounced the entire scheme with seemingly vehement indignation. The Emperor of Constantinople may have been guilty of blinding his brother and usurping his throne, but his empire, Innocent insisted, was under the special protection of the Holy See. It was not their business or their vow to avenge the wrongs of Prince Alexios. Their first and paramount duty was to avenge the wrongs done to their Redeemer, whose cross they bore on their shoulders. Furthermore, the Byzantine emperor had, at the Pope's special request, promised to provide provisions for the Crusaders, and the promise of the Eastern Caesar could be trusted. If it failed, then they might forcibly take what they needed, while paying or promising to pay its value in money. Dandolo was in no mood to be swayed by papal pleas or threats. The day of embarkation had arrived, and Simon of Montfort, in his gloomy bigotry, hastened away to join the King of Hungary, the Pope's loyal servant. The other chiefs boarded the Venetian fleet, perhaps with a shrewd suspicion that their success would lead to a significant change in the Pope's tone and language. But whatever his desire to remain on good terms with the reigning monarch, his longing to see the Byzantine Church submit to Roman authority was far more intense. This submission would be the immediate result of Alexios's enthronement, and the Crusaders would then depart for the Holy Land. The vision of a Latin empire in Byzantium had not yet entered their minds, rich not only in the Pope's blessing, but also in a wealth of sacred relics that, now stored in the capital's churches, ought to pass into the hands of the faithful children of Roman obedience. Around the summer solstice, the Venetian fleet anchored in the Propontis, 9 miles west of the imperial city. A few days later, the army was at Scutari, where they received a message from the reigning emperor Alexios, promising aid in their passage through Asia Minor on the condition that during their stay on the shores of the Bosphorus, they would do his subjects no harm. The reply was a summons to the usurper to descend from his throne, with a promise that on this condition, they would obtain for him the pardon of his nephew, the rightful sovereign. This young prince was paraded by the Venetian fleet in front of the walls. However, the proclamation calling upon the people to acknowledge him as their sovereign was met with contemptuous silence or showers of arrows. No alternative remained but open war. The struggle presented few features of real interest. As a series of military operations, it held little to no value. The imperial fleet, it is said, consisted of only 20 ships, and these were useless, their anchors, cables, and sails having been sold by the admiral, a brother of the empress. The army exhibited all the pageantry of war, but lacked almost every soldierly quality. The port of Constantinople and the town of Galata were soon in the invaders' possession, and the siege of the city began, at least to the extent that a force assaulting only an insignificant portion of the wall can be called a siege. The first flag planted on one of the towers was placed there by men from Dandelo's ship. Dandolo himself, setting fire to the surrounding houses, held off the imperial troops while his crew fortified their position. The Latins and the Greeks were now face to face. The splendid ranks of the Byzantine army stood, seemingly ready for battle, when Alexios gave the signal for retreat and sealed his own downfall. That night he fled the city. The blind Isaac Angelus, drawn from his dungeon, was again clothed in imperial robes, and his son Alexios was admitted to share his imperial dignity. The Crusaders' task in Europe seemed now complete. Their heralds announced to the Egyptian sultan that they would soon exact swift vengeance unless he surrendered the Holy Land. The Pisans who had aided the usurping Alexios resolved their quarrel with Venice. The French barons asked the Pope's forgiveness for the attack on Constantinople, and Innocent replied that it would depend on the fulfillment of the promises made by Alexios. This prince, having paid part of the money he had sworn to give them, asked them to remember how costly their alliance was to him and how greatly he needed their help to stem the tide of unpopularity. In short, he let them know that they must find their winter quarters in or near Constantinople. It was absurd to consider the risks of a winter voyage, and even if they went, they could do nothing against the Turks until spring. He promised that he would then ensure nothing was left undone to further the success of the crusade. The northern pilgrims greeted these proposals with angry murmurs, but the true decision rested with Dandolo, who declared that at this time of year, the Republic's ships should not be exposed to unnecessary dangers. The army remained where it was, but new troubles quickly arose. Religious tensions escalated into brawls and fights. An accidental conflagration raged for 8 days through the city's streets and houses. The anger caused by these losses was intensified by the demands the young Alexios was forced to make to meet his obligations to the Crusaders. This fury turned to madness when his officers stripped churches of their gold and silver ornaments. The people's indignation found a voice in the powerful eloquence of Alexios Ducas, known as Merzuffel for his dark, shaggy eyebrows. His protests so swayed the young emperor that he became lax in fulfilling his compact with his allies. The Crusaders plainly told him that he must strictly adhere to that agreement or prepare for war. The night after receiving this warning, Alexios sent a squadron of fire ships against the Venetian fleet. The danger was great, but the Venetian sailors were as swift as they were brave. The deadly ships were diverted into open water, and only one Pisan merchant vessel was set ablaze and destroyed. It was Alexios's last exploit. Another revolution hurled him from the throne, which, after one or two more emperors were briefly installed and deposed, passed to Murzuphil. The new Caesar showed some aptitude for war, but preferred to attempt negotiations with Dandolo. The old doge retorted that he would have no dealings with the usurper, and if Murzuphil sought peace, he should restore his master, Alexios, to the throne. Murzuphil resolved that this demand would not be made a second time, and that night Alexios was killed in prison. The Crusaders professed profound sympathy for the fate of their former ally. Their grief prompted the resolution to eradicate the problem by placing a Latin emperor on the throne of the Eastern Caesars. The compact was drawn up. The booty obtained within the city would be shared equally between the French and the Venetians. A committee of 12, half French, half Venetian, would elect the new sovereign, who would receive 1/4 of the city, including the Blachernai and Bucolian palaces. The rest of the city would be shared by the two allied powers. Venice, freed from all feudal obligations to the Greek Empire, would also be free from any feudal dependence on the Latin sovereign, while the Latin patriarch would be chosen from the nation to which the emperor did not belong. The second siege of Constantinople was as unremarkable as the first. The Greeks' initial success on the first day was followed by a series of disasters, allowing the Latins to force their way through the gates on the fourth day. Murzuphil barricaded himself in his palace. A third conflagration devastated the city. In the morning, the conquerors learned that the usurper had fled with many inhabitants. The Latin conquest was complete. Only the Byzantine clergy urged continued resistance, but when they presented Theodore Lascaris to the people as their emperor, the people's silence showed the appeal was in vain. Then, seeing that nothing more could be done, Patriarch John Comateros fled from the sight of the awful scenes disgracing the Latins' triumph. The three Western bishops had strictly charged the Crusaders to respect the churches and the persons of the clergy, monks, and nuns. They were talking to the wind. In the frantic excitement of victory, all restraint was cast aside, and the warriors of the cross abandoned themselves with ferocious greed to insatiable and filthy lewdness. With disgusting gestures and in shameless attire, a depraved woman screamed a drunken song from the patriarchal chair in the church of Hagia Sophia, Justinian's magnificent creation. Wretches, blind with fury, drank wine from altar vessels. The table of oblation, famed for its exquisite and costly craftsmanship, was shattered. The splendid pulpit with its silver ornaments was utterly defaced. Mules and horses were driven into the churches to carry away sacred treasures. If they fell, they were lashed and goaded until their blood streamed upon the pavement. While these savages engaged in such acts, the more devout busied themselves ransacking receptacles of holy relics, accumulating a goodly store of wonder-working bones or teeth to be carried away to churches in great cities along the Rhine, the Loire, or the Seine. How, asked the Pope, shall the Greek Church return to ecclesiastical unity and to respect for the Apostolic See, when they have seen in the Latins only examples of wickedness and works of darkness, for which they might justly loathe them worse than dogs? The question was well posed, and we can be assured that Innocent would not overstate the case in favor of the Greeks, and his informants would not present him with the naked hideousness of iniquities too sinful to describe. The conqueror's first task was to elect a chief and divide the spoils. The committee of 12 met in the palace chapel and invoked the aid of the Holy Spirit. The 6 French electors were all ecclesiastics: the abbot of Laux, the bishops of Troyes, Soissons, Halberstadt, and Bethlehem, and the archbishop-elect of Acre. Their first choice fell on Dandolo. His wisdom, energy, and undaunted courage seemed to mark him as the best man to rule the empire he had been instrumental in winning. But the old man cared little for the office and for the Venetians. Combining the powers of emperor and doge in one person likely boded ill for the commercial republic's best interests. Only 2 other strong candidates remained. The Marquis of Montferrat, lord of a small principality at the foot of the Alps, would not be an object of Venetian jealousy, and his age and character well qualified him for the office. But Baldwin of Flanders, at 32, was in the first flush of vigorous manhood. He was descended from Charlemagne, and the French king was his cousin. He was also the feudal sovereign of a wealthy territory and the leader of a powerful army raised among his own people. The electors reached a unanimous decision, announcing to the waiting barons outside that the Count of Flanders was the Eastern Caesar. Boniface of Montferrat immediately did homage to him as his lord. Only the old doge was not required to make this act of submission. Carried on the shields of his comrades, Baldwin was taken to Hagia Sophia and there invested with the purple buskins. 3 weeks later, he was crowned by the papal legate, as the new patriarch had not yet been elected. This election was a subject of greater anxiety for the Venetians than the choice of a temporary sovereign. There was no fear here that Venice might become an insignificant dependency of a vast empire. They set to work with their usual promptness and coolness. The canonical regularity of the election was, they supposed, ensured by appointing Venetian priests as canons of Hagia Sophia. These canons were sworn to elect no one but a Venetian. Their choice fell on Thomas Morosini, a member of one of their noblest houses and a man highly esteemed by Innocent III. The Roman pontiff played his part with consummate skill. While the usurping Alexios was on the throne, he had striven to secure the Eastern Church's submission through his help. No sooner had Alexios fled than Innocent reminded his nephew Alexios of the promises of obedience he had personally made, and urged the Crusaders to insist on the immediate fulfillment of this promise. In no other way could they justify diverting forces, originally enrolled solely for the redemption of the Holy Land, to other purposes. He now had to deal with a new order of things. Emperor Baldwin had asked him to ratify the compact made with the Venetians to rekindle Western Europe's zeal for maintaining the Latin Empire in the East, to send forth new armies who would surely reap an abundant harvest in the now Latin-controlled countries, and to reinforce the Latin clergy with many new recruits. The Venetians had sought his forgiveness for attacking Zara and his sanction for the conquest of Constantinople. They could not bring themselves to believe that the people of Zara were truly under his protection, and thus had determined to bear the excommunication in patient silence until the pontiff learned the truth. For what they had done at Byzantium, the young Alexios was responsible, not they. He had tried to send fire ships among their fleet, and it was essential for their own safety and that of their allies to deprive him of the power to do further mischief. The satisfaction Innocent felt, and openly expressed, was carefully nuanced. He was pleased to revoke the excommunication of the Venetians, and his admiration for Dandolo's valor and wisdom was so great that he could not grant the venerable Doge's request to be relieved from his crusading vow. The hero who could so lightly bear the burden of 90 winters, Innocent insisted, must not deprive the crusade of services that would ensure its success and bring him glorious reward. To this delicate praise, which was also a command, he added the assurance that he had taken the Latin Empire under his special protection and had urged Western sovereigns and prelates to exert themselves to the utmost on its behalf. He felt bound to issue a stern condemnation of the horrific violence and lewdness committed by the Crusaders in sacking a Christian city. However, he also admitted that the history of the conquest was a memorable commentary on the parables of the talents and the vineyard. The Greeks had done nothing with the blessings entrusted to them. Far from aiding, they had severely hindered the warriors of the cross and even done their best to destroy them. They had maintained a causeless schism, turned a deaf ear to all pleas to return to the unity of the church, and now paid the penalty by seeing their inheritance in the hands of better stewards who would yield fruit in due season. But if Innocent was thus accommodating with the secular empire, he dealt harshly with the spiritual power the Venetians hoped to secure as their special portion. The Pope sternly censured both the Venetians and the French for daring to seize the temporal assets of the Eastern Church and for apportioning, along with other lands and property, whatever remained beyond what was deemed sufficient for the Latin clergy's maintenance. Nor could he validate Morosini's election, whether by a self-appointed chapter or by priests chosen by a purely secular authority. The election, in short, was null and void. Yet, so great was his regard for the Venetians, so high his esteem for Morosini, that he would personally appoint the man they had chosen to the Byzantine Patriarchate and invest him with singular privileges. These privileges included reserving certain appeals to the Pope, and the very plenitude of the powers thus bestowed only served to demonstrate with greater clarity the paramount sovereignty of the Roman pontiff, to whom Morosini would owe his dignity and jurisdiction. The great crusade promoted by Innocent had thus produced results very different from what he had expected. It had not touched the power of the Syrian sultans. It had not struck a blow on the soil of Palestine. But on the whole, he had no cause to complain. It had greatly extended the limits of his supremacy and subdued a spiritual rebellion that had torn asunder the seamless robe of Christ. However, if the Pope was a gainer, Venice had secured advantages that were perhaps more solid and certainly more enduring. By conquering Zara, she had laid the foundations of her vast commercial empire. Her factories at Pera needed only the defense of her fleets, while the Latins in Byzantium had to guard themselves against attacks by land. She had her settlements in the richest islands of the Aegean, and in every harbor the flag of the maritime republic was seen. This growth of her commerce was, moreover, fostering a spirit of antagonism to ecclesiastical authority whose outcome Innocent seems to have foreseen, and which he sought with all his power to crush. The abbot of St. Felix in Venice was consecrated, by command of Ziani, Henry Dandelo's successor, to the archbishopric of Zara, without first asking the Pope's sanction. Innocent's wrath blazed forth at once. He reviewed in the harshest terms the general policy of the Venetians in conducting the crusade. It was true that they had taken Zara and even overthrown the Byzantine Empire, but what he argued, would not an army that had won such victories have achieved in the Holy Land? Had the Crusaders fulfilled their vows, not only must Egypt have been subdued and the cross replaced on the Dome of Omar, but Syria itself must have been swept clear of all Saracen dominion. That this glorious result had not already been achieved, he declared, was the fault of the Venetians and of them alone. He, therefore, could not recognize their archbishop and insisted on their submission under pain of the censures ready to fall upon them. There is no evidence to show that the Venetians took the reproof to heart or that they vouchsafed any reply. Chapter 10. The Latin Empire of Constantinople. We have already noted the stark contrast between the character of the Greeks and that of the Latin and Teutonic nations of Western Europe. This included the centralized legal government of one versus the feudalism of the other, the restlessness and ambition in the West that led to constant private wars versus the habit of almost unthinking obedience among the Eastern Caesar's subjects, leaving them unable to cope with rougher spirits except through cunning, fraud, and treachery. The Crusaders had come to a people largely in a state of decline, yet to a land no less Christian than Italy or France. Indeed, it boasted churches more ancient than those of Milan, Ravenna, and Rome itself. It was a land ruled by a system of law that influenced the legislation of every European nation. It was a land where Antony and Basil had established monasticism long before Benedict of Nursia or Columba of Scotland. It was a land where the Church's ritual had taken root in Christianity's infancy and shaped the life, thoughts, and very being of all its members. This time-honored civilization, the Western champions of the cross now fancied they could crush or sweep away. Not one of them cared to think he was dealing with Christians or with subjects of the ancient empires of Octavius or Constantine. For them, the land, no less than Syria and Egypt, was part of heathendom, the people savages to be brought under a yoke as heavy as that of Western serfs. Their patriarchs, bishops, priests, and monks were ministers of a false faith beyond the pale of charity or mercy. Wiser conquerors might have mingled with the people, infusing new vigor into the enfeebled mass through intermarriage. But Baldwin and his allies drew a rigid line, separating the present from the past. All dignities, offices, and lands were confiscated, shared exclusively among the conquerors. If they were still under an emperor, this emperor was not the autocrat representing the majesty of Rome, but a mere feudal chief whose barons, though owing him homage, regarded themselves as practically his peers. In short, Baldwin and his comrades believed they could do in Constantinople what Godfrey and his allies had done in Palestine. Justinian's code gave way to the assize of Jerusalem, and not a single Greek was permitted to participate in the administration of this law. As it was with secular affairs, so it was with spiritual matters. The Pope unhesitatingly annulled Morosini's election by self-chosen or state-appointed canons, but only because his own authority was imperiled, not because they were infringing upon the jurisdiction of a patriarch whose throne was as ancient as Innocent's own. As if they were mere priests of Baal or Muslim imams, the Greek clergy were all driven from their churches, and the people forced to abandon their venerable liturgy for that of the Church of Rome. The emperor implored the Pope to send priests as though for the conversion of a heathen country, and to provide Dominican and Cistercian monks to reform the East's rigid monasticism. Innocent was indeed jubilant. His letters everywhere called on the faithful to succor the devoted missionaries preaching the gospel in Constantinople's churches and impressing upon the people the enormity of the heresy that denied the procession of the Holy Spirit from the Son as well as from the Father. Samaria, he declared, had now returned to Jerusalem. God had transferred the empire of the Greeks from the proud to the lowly, from the superstitious to the religious, from the schismatics to the Catholics, from the disobedient to the devoted servants of God. He was convinced of the necessity of sending young men from Parisian schools to strengthen themselves with Eastern learning. Philip Augustus summoned young Greeks to Paris for instruction in the Western creed and ritual. Both were playing with dangerous tools. The Pope and the King were both encouraging an exchange of ideas that would ultimately shatter the theory of the divine right of temporal despots and the infallibility of spiritual rulers. The order thus established lasted a little longer than the Latin Principality of Edessa. It was essentially a new patch on an old garment, new wine poured into old wineskins, only to burst them. In its relation to the conquered race, it had no more stability than the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem, and it itself gave rise to all the jealousies and quarrels that disgraced the feudal states of Western Europe. The strife began even before Morosini's landing. While still in Rome, he had been warned by the Pope to have nothing to do with the schemes of Venetian statesmen and to show no preference in his new home for men of Venetian birth. In Venice, he was forced to repudiate this promise, swearing that only Venetians should be canons of Hagia Sophia, and that to the extent of his power he would strive to secure a Venetian succession to his patriarchate. Nothing more than rumors of these intrigues was needed to arouse the suspicions of the French clergy. Consequently, when Morosini approached the shore, not one obeyed his summons. To the Greeks, the smooth, beardless prelate and his coarse-looking, beardless priests were equally repulsive. Morosini was left almost alone. He threatened with excommunication the clergy who would not admit his authority. His threats were met with indifference or contempt. The conquerors had indeed won a domain almost staggering in its extent, and the sharing of the prize was soon followed by the quarreling of robbers over their booty. Not 3 months after Constantinople's fall, the emperor led his forces against his vassal Boniface of Montferrat, now the lord of Thessalonica. This quarrel, though temporarily resolved, was a significant omen for the future of his empire. The time had come to execute the compact made before the conquest. The aged Dandolo became despot of Romania, and he died in his new sovereignty, leaving his countrymen the task of strengthening and extending their commercial empire through a chain of trading posts along the mainland and in the islands of the Adriatic and the archipelago. This task was too costly even for Venice's resources, and the commercial republic was compelled to govern its possessions by the feudal system to which its constitution was utterly opposed. For Boniface, Baldwin's chivalrous rival, the lordship of Crete held less appeal than the kingdom of Macedonia and Thessalonica, but his wanderings did not end there. Thebes, Athens, and Argos welcomed his followers, and the resistance of Corinth and Napoli was swiftly overcome. The Count of Blois received the dukedom of Nicaea, the Count of St. Pol the lordship of Demetria, a city about 20 miles south of Adrianople, but the power of the old Byzantine Caesars was more divided than crushed by the Latin Crusaders. The wretched Murzuphil, captured by the Latins, was hurled from the Theodosian column. However, Theodore Lascaris, the son-in-law of the Alexios who dethroned Isaac Angelus, established himself at Nicaea, first as despot, then as emperor, and soon extended his power from the Bosphorus to the banks of the Meander. Other parts of the empire also revolted against the new Caesars. The governors of Trebizond, initially without changing their titles, became sovereigns of their province, laying the foundations of their later empire. A no less formidable power arose in Epirus, centered within the walls of Durazzo, a city especially associated with the history of Bohemond. The conquerors were now to experience the effects of feudal subordination, which was merely another name for true anarchy. The terror they had inspired when their combined forces assailed Constantinople's walls rapidly diminished when their dispersal revealed their meager cohesion, and when field encounters proved not always irresistible. The storm burst upon the Latins from an unexpected quarter. The chief of the Bulgarians, John or Kaloyan, had initially greeted Baldwin with the freedom of an equal and the cordiality of a friend. But the retort that he must recognize the Count of Flanders as his emperor aroused a resentment that led him to make common cause with the insurgent Greeks. Waiting until Baldwin's brother Henry had crossed the Hellespont with a large force, he gave the signal for slaughter, and the Latins were immediately cut down in the towns and villages of Thrace. Baldwin at once sent a messenger to recall his brother, but before Henry could return, Baldwin set out with 140 knights and their retinues, followed by the aged Dandolo. The force was perilously small, but good order and discipline might have more than compensated for this disadvantage. All desultory action was forbidden. The order was disregarded by the Count of Blois, who was himself surprised and slain, while Emperor Baldwin became a prisoner. The army was saved by the wisdom, fortitude, and heroism of Villehardouin, whose masterful retreat is perhaps the only instance of true generalship in the entire military history of the Crusades. But the empire was already little more than a shadow of its former self. A few fortresses on the shores of the Propontis, along with the capital, now formed the Latins' imperial domain. Kaloyan was in the full tide of success. The Pope, to whom Kaloyan had but recently professed deep devotion, implored him to have mercy on his enemies and release the emperor. This last request, Kaloyan said, was beyond mortal power to grant. Baldwin had already died in prison. How? No one ever knew. Stories arose of horrible barbarities practiced on the defenseless captive. The common belief that great men cannot die led, 20 years later in Flanders, to a man who presented himself as the true sovereign of the country, winning from thousands of faith unshaken by the discovery of his imposture and the ignominious death that followed it. The careers of Alexander the Great and Baldwin were both cut short at an early age. Baldwin's younger brother, Henry, reigned for over 10 years, until his death at 44. His rule began in darkness and gloom, and was followed by overwhelming disasters. Yet, it remains the only period in the history of the Latin Empire that offers any measure of satisfaction. 12 months passed while Henry served as regent before he could accept his brother Baldwin's death and assume the imperial title. Dandolo had already died in Constantinople, and Boniface of Montferrat soon followed. After his disputes with the emperor over homage were resolved by Henry's marriage to Boniface's daughter Agnes. Boniface died fighting Kalojan, and with him his friend Geoffrey of Villehardouin vanishes from history. The tide, however, was turning against the Bulgarian chief. The Greeks, who had seen Kalojan as a restorer of freedom and law, found themselves dealing with a savage whose mind was set on massacre and the mass deportation of conquered tribes, a practice Eastern despots have always embraced. The tyrant's cruelties taught them that the Latin emperor might, in fact, be a friend. At their plea for help, Henry took the field with a dangerously small force. Kalojan's retreat was likely caused less by fear of the Latin army and more by the desertion of his Coman allies. Not long after, the Bulgarian chief was killed in his tent while besieging Thessalonica. Henry made an honorable peace with Kalojan's successor, Boril. A treaty with the Greek sovereigns of Nicaea and Epirus left him in undisturbed possession of ample territory. The rest of his life was dedicated to governing justly and orderly. Clearly seeing the fatal folly of the exclusive system favored by Crusaders, Henry chose to govern Greeks through Greeks. Key state offices were open to them and largely filled by them. He passively resisted the tyranny that repressed the Eastern liturgy and imposed theological dogma. To the theory of papal supremacy, he gave a significant answer by placing his throne to the right of the Patriarch's chair in the Hagia Sophia. Innocent III rebuked his presumption, but Henry was undeterred. He prohibited the alienation of fiefs, which had only increased the wealth and power of the clergy. Henry died in Thessalonica, ending the male line of the Counts of Flanders. However, the daughter of Henry's sister, Yolanda, was married to Andrew, King of Hungary. The Latins believed that choosing a powerful sovereign as their emperor might save their dynasty. The prize held no attraction for Andrew. Instead, the offer of the crown was tragically accepted by Peter of Courtenay, Count of Auxerre, Yolanda's husband. Peter had earned his spurs in a crusade not against Turks and Saracens, but against the Albigensian heretics of Provence. To raise a sufficient force for his march to the capital, Peter was forced to sell or mortgage most of his territories. When he reached Rome, Pope Honorius III, careful to avoid any perceived recognition of his authority over the ancient imperial city, crowned him in a church outside the city walls. For transport across the sea, Peter was obliged to seek help from the Venetians. It was granted, but under conditions similar to those imposed on Baldwin and his allies. He had to recover Durazzo for the Republic, just as they had conquered Zara for it. His success was no greater than Bohemond's. His miserable march from Durazzo led him into trackless mountains, where he fell into enemy hands. With him, the papal legate also became a captive. The Pope immediately threatened to excommunicate the Epirot sovereign, but it soon became clear that his concern was for the legate, not the emperor. The legate was released. Peter was likely murdered in prison. Henry's successor died without ever seeing the city he was meant to rule. While Peter of Courtenay languished in his dungeon, his wife Yolande, amidst her grief and anxiety, gave birth to Baldwin, the ill-fated child with whom the Latin dynasty would end. Death soon relieved Yolande of her sorrows. The barons again faced the task of choosing an emperor. Namur, Yolande's inheritance, had passed to her eldest son, Philip, who was too prudent to exchange the substance of his principality for the shadow of an empire. The crown was then offered to her second son, Robert, who began his journey through Germany and along the Danube through the territories of his brother-in-law, the King of Hungary. He was crowned by the Patriarch in Justinian's church, but the pageant preceded an endless series of disasters. Demetrius, the son and successor of Marquis Boniface, was expelled from his kingdom of Thessalonica. The remaining Asiatic territories held by the Latins were seized by the Nicene Emperor, John Vatatzes, son-in-law of Theodore Lascaris. Even more ominous was the fact that these conquests were achieved with the help of French mercenaries. The house was indeed divided against itself. The champions of the cross had learned to profit by serving the highest bidder or most successful general. To disaster in the field was added vice, and its consequent crime in the palace. Robert, in agony and rage over the mutilation of a woman he had wished to marry, despite already being wed to Vatatz's daughter, sought comfort and redress from the Roman pontiff. He was told to return to his capital and perform his duty. The weight of his humiliation proved too much. Death relieved him of the obligation to obey the papal order. Baldwin, Yolande's youngest son, was only 7 years old when Robert died. The barons of the Latin Empire felt that the imperial power, however diminished, could not yet be entrusted to him. They resolved to offer it, in the interim, to John of Brienne, titular king of Jerusalem, by right of his wife Mary, daughter of Isabella and Conrad of Montferrat, and granddaughter of King Amory. This veteran warrior, now over 80, whom we will encounter in Frederick II's crusade, was persuaded to accept the title of emperor on the condition that Baldwin would marry his second daughter and succeed him. But John's energy was diminished, whether by age or desire for rest. He did not reach Constantinople until 1231, 2 years after his election. Greek traditions are silent about the exploits Latins claim he performed during a siege of the city by the forces of Vatatzes and the Bulgarian chief Azan. His death began the ignominious reign of the second Baldwin, a 25-year period, most of which was spent in foreign lands. He sought pity for his sorrows and raised alms to relieve his needs. His success did not match his importance. At the Council of Lyons, which excommunicated Frederick II, he was ceded to the Pope's right. Yet at Dover he was questioned about his presumption in entering independent territory without leave. In England, he received 700 marks. In Rome, the pontiff showered him with indulgences and proclaimed a crusade in his favor. Saint Louis of France was moved to tears by the story of his wrongs, but his armies were directed to Egypt, not Constantinople. Still, by alienating his marquisate of Namur and his lordship of Courtenay, he managed to return to the east with an army of 30,000 men. The next scene of his history shows him allied with the Sultan of Iconium, to whom he gave his niece, and with the Comans, whose pagan rites he did not hesitate to partake in. His needs grew more pressing, and he turned his thoughts to the sacred relics remaining in Constantinople's churches. The most precious was the crown of thorns which had encircled the Redeemer's brow, for which he received 10,000 marks of silver from Louis IX. At smaller prices, he sold the Virgin Mary's baby linen from Bethlehem, the lance and sponge used in the Passion on Calvary, and Moses' rod. These and others were transferred to the exquisite chapel in Paris, which still attests to the munificence and perfect taste of the sainted King of France. Meanwhile, Vatatz's power expanded on all sides. Only his submission to Roman doctrine regarding the procession of the Holy Spirit was needed to secure a papal declaration in his favor. That submission was not made. His death brought a respite to the Latin emperor. But when Baldwin sent envoys to see what territorial concessions could be obtained from Michael Palaiologos, colleague and guardian of John, Vatatz's grandson, they were curtly told he would not yield a single foot of land. For an annual tribute, amounting to the entire sum received from Constantinople's customs and excise, the Latin Caesar might secure peace. If he refuses, he must prepare for war. The great quarrel was soon decided. Michael had bestowed the title of Caesar on his general Alexios Strategopoulos. By Michael's orders, the general went to keep a close watch on the capital, pledging not to take dangerous risks. He failed to keep his promise. With a small band of followers, he clambered over the unguarded walls, then began to tremble at his own rashness. But his volunteers would not hear arguments for retreat. The die was cast, and victory was the result. The Greeks rose on all sides at the cry to rescue their ancient empire. The Genoese were not unwilling to take revenge on their Venetian enemies. The Latin emperor with his chief vassals embarked on the Venetian fleet, sailing first to Euboea and then to Italy. The capital of the Eastern Empire was freed from the presence and yoke of its western conquerors. But for 13 more years, Baldwin carried an empty title, which earned him the commiseration or contempt of thousands who would not lift a hand to serve him. His claims were maintained by his son Philip, and through his granddaughter Catherine, passed to her husband Charles of Valois, brother of Philip the Fair of France. After the deliverance of the Holy Land and the restoration of the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem, Innocent III's deepest wish was to reunite the Greek communion with the Church. He also possessed the foresight to see that closer ties between the Eastern and Western empires would best achieve his goals. Yet, his own crusade struck a fatal blow to these hopes. Everything about the crusade and the events that followed fueled suspicion into vehement jealousy and intensified dislike into burning hatred. There was the merciless intolerance that viewed Christian patriarchs, their clergy, and their laity as heathens. This was simply because they questioned the Pope's supremacy and refused to add a single word to a single proposition in the Nicene Creed. There was the cruelty of installing strangers in the places of those who had taught and ministered to the people, and suppressing a ritual hallowed by ages of association. There was the blatant injustice that pushed Greeks out of every high, responsible, or lucrative office and imposed upon them a legal system utterly alien to their wishes, thoughts, and habits. There was the savage fury that had made the capital's streets run with blood and defiled its sanctuaries with blasphemy and massacre. Lastly, and perhaps not least, was the brutality that shattered or burned all that was beautiful in art, costly in materials, exquisite in workmanship, or precious due to its rarity and irreplaceable nature. The tombs of emperors were burst open and plundered. Masterpieces of ancient sculptors were toppled and broken. Only in the Venetians was the impulse to destroy weaker than the temptation to steal. The horses of Lysippus, carried across the sea to Venice, still stand above the magnificent portals of St. Mark's Basilica. The Greeks were left with a bitter hatred for the laws, customs, and government of Latin Christendom. An impassable chasm remained between the churches of East and West, a divide no efforts have yet been able to close or bridge. Chapter 11. The Sixth Crusade. In every crusade, the champions of the cross consistently nullified or threw away the advantages gained by their victories. The Sixth Crusade would be no different. However, the short-sighted obstinacy of the masses would be starkly contrasted by the moderation and wisdom of the great sovereign most associated with this enterprise, Frederick II. In his remarkable career, we see the intertwining of old traditions and what seems exclusively modern European civilization. The struggle between Frederick II and Gregory II, in many ways, anticipated the conflict between Leo X and Luther. The famine that Dandolo cited to the Fifth Crusade leaders as a reason to delay their voyage to Palestine until the spring following the conquest of Zara weighed less heavily on the Latin Christians in the Holy Land than a devastating earthquake. This quake laid many cities in ruins and was seen as a sign of the Last Judgment. Despite this belief, much money and labor were spent repairing Acre's shattered walls. Among the captives pressed into this work was, it is said, the Persian poet Sa'di. Both sides were greatly weakened and dispirited. News that Constantinople was in the hands of Boniface Dandolo and Baldwin provided Saphedin with a compelling reason to conclude a 6-year peace with the Christians. But before those 6 years ended, the deaths of Amory and his wife left the titular sovereignty of Jerusalem to Mary, daughter of Isabella and Conrad of Tyre. Unable to find a man of sufficient energy and ability on the spot to share the shadowy dignity, the barons sought King Philip Augustus of France's help to find her a husband. His choice fell on John of Brienne, who promised to lead a powerful army to Palestine within 2 years. The prospect of this formidable increase to his enemy's strength led Saphedin to propose renewing the peace, offering any 10 castles as guarantees of his good faith. As expected, the approval of the Teutonic Knights and Hospitallers provoked angry protests from the Templars and clergy. The decision was made for war. Only 300 knights accompanied John of Brienne when he departed for Palestine. In England, the wretched king, John, defied the Pope, while the kingdom suffered under papal interdict for his sake. The French king was more eager to exploit that interdict for his own advantage than to face the perils of another distant enterprise. For a time, even Innocent III felt that punishing Christian heretics was a more pressing duty than liberating the Holy Sepulchre. Thus, John of Brienne's marriage to Mary and their coronation as King and Queen of Jerusalem were soon followed by the sterner business of war. In his encounters with Saphedin, his exploits may have equaled Tancred's, but he was forced to write and inform the Pope that the Latin kingdom was attenuated to the shadow of a shade. His pleas reignited the Pope's old crusading spirit. Innocent revoked the indulgences that had made the crusade against the Albigensians as attractive as the crusade against the Saracens. In his encyclical letter, he declared that Muslim power was tottering and ready to vanish. It had lasted 666 years, the mystic number showing it to be the beast of the apocalypse. A short while before, he had written to the Sultan of Aleppo to thank him for his moderation towards Christians and his respect for their religion. Now, he demanded Saphedin's peaceful and immediate surrender of all Palestine, a country from which he was supposedly deriving more annoyance than profit. The crusade Innocent now wished to launch was preached in France by Robert of Corcon, an Englishman he had made his legate. This pupil of Fulk of Neuilly inherited all his earnestness and some of his eloquence. If the number of pilgrims he enrolled is any indication, his success was considerable. However, the barons and knights engaging in these expeditions were growing weary of the zeal that invited the maimed, the halt, the blind, and the leper to take the kingdom of heaven by violence. The same charge heard during Fulk's time was now pressed with greater force against his disciple. Robert was accused of diverting money given solely for the recovery of the Holy Land to other purposes. But he had a steadfast friend in Innocent who in 1218 appointed him as colleague to Pelagius, Bishop of Albano, in his legate in commission. A few months after the Council of Clermont sufficed to assemble and dispatch the armies of the First Crusade. For these later enterprises, the preparation time extended to years. In his sermons before the Fourth Lateran Council, Innocent declared his intention to accompany the champions of the cross to the scene of their exploits. Troubadours extolled him in their songs as their firm and courageous guide. But another year passed before the king of a people who had done their best to impede the first Crusaders was ready to embark on his eastward journey. The ships of Venice transported Andrew, king of Hungary, first to Cyprus, and then to Palestine, where an unsuccessful attack on a tower or castle on Mount Tabor seemed to disgust him with the undertaking. He resolved to return to Hungary, reaching home with scant glory, but rich in relics gathered in Armenia and Greece. The following year, another force, assembled at Cologne, and having captured Alcácer do Sal from the Moors in Portugal on its way, joined the Templars and Teutonic Knights. These forces had fortified a post on Mount Carmel and now favored Amriai's policy, which aimed at attacking and recovering Palestine through Egypt. The siege of Damietta began, and the castle was soon taken. The Christians were further aided by the disorders in Egypt following Saphedin's death, which forced his son, the Egyptian Sultan Al-Kamel, to take refuge in Arabia. In the Crusaders' camp, success, as usual, bred arrogance and sloth. Their strength increased with the arrival of new contingents from France under the Counts of Nevers and La Marque, from England under William Longsword, Earl of Salisbury, and from Italy under the Bishop of Albano and Robert of Corcon. The latter landed only to succumb to illness. While the other chiefs remained idle, Al-Kamel was restored to his throne by his brother, the Syrian Sultan Al-Muazzam. At length, the siege resumed with vigor and good fortune. Al-Muazzam, knowing the consequences of Damietta's fall, dismantled Jerusalem's walls. He then offered peace to the besiegers, pledging to rebuild the walls he had just torn down and to surrender not only the peace of the True Cross, but all of Palestine, with the exceptions of the castles of Carrick and Montreal, to protect pilgrims to Mecca. All that the Crusaders could hope to accomplish was now within their grasp. But the eagerness of King John of Brienne, with the Teutonic Knights and the French, to seize the prize was, for the Templars and Hospitallers, with the Italians and the Papal Legate, sufficient reason to reject the Sultan's offers with indignant contempt. Folly prevailed. Damietta was taken, and the Christians rushed into plunder and slay. The pillage was abundant, but pestilence had preceded them in the work of slaughter. Only 3,000, it is said, remained of the 70,000 who were trapped in the city at the beginning of the siege. To these plague-stricken wretches, life was promised on condition that they clear the streets and houses of their kinsfolk's dead bodies. The Crusaders once again had everything in their hands, but the winter was allowed to pass without further action. When spring arrived, the legate, against John of Brienne's remonstrances, insisted on attempting the conquest of Egypt. On their march to Cairo, they received the same offers from Sultan Al-Kamel that they had rejected during the siege of Damietta, and they rejected them again. But the Nile was rising rapidly. The Egyptians opened the sluices, the Crusaders' camp was inundated, their tents and baggage swept away. It was now the legate's turn to sue for peace, and he offered to surrender Damietta. In the Saracen camp, it was no easy task for Sultan Al-Kamil to quell the stern indignation with which many chiefs demanded the utter destruction of the enemy. He emphasized the immense importance of avoiding any action that would incite new crusades in Europe while Syria was menaced and ravaged by Tartar invasions, and of recovering Damietta without a blow from a garrison strong enough to withstand a siege as long as the one that had just ended months ago. The Egyptian Sultan's triumph seemed complete, but he now faced an enemy of a very different temperament. At 18, Frederick, son of the infamous Henry VI and grandson of Frederick Barbarossa, had been summoned by the Pope to assume the imperial crown. Otto of Brunswick, son of Henry the Lion, was declared to have forfeited it by his misdeeds. It was the old story. The strife between Pope and anti-Pope reflected the almost fiercer struggle of rival emperors. In this conflict, the Pope naturally sided with the party from which the Church was most likely to benefit. Otto, nephew of Richard the Lionheart, came from a house generally loyal to the Roman pontiffs. His rival belonged to the Swabian house of Hohenstaufen, from whom the popes had experienced more enmity than friendship. The memory of Frederick Barbarossa's days was vivid in the mind of Innocent III, to whom the two emperors appealed after their coronation. The deliberation was serious and long, but the outcome was not in doubt. Otto's rival, Philip, was an obstinate persecutor of the Church, even then scheming to deprive the pontiff of his kingdom of Sicily. He had to be suppressed before he reached full strength. Therefore, the Pope declared himself, for Otto, a man devoted to the Church. Through his mother, Otto was from the royal house of England. Through his father, from the Duke of Saxony, all loyal sons of the Church. Him, therefore, we proclaim king. Him we summon to take on himself the imperial crown. Innocent like the frogs in the fable, was only exchanging King Log for King Stork. Otto's reign was a period of desperate strife and anarchy in Germany, and of his desperate struggles to throw off the papal yoke. The Pope then turned his gaze to the youthful Frederick, then basking in his Sicilian paradise. Frederick showed promise of brilliant qualities that would later be sullied by darker lines of angry passion. In 1212, Frederick was chosen emperor at Frankfurt. In 1214, his victory at Bouvines shattered Otto's power. Frederick's gratitude for the Pope's favor had been demonstrated by taking the Crusaders' vow and pledging to lead an army for the recovery of the Holy Land. While his rival Otto lived, he could not fulfill his promise. 2 years before his own death, Innocent III had passed away from the scene of proud dominion and unceasing toil. The more moderate and kind Honorius III then occupied his seat. In courteous language that might pass for friendship, the Pope implored him to march to the rescue of the Holy Sepulchre. But dark shadows were already creeping across the clear sky. Without asking the Pope's sanction, Frederick, by a compact made with his vassals and prelates at the Diet of Frankfurt, secured the election of his son Henry to the crown of Germany. Honorius expressed his displeasure at a step that seemed designed to permanently unite the Sicilian kingdom with the empire. Frederick hastened to say he had no such wish, and that Sicily would revert to the Pope if he died without lawful heirs. A little later, crowned with his queen by the Pope in St. Peter's Church, Frederick promised that part of his army would be ready for the crusade in March of the following year, while he himself would follow in August with the rest. But Frederick had more than enough to do dealing with the turbulent barons of Apulia and guarding against Saracen insurrections in Sicily. A fleet of 40 ships was sent to no purpose, and the news of Damietta's loss was seen as an expression of divine displeasure for his slackness. It was clear that only a vast army under a skilled general could turn the tide for the Latin Christians of Palestine. Yet Nothing was said of the utter folly that had more than once squandered all the advantages gained by the most successful crusade. Such an army, however, could not be assembled in a month or a year. The decision was postponed from a meeting at Veroli to a meeting at Verona that never took place. When the Pope and Emperor next met at Ferentino in March 1223, it was agreed that 2 more years would be spent in preparations. Frederick, now a widower, would marry Yolande, daughter of the titular king of Jerusalem, and thus, as her heir, would go forth to maintain his own rights. King John of Brienne, present at the debate, immediately embarked on a mission, hoping for success akin to that of Peter the Hermit, Bernard, or Fulk of Neuilly. But times had changed, and King John could only report to the Pope the impossibility of moving at the time named in the Treaty of Ferentino. A new agreement was made at San Germano, postponing the army's departure for 2 more years. For months later, Frederick married Yolande, and immediately proceeded to strip his father-in-law of his shadowy royalty. John of Brienne, he insisted, was king only by right of his wife. Upon her death, the title had passed to his daughter, and to him as her husband. Thus, Frederick was king of Naples, Sicily, and Jerusalem. John was furious, but could only seek revenge through accusations, whether true or false, of the young emperor's gross and habitual profligacy. Never did the Pope love the emperor as he loved his son Frederick. Such were the words of Honorius when he parted from him after his coronation in Rome. Before the close of his pontificate in 1227, the gentle pontiff had to address not a few stern remonstrances to his loving son. The real struggle was reserved for the papacy of Cardinal Ugolino, a kinsman of Innocent III, who assumed the triple crown at the age of 80. To an eloquence unrivaled in his day and a profound knowledge of canon law and decretals, Gregory IX united the monastic severity of Gregory the Great and the inexorable will of Gregory VII. The sovereign he dealt with was still a young man of only 33. With Frederick's wishes, dreams, tastes, and accomplishments, Gregory had nothing in common. Frederick had been born and raised in Sicily. In the voluptuous splendor of that beautiful island, in the luxury of its sunshine and the gorgeous profusion and glory of its vegetation, his youth passed in a passion of delight. This was fed by the charms of music, poetry, painting, and a rich literature that laid the treasures of ancient knowledge at his feet. From the lays of troubadours and the company of noble knights and fair women, Frederick could turn to men learned in Eastern lore and the philosophies of Alexandria and Athens. His life was far from faultless. More accurately, it may be described as one of license which cast to the winds, at least for himself, the moral code of priests and monks. But it was a license to which all grossness, coarse rioting, and unrefined, boorish vices were abhorrent. Here, in his southern paradise, Frederick could say, with a freedom horrifying to the sacerdotal spirit of the age, that if God had seen his beautiful home, he would never have chosen the barren land of Judea for his people's abode. Here, too, he was subjected to influences likely to cultivate a temper far more disliked and dreaded by popes and their followers than irreverence or even blasphemous profanity. Around him gathered populations from many lands, all softened by the genial and delicious climate. Norman had shed some of his northern roughness, becoming an apt disciple of the gay science, in which Frederick held a prominent place. Even the Germans were toned down to something resembling decent demeanor and language. In contrast were numerous Jews who surpassed Christians in refinement, learning, and wealth, and Saracens, no less polished and cultivated, who delighted in calling themselves Frederick's subjects and submitting peacefully to his rule. Frederick, in short, was learning the dangerous lessons of toleration. His eyes were gradually opening to the perilous views that have become the orthodox creed of modern statesmen. As a ruler, He could survey the mingling of different religions without dislike. He saw that an empire surpassing the wildest dreams of feudal grandeur could be achieved by the extension and freedom of commerce across all parts of the earth. As a man of learning, he could promote a philosophy that, whatever its merit, would inevitably stimulate the mind and accustom it to regard all questions as matters to be settled by reason and evidence, not by authority. A picture more repulsive to the mind of a man like Gregory IX can hardly be imagined. The light-hearted enjoyment and liberal government of one were hopelessly opposed to the monastic gloom and ingrained despotism of the other. Frederick may have been slow in fulfilling his promise, but there is no evidence he ever deliberately intended to break it. He preferred to achieve his goals without bloodshed, if possible. He had already established friendly relations with the Egyptian Sultan, a connection that would later prove fruitful. For now, these interactions only intensified the anger of Pope Gregory. The Pope's patience wore thin when Frederick finally gathered his forces at Brundusium, only to see them decimated by fever. Then Frederick himself, after setting out with his fleet, was forced to return to Otranto harbor within 3 days. On St. Michael's Day, the Pope excommunicated Frederick with a bell, book, and candle. Addressing the Apulian bishops, Frederick's subjects, Gregory spoke of the Church's tender care for Frederick in his infancy and childhood. The Church had nurtured him to fight the serpents and basilisks she had unknowingly fostered within her bosom. She had carried him, rescued him from those who sought to harm him, and hoped to find in him a protector. These hopes, Gregory declared, had been dashed. Frederick, he asserted, had intentionally exposed his army to pestilence at Brundusium. After feigning a departure for Palestine, he returned under a false plea of illness to indulge in the luxuries of the Puteoli baths. On St. Martin's Day, and again on Christmas Day, the excommunication was repeated with all its chilling ceremonies. The Pope ordered the sentence to be published in all churches under his authority. In Paris, a cleric, claiming to know only the facts of the quarrel and not its merits, published it as a condemnation against whoever was in the wrong. "I excommunicate the aggressor," he proclaimed, "and I absolve the sufferer." Frederick, however, appealed not to the Pope, but to the sovereigns of Christendom. He maintained that his illness had been real and the Pope's accusations wanton and cruel. He argued that the Christian charity which should hold all things together is dried up at its source, in its stem, not in its branches. He reminded them that the Pope had stirred up the English barons against King John, then abandoned them to ruin. Frederick claimed the entire world paid tribute to the Pope's avarice, with his legates everywhere, gathering where they had not sown and reaping where they had not strawed. Yet, despite his furious language as vehement as the Pope's, Frederick never seemed to consider a definitive break with the papacy, nor did he contemplate casting aside his crusading vow as worthless. He committed to reassembling his armies swiftly and embarking on his expedition. This promise, however, only led to further trouble with the Pope. During Holy Week, Gregory laid an interdict upon any place where Frederick might be found. If this censure were defied, Frederick's subjects would immediately be absolved from their allegiance. The emperor, undeterred, steadily continued his preparations and traveled to Brundusium. There, papal messengers met him, strictly forbidding him to leave Italy until he had made amends for his offenses against the Church. In turn, Frederick sailed to Otranto and sent his own envoys to the Pope to demand the removal of the interdict. These envoys, predictably, were dismissed with contempt. In September, the emperor landed at Ptolemais, but papal emissaries had preceded him. He found himself under the clergy's ban and shunned by their supporters. The patriarch and the masters of the military orders were instructed to ensure no one served under Frederick's polluted banners. This charge was willingly carried out. However, Frederick found allies in the Teutonic Knights, led by their Grand Master Hermann of Salza, and among the pilgrims generally. He resolved to capture Joppa and summoned all crusaders to his aid. The Templars refused to move if orders were issued in Frederick's name. Frederick conceded, agreeing that orders would be given in the name of God and Christendom. Yet, while divisions among Christians greatly aided their enemies, the death of the Damascene Sultan Modhin offered little advantage to Frederick. The Egyptian Sultan Kamil was now in a more independent position, and his eagerness for an alliance with the emperor had rapidly cooled. Frederick, on his part, still sought negotiation. His initial demands reportedly extended to the complete restoration of the Latin kingdom. According to Arabian chroniclers, these demands eventually became almost abject supplications. At last, a treaty was signed. It surrendered to the emperor the whole of Jerusalem, except the temple or mosque of Omar, the keys of which would remain with the Saracens. Christians, under certain conditions, might be allowed to enter it for prayer. The treaty also restored the towns of Jaffa, Bethlehem, and Nazareth to the Christians. For Frederick, this treaty brought legitimate satisfaction. It allowed him to hasten back to his own dominions, where a papal army was ravaging Apulia and threatening Sicily. Only one task remained in the east. He had to fulfill his vows at the Holy Sepulchre. But here, too, the Pope's hand lay heavily upon him. Not only Jerusalem, but the sepulchre itself fell under interdict as Frederick entered the city gates. The Muslim infidels witnessed the churches closed and all worship suspended at the approach of the Christian emperor. On Sunday, in his imperial robes and attended by a magnificent retinue, Frederick proceeded to his coronation as King of Jerusalem in the Church of the Sepulchre. Not a single ecclesiastic was present for the ceremony. The archbishops of Capua and Palermo stood aloof as Frederick took the crown from the high altar and placed it upon his own head. By his orders, his friend Hermann of Salza read an address. In it, the emperor absolved the pope for his harsh judgment and excommunication, adding that true knowledge of the facts would have led the pope to speak in his favor, not against him. Frederick confessed his desire to shame the false friends of Christ, his accusers and slanderers, by restoring peace and unity, and to humble himself before God and his vicar on earth. From the Saracens, he earned golden opinions. The Cadi silenced a muezzin who was to proclaim the hour of prayer from a minaret near the emperor's lodging, because the call included the question, "How is it possible that God had for his son Jesus, the son of Mary?" Frederick noticed the crier's silence when the hour of prayer arrived. Upon learning the reason, he rebuked the Cadi for neglecting his duty and religion on his account. He warned that if the Cadi were to visit him in his kingdom, he would find no such ill-judged deference. Frederick reportedly showed no dissatisfaction with the inscription, declaring that Saladin had purified the city from those who worshipped many gods. He also expressed no displeasure when Muslims in his retinue knelt for prayer. His true thoughts about Christians were supposedly revealed when, seeing the windows of the Holy Chapel barred to keep out birds that might defile it, he asked, "You may keep out the birds, but how will you keep out the swine?" In glowing terms, Frederick wrote to the sovereigns of Europe, announcing the splendid success he had achieved more by diplomacy than by warfare. He scarcely realized the rock of offense he had created among both Christians and Muslims. With a few words on parchment, the Christian emperor had deprived his people of the hope of having their sins forgiven by murdering unbelievers. With the same words, the Muslim sultan had prevented his subjects from ensuring entry to paradise by slaughtering the Nazarenes. a letter from Gerald, Patriarch of Jerusalem, reached the Pope, filled with virulent abuse of the emperor as a traitor, an apostate, and a robber. But even before receiving this letter, Gregory had condemned what he deemed a monstrous attempt to reconcile Christ and Belial and to establish Muhammad as an object of worship in the temple of God. The antagonist of the cross, he wrote, the enemy of the faith and of all chastity, the wretch doomed to hell, is lifted up for adoration by a perverse judgment and by an intolerable insult to the Savior, to the lasting disgrace of the Christian name and the contempt of all the martyrs who have laid down their lives to purify the Holy Land from the defilements of the Saracens. But Frederick, in his turn, could be firm and unyielding. He returned from Jerusalem to Joppa and from Joppa to Ptolemy. There, learning of a proposal to establish a new order of knights, he declared that no one should levy soldiers within his dominion without his consent. Summoning all Christians within the city to the broad plain outside the gates, he spoke his mind freely about the conduct of the Patriarch and the Templars and all who aided and abetted them. He insisted that all pilgrims, having paid their vows, should immediately return to Europe. On this point, he was inexorable. His archers took possession of the churches. 2 friars who denounced him from the pulpit were scourged through the streets. The Patriarch was shut up in his palace, and the emperor's commands were carried out. Frederick returned to Europe to find that the Pope had incited Albert of Austria to rebel against him. Papal forces were under the command of John of Brienne, who may have been the author of false news regarding Frederick's death, and who certainly proclaimed himself as the only emperor. Frederick sent his envoys, led by Hermann of Salza, to the Pope. They were dismissed with contempt. Their master was again placed under the greater excommunication, alongside the Albigensians, the poor men of Lyons, the Arnoldists, and other heretics who, in the eyes of the faithful, were the worst enemies of the Christian Church. Such was the reward of the man who had done more to re-establish the Latin kingdom in Palestine than had been done by the lion-hearted Richard, and who, it can fairly be said, had done it without shedding a drop of blood. Chapter 12. The Seventh Crusade. While the term Crusades often refers to major expeditions, many minor journeys to the Holy Land occurred between these larger enterprises. However, the expedition led by Richard, Earl of Cornwall, King of the Romans, and brother of Henry III of England, was almost as remarkable as Frederick Tooss. For this reason, it can fairly be considered the 7th of these extravagant and ill-fated endeavors. Over time, the fervor that animated the early Crusaders had somewhat softened. Yet, in the events following Frederick's return, we see a genuine backlash against the diversion of funds. Money contributed for the deliverance of Palestine was constantly being used for other purposes. These diversions had become so common that papal collectors viewed it as an annoyance or even an insult if anyone refused to commute their crusader vows into money payments. The peace treaty between the Egyptian Sultan Kamil and Frederick was little more than a truce, set to last 10 years. However, even during that period, the agreement was not strictly adhered to by either side. Thousands of Christians were reportedly slain during their passage from Acre to Jerusalem. Envoys were dispatched to Gregory IX and Frederick, who had since reconciled at Anagni, pleading for the equipping of another crusade. A crusade was consequently enjoined, but seemingly with little sincerity. When the French barons, led by Theobald, Count of Champagne and King of Navarre, and Hugh, Duke of Burgundy, met in council at Lyons, the papal legate commanded them to adjourn their discussions and return home. They peremptorily refused. Yet, just as their plans seemed fully matured, ambassadors from Frederick himself implored them to wait until he could offer effective help. Even this appeal was ignored, although Frederick ordered his officers to withhold all aid from the Crusaders. These barons insisted on carrying out their design and eventually made their way to Acre. Before they arrived, Camille had seized Jerusalem and dismantled the Tower of David. The Crusaders now faced a task no less arduous than that which Godfrey of Bouillon and his followers had encountered. Their failure was complete. It can scarcely be said they even attempted to grapple with it. The English Crusade, under Richard of Cornwall and William Longsword, son of the Earl of Salisbury, though not an earl himself, embarked from Dover for France. After journeying across France, they set sail from Marseilles, despite a papal prohibition. This expedition yielded far more substantial results. Upon reaching Acre, they found the affairs of both Christians and Muslims in a state of strange confusion due to treaties that neither side could strictly uphold. However, a renewed quarrel between the sultans of Egypt and Damascus greatly favored them. Richard's march to Jaffa led to negotiations, and the resulting treaty granted him terms even more favorable than those conceded to Frederick II. Palestine was once more virtually in Christian hands, and it largely remained so. That is, until 2 years later, when the Latin kingdom was again swept away by a foe more merciless than any the Crusaders had yet encountered. The brutal hordes, unleashed by Genghis Khan from the remote wilds of Tartary, drove out countless masses from the Khwarezmian territories, people scarcely less brutal than themselves. These fugitive Khwarezmians burst into Palestine. Jerusalem's garrison deserted the city, and the savages quickly sated themselves with blood. The living were cut down, the dead torn from their graves. Thousands of pilgrims, lured back to the city by the display of crusading banners from the walls, became fresh victims for the awful sacrifice. In this desperate situation, the Templars joined forces with the Syrians. A battle ensued, in which the Grand Masters of both the Templars and Hospitallers were slain. The only survivors were 33 Templars, 16 Hospitallers, and 3 Teutonic Knights. For a time, the Khwarezmians were allied with the Egyptian sovereign, but this harmony soon turned to enmity. The Khwarezmians were defeated and scattered, and the tempest of barbarian invasion finally came to an end. Chapter 13. The Eighth Crusade. Pope Innocent IV cited the havoc caused by the Khwarezmian invasion as justification for launching another crusade. At a council held in Lyons, the Bishop of Baratos vividly described the miserable state of Christians in the Holy Land. Consequently, a new effort for its deliverance was resolved. Honorius wrote to Henry III of England, emphasizing his duty to take up the cross, like his lion-hearted predecessor. However, Henry faced a more pressing antagonist in Simon of Montfort, Earl of Leicester, than any Egyptian sultans or Khwarezmian savages. The Pope found a more receptive heart in Louis IX, King of France. This saintly king, the very embodiment of royal monks and devotees, was 10 years old when he ascended the throne after the death of his father, Louis VIII. His mother, Blanche of Castile, the regent of the kingdom, raised him with a strictness to which he responded with boundless docility. In his youth, the beauty of some maidens once drew from him a glance of admiration. His mother sternly told him she would rather see him dead than harbor a sinful thought. His own inclination would have led him to the cloister, but the interests of the state demanded his marriage. His wife, Margaret of Provence, also fell under the rigid discipline of the Queen Mother. His self-severity intensified with age. At night, he would rise from his bed and pace his chamber, even in the coldest season. He found desirable torture in a shift of the coarsest haircloth worn next his skin. He tasted fruit only once a year. On Fridays, he never changed his dress and never laughed. The iron chain scourges he carried at his waist in an ivory case drew blood from his shoulders once every week of the year and thrice weekly during Lent. He would walk for miles to distant churches wearing shoes without soles. He would barely content himself with 2, 3, or even 4 masses a day. If he traveled, his chaplain recited the offices on the road. Even monks tried to temper an asceticism that almost exceeded the rules of Benedict, Dominic, or Francis. The king would ask if he would have received the same rebuke had he spent twice as much time hawking and dicing. No reproach, sarcasm, or insult could disturb the serenity of his humble soul. "You are not a king of France," exclaimed a woman pleading her cause before him. "You are a king only of priests and monks. It is a pity you are the king of France. You ought to be turned out." "You speak truly," answered Louis. "It has pleased God to make me king. It would have been well had he chosen someone better able to govern this kingdom rightly." The woman was sent away with a gift of money. Money was a thing the king valued little, seldom needing it except for the purchase of relics. Here, his avarice was unbounded. We know he paid the enormous sum of 10,000 silver marks for the genuine crown of thorns preserved in the Church of Sancta Sophia. To such a man, absolute obedience and implicit trust, not only in God but in every article or proposition of the Christian faith, were the first and most indispensable virtues. Not one point in church theology was to be questioned. Every single one was to be received as absolutely true. "Do you know the name of your father?" he asked his seneschal, the Lord of Joinville, who accompanied him to Palestine. Joinville's inimitable memoirs bring the man and his age to life. "Yes," answered the seneschal, "his name was Simon." "How do you know that?" Louis pressed. "Because my mother has told me so many times." Then the king concluded, "You ought perfectly to believe the articles of the faith which the apostles of our Lord have testified to you, as you have heard the credo chanted every Sunday." For questioning and argument, his system had no place. Under no circumstances could there ever be a need for questioning. He recounted to Joinville, with hearty approval, the conduct of a knight. During a dispute between some Jews and the monks of Cluny Abbey, the knight asked the abbot for leave to speak. With some difficulty, his request was granted. Raising himself on his crutches, the old warrior beckoned the rabbi to draw near and posed one question. "Do you believe in the Virgin Mary, who bore our Savior Jesus Christ, and that she was a virgin when she was the Mother of God?" The Jew promptly answered that he believed not one word of it. "Fool that thou art," replied the knight, "for daring to enter a Christian monastery when thou disbelievest these things. For this madness thou shalt now pay." Lifting his crutch, he struck the man with a blow on the ear that knocked him to the ground. His comrades fled the scene of controversy, while the abbot stepped forward to reprove the knight for his folly. "Thou art the greater fool," was the retort, "in permitting an assembly from which good Christians might, by listening to their arguments, have gone away unbelievers." The king, Joinville tells us, sealed the moral of the story with these words: "No one, however learned or perfect a theologian he may be, ought to dispute with Jews. The layman, whenever he hears the Christian faith impugned, should defend it with a sharp-edged sword which he should drive up to the hilt into the bodies of the unbelievers. We cannot truly understand the history of an age without knowing at least some of the people who lived in it. This fact gives an importance to details about Louis IX that we might otherwise dismiss with a sigh or a smile. "Do you wash the feet of the poor on Holy Thursday?" he asked the Lord of Joinville. "Oh, fie!" was the answer. "No, never will I wash the feet of such fellows." "It is ill said, indeed," the king replied, "for you should never hold in disdain what God did for our instruction. For he who is Lord and Master of the universe did on that day, Holy Thursday, wash the feet of all his apostles, telling them that he who was their master had thus done, that they in like manner might do the same to each other. I therefore beg of you, out of love to him first, and then from regard to me, that you will accustom yourself to do so. Another sermon, gentle enough to make us forget its tedious prosing, rebuked Joinville's impetuosity in saying he would rather have committed 30 deadly sins than be a leper. Lewis was, in short, a man who would have loved all humanity had he not been taught that unbelief, heresy, or even doubt, honest doubt was for him inconceivable, placed the unbeliever or doubter beyond the pale of Christian charity. For Jews and infidels, he avowed the most burning hatred, though this hatred would likely have vanished like morning mist before the sight of a Jew or infidel in dire distress or agony. But despite his bigotry and narrowness, his stern asceticism and incessant sermonizing, there was in him a depth of sweetness and gentleness, a genuine goodness of heart and life, which won him the love of thousands who made little attempt to follow his example. In an age infamous for its foul language and profanity, the purity of his speech was never tarnished. In his quaint phrases, Joinville said of him, "I never heard him at any time utter an indecent word, nor make use of the devil's name, which is now very commonly uttered by everyone, a practice which, I firmly believe, far from being agreeable to God, is highly displeasing to him." Moreover, these qualities were combined with sound sense and a firmness of will that made him, in all matters of right and duty, as hard as adamant. This effectively crushed any contempt some might have felt for his superstitions. He could bear rebuke patiently. However, those who thought they could exploit his devotion to encroach on his rights as king, or even the rights of his neighbors, were quickly disabused. When Gregory IX, after his second and final rupture with Frederick II, deposed him from his imperial throne and offered the dignity to Louis's brother Robert, the meek and gentle king replied to the Pope in these words, "Whence is this pride and daring of the Pope, which thus disinherits a king who has no superior, nor even an equal among Christians, a king not convicted of the crimes laid to his charge? Even if these crimes were proved, no power could depose him but that of a general council. On his transgressions, the judgment of his enemies is of no weight, and his deadliest enemy is the Pope. To us he has not only thus far appeared guiltless, he has been a good neighbor. We see no cause for suspicion either of his worldly loyalty or of his Catholic faith. This we know, that he has fought valiantly for our Lord Jesus Christ both by sea and land. So much religion we have not found in the Pope, who endeavored to confound and wickedly supplant him in his absence while he was engaged in the cause of God. In this cause, as interpreted by the religion of the time, this guiltless but stout-hearted champion of justice and right was now to peril limb and life. He faced it without a shade of fear and with a complete lack of every quality needed in a general and leader of armies. A more thorough contrast to Frederick, whom he so valiantly defended, would be impossible to imagine. To him, the learning, grace, and refinement of heathen philosophers and poets, the music and songs of all poets of all ages, were beyond expression. Of an intercommunion of nations founded on commerce, learning, and art, he could have not the faintest notion. To the best of his ability, he would administer justice in his own land as long as he remained there. When his duty as a champion of the cross called him elsewhere, he would leave with 50,000 men in his train, having formed no military plans. He operated under a profound conviction that God, whom he sought to serve, would fight his battles. If this did not happen, the result would be due only to his own sins and sinfulness. To the remonstrances of his mother, who sought to dissuade him from the enterprise, his ear was utterly deaf. He was seized with illness. Life seemed to be gone. An attendant, believing he had passed, drew a covering over his face. It was withdrawn by another, and the king was heard to say, God has raised me from the dead. Give me the cross." The die was cast. 9 months later, he publicly assumed the badge in the Parliament of Paris. At Christmas that same year, he distributed to his courtiers his usual gift of a new robe to each. By his orders, a red cross had been embroidered on these garments between the shoulders, and the nobles found themselves fairly entrapped. They had to accompany the king. 2 more years were spent in preparations. On June 12, 1248, Louis received his purse, pilgrim staff, and the oriflamme, the sacred banner of the saint, from the papal legate at the Abbey of St. Denis. By the end of August, he had sailed from France. 8 months were spent in Cyprus, where his people were largely fed by Emperor Frederick. This kindness prompted a heartfelt letter to the Pope, pleading for the absolution of a man who had so befriended the soldiers of the cross. His letter was met with contempt. In the spring of the next year, Louis sailed for Egypt. As soon as his fleet approached Damietta, his envoys hurried to the Sultan with alarming depictions of their master's power and a summons for immediate submission. The Sultan replied that his cause was just, that those who waged war without just cause would perish, and that mighty armaments had often been destroyed by a handful of soldiers. The campaign began with significant success. The garrison of Damietta, struck with panic, fled at the sight of 50,000 crusaders landing in a military parade. The city was taken, but its inhabitants had already fled to Cairo, first setting fire to the quarter where they had stored their merchandise and most valuable property. This victory had its usual effect on the Crusaders. While Louis's saintly life remained unbroken, his people within a stone's throw of his tent indulged in unrestrained debauchery. Later in the season, their force was augmented by 200 English knights under William Longsword, now Bishop of Salisbury. In November, the army began its march towards Cairo. Their progress, already difficult due to enemy assaults, was effectively halted at the Ashmound Canal. The causeways they attempted to build were destroyed, and their machines burned with Greek fire. At length, a Bedouin, for a large bribe, showed them a ford. The passage was made, and the enemy fled before them on the other side. With good order and discipline, the Crusaders might have achieved substantial success. However, the Count of Artois, the king's brother, could not wait for the main army to join him. He insisted on pressing ahead against the fugitives. In vain, the Grand Master of the Templars reminded him of the folly of trusting a fleeting fear. The Count deliberately accused his advice of systematic treachery. "Do you suppose," replied the Templar with calm dignity, "that we have left our homes and our substance and taken the religious habit in a strange land, only to betray the cause of God and to forfeit our salvation?" The Bishop of Salisbury offered his mediation, but it was rejected with a biting insult. In complete disorder, the Crusaders rushed into Mansoura. Seeing their condition at a glance, the Mamelukes fell upon their prey. A sufficient force was sent to cut off all communication between the men with the Count of Artois and the main army under the king. Boiling water, stones, and blazing wood were hurled upon them from the houses. The Count of Artois was killed before he could witness the full effects of his folly, and his death was soon followed by that of William Longsword. The utter destruction of his force was prevented only by succor from the king, who, though perhaps feeble as a general, showed dauntless and unselfish bravery in the hour of danger. Both sides suffered terribly, but the king was cut off from Damietta, and a particularly malignant sickness began to plague his camp. Louis offered the enemy a treaty based on exchanging Damietta for the lordship of Jerusalem. The negotiation failed, and retreat became inevitable. However, at the river and before the canal, they had to fight at a desperate disadvantage. The king's courage remained unbroken, but his strength was gone. He collapsed in a state of exhaustion after exertions worthy of English Richard, and awoke to find himself a prisoner. Some, says Joinville, found the idea of retreat intolerable. The mindset of the age is vividly captured in the story of James du Chastel, Bishop of Soissons, who preferred to live with God rather than return to his homeland. He charged the Turks as if he alone intended to fight their entire army, and they promptly sent him to God, placing him in the company of martyrs by cutting him down. The Crusades seemed to be ending in hopeless disaster. The queen at Damietta was about to become a mother when she heard the news of her husband's captivity. A premature birth followed. She named her baby Tristan, the child of sorrow. Louis himself endured even greater misery. Of 10,000 Christian prisoners in Mansoura, only those who embraced Islam were allowed to live. Some recanted, and Louis suffered the bitterness of witnessing their apostasy. The vast majority stood firm, and he endured the agony of seeing them die. Yet, at no time was he known to exhibit a more unclouded trust in God or a cooler bravery toward his enemy. Peace was offered to him if he would surrender all Christian fortresses in Syria. He replied that they were not his to surrender, and that he could not dispose of what belonged to Frederick II as King of Jerusalem. He was threatened with torture and with the degradation of being carried from city to city, exposed for sightseers. He replied quietly, "I am your prisoner. You may do with me as you will." At last, it was arranged that Damietta should be given up, that the king should pay 1,000,000 bezants for his own ransom, and 500,000 French livres for his barons. He demurred at the amount for himself, but agreed at once to the other. The King of France, he said, must not haggle about the freedom of his subjects. Not to be outdone by his unselfishness, Sultan Turan Shah struck 1/5 from his ransom. This was almost the last act of the Sultan's life. His murder heightened the dangers for the Christian captives. Louis's firmness in refusing to take an oath phrased in what he pronounced to be blasphemous language further increased their peril. The difficulty was finally overcome. After enduring sufferings that the Saracens claimed, if we can believe Joinville, would have made them renounce Mohammed had they undergone them, the king was free. Still, Louis, with the mere remnants of his army, could not bring himself to return home. He had written repeatedly to urge Henry of England to provide immediate and effective succor. He could not believe that Henry would disregard his entreaties, especially when these were backed by offers of the surrender of Normandy. He still imagined that the Vicar of Christ himself, having resolved his long quarrel with Frederick, would hasten to join his faithful children and lead them in a supreme effort that could not fail. He was abandoned by his brothers, the Counts of Anjou and Poitou, but with his faithful seneschal he made a pilgrimage in sackcloth to Nazareth. He firmly denied himself the sight of the Holy Sepulchre, the dearest longing of his heart. The Sultan of Damascus freely offered permission to visit it, but Louis would not leave behind a precedent for future sovereigns to reap the fruits of an enterprise in which they had failed. He returned to Europe like Richard of England, humbled but not dishonored. Rather, to speak more strictly, having won that serene renown which was soon to place his name in the long catalogue of the saints. Chapter 14. The Ninth Crusade. Throughout the history of the Crusades, the wisdom of the general or the statesman is conspicuously absent. We can compare these wild enterprises to the erratic course of a comet, brilliant for a moment before rushing into darkness. As we have seen, they carried none of the elements of permanent success, yet lasted long enough to impoverish countless individuals and bring misery to millions of homes. However, the qualities that earned the early Crusaders their renown were present to the very end. Their absolute fearlessness, their firm persistence in the faith they held as true, and their heroic endurance of suffering. These virtues, though brilliant, were ultimately useless without the sagacity of a wise ruler. With this wisdom, the Latin Christians of Palestine were destined never to learn. Disunion perpetually led to quarrels, sometimes escalating into open warfare. Between the Venetians, Pisans, and Genoese there was, at best, a hollow truce. The Templars, Hospitallers, and Teutonic Knights often took opposing sides in disputes. In 1259, a schism between the Templars and Hospitallers even led to a pitched battle from which scarcely a Templar escaped alive. From slaughtering each other, the champions of the cross passed to the slaughterhouses of Saracen executioners. The savage warriors of the Mamluk Sultan Baybars seized Nazareth and Acre, torturing to death those who had not been fortunate enough to fall on the battlefield. 90 Hospitallers held the fortress of Azotus, the last of whom died when their enemies finally stormed the walls. The castle of Safuri was surrendered by the Templars on the condition that the garrison, numbering 600 men, would be safely conveyed to the next Christian town. The Sultan, however, ignored the treaty, giving them a few hours to choose between death and apostasy. The prior and 2 Franciscan monks implored their companions to stand firm in their faith. When the Sultan demanded their answer, not a man shrank from the penalty of refusal. All were slaughtered, with the prior and 2 monks being flayed alive. At length, tidings reached Europe that Bohemond VI had been driven from Antioch, and his city had fallen into the hands of the unbelievers. The saintly King Louis IX still yearned for the rescue of the holy places. However, the memory of his past disasters made him fear that his sinfulness or poor generalship might again bring disgrace upon Christian arms. His diffidence was met with encouragement from Pope Clement IV, who urged Henry III of England to do his duty by taking the cross. 3 years had passed since the defeat of Simon de Montfort, Earl of Leicester, at Evesham. The country, though not in actual war, was far from repose. One might wonder why, at such a time, the prince who would later reign as Edward I would pledge himself to a new crusade. It seems clear, however, that the enterprise could be used to draw away men who might be troublesome or dangerous to his father or himself. Edward took care to ensure that the Earl of Gloucester, whom he feared most, shared his perils, if not his glory, in the east. With 60,000 men, Louis IX, accompanied by the Counts of Flanders, Brittany, Champagne, and other barons, left France, never to return. A storm drove the fleet to Sardinia, where it was decided that the Crusaders would first go to Tunis. Charles of Anjou, the sovereign of Sicily, was eager to maintain the rights of Christendom by exacting a tribute formerly paid to his predecessors. The devout Louis, it is said, remembered messages by which the King of Tunis had expressed a wish to embrace Christianity, believing that the presence of a large army would give him the courage to openly confess the true faith. The army landed and encamped on the site of Carthage, we are told, when a plague broke out, striking the king among its many victims. His entire life had been a prayer, and it remained a prayer for others rather than for himself until the very end. With serene submission to divine will, he stretched himself on his couch of ashes, and as he uttered the words, "I will enter thy house, O Lord, I will worship in thy sanctuary," he died. When the English Edward finally arrived in the camp, he realized that reaching Palestine before winter was impractical. He decided to return to Sicily until spring. Upon reaching Acre, he found that his name carried much of the terror associated with Richard Plantagenet. The Christians hastened to his standard, and with 7,000 men he attacked and took Nazareth, slaying the people in a massacre as pitiless as any that had stained the chronicles of the Crusades. It was his first and last victory in Palestine. His campaign was cut short by sickness, and the dagger of an assassin sent by the Emir of Joppa as a bearer of letters concerning Edward's conversion to Christianity, nearly ended his life. Edward hurled the murderer to the floor and stabbed him to the heart. But the dagger was undoubtedly poisoned, requiring more than ordinary skill from surgeons to halt the venom's progress. The sides of the wound were carefully pared away, and the strength of youth, along with the tender nursing of his wife, Eleanor, did the rest. Later romancers created the tale that he would have died had she not, with her lips, sucked the poison from the wound. It was clear that nothing more could be done in the Holy Land, and Edward knew not how soon his presence might become indispensable in England. A peace was made for 10 years, and the English crusaders embarked on their homeward voyage. For a long series of years, Europe had made vigorous efforts. Yet the result was no more substantial or permanent than lines left on sea sand by an ebbing tide. For a moment, it seemed that the spirit of the dream might change when Theobald, Archdeacon of Liege, a friend of the English Edward, was summoned from Acre to fill the chair of St. Peter as Gregory X. Theobald had been an eyewitness to the desperate calamities crushing the Latins of Palestine. He called the princes of Europe to the rescue with a zeal worthy of Innocent III or Urban II. A council held at Lyons decreed a new crusade. Rudolph of Habsburg, not yet firm in his imperial dignity, pledged himself to join it, an example followed by Michael VIII Palaiologos, who 13 years earlier had overthrown the Latin dynasty in Constantinople. But Gregory died less than 2 years after the assembly at Lyons, and his visions of renewed conquests in Palestine died with him. In the Holy Land itself, the miserable Christian remnant clung to its old tradition of fighting over shadows when the substance had already been lost. Hugh III of Cyprus had himself crowned at Tyre as King of Jerusalem. The Templars urged the claims of Charles of Anjou, while the Hospitallers with more sense insisted that the dispute could be postponed until they had recovered the kingdom whose title they were debating. A few years later, when Henry II of Cyprus held this shadowy dignity, the Grand Master of the Templars pleaded before Nicholas IV for the wrongs of the Latins, which could only be avenged by the blood of the Saracens. But the power of the ancient spell was broken. Nicholas was ready to furnish some men, but these were ruffians and criminals, the very offscourings of the people. Money he obstinately refused to give. The Grand Master was no more successful elsewhere, and the Italian robbers formed the entire force with which he returned to Palestine. The last forlorn struggle occurred at Acre. Here, as elsewhere, the valor of the Templars shone conspicuously. The Grand Master rejected the Sultan's bribes, but the latter cared little whether he could sway his enemies through venality or not. His Mamluks were no less courageous than the Templars, and their numbers were overwhelming. The assault began. The titular king of Jerusalem, Henry II of Cyprus, besought the Teutonic Knights to occupy his post, promising to return the next morning. His request was granted, but before morning came, Henry was on his way to Cyprus. The attack was renewed with greater fury, but the Christians had lost all heart. The master of the Templars had been killed by a poisoned arrow, and 7 Knights Hospitallers sailed away, the last remnant of the magnificent order that had successfully braved 1,000 dangers. The city was lost, but the horrors of the siege were not over. The people had hurried to the shore, but a storm prevented them from embarking, and the very sea was reddened by the blood of the last victims of a wild and fanatical superstition. Chapter 15. The sequel of the religious wars. The Crusades had come to an end. The embers still smoldered, but it was highly unlikely they would be rekindled. The great military orders withdrew to seek new fields for their energies. The Teutonic Knights went to the dreary regions of Lithuania and Poland. The Knights of the Hospital went first to Cyprus, then to Rhodes. There, after many hard battles with Greeks and Saracens, they conquered the entire island and settled into their earthly paradise. The dream of returning to Palestine still haunted the mind of Edward I, who, by his will, left £30,000 for the equipment and maintenance of the knights who were to carry his heart to the Holy Land. But perhaps the last reflection of the old fire is seen in the words by which Henry V, in his dying moments, asserted the bounden duty of princes to build the walls of Jerusalem. He declared that, had he been spared for longer life or lived in quieter times, he would have undertaken this task of restoration. Even then, perhaps, the task was not insuperably difficult. Its practicality had been shown more than once by its accomplishment, but it was a task that demanded a spirit of wise and tolerant statesmanship, one that sought to further the interests of the subject population and to unite conquerors and conquer as a single people. This idea, as we have seen, was deliberately rejected by the First Crusaders and, with the single exception of Emperor Henry at Constantinople, by all who followed them. There is no reason to suppose that the English Henry V would have been animated by a wiser spirit or a larger charity than the companions of Godfrey and Tancred. The soil of Palestine had been abundantly watered with the blood of both Christians and infidels. The soil of Europe, particularly France, was soon to drink the blood of that haughty but valiant order, the Knights Templar, which had done as much to destroy as to maintain Latin Christendom's hold on Palestine. Among all the monstrous iniquities perpetrated by perjured kings and godless statesmen, the lies, cruelties, and persistent, diabolical injustice surrounding the suppression of the Knights Templar must hold a very prominent place. These men may have, indeed, undoubtedly did, commit enormous crimes themselves. But these were crimes committed openly and shared by all crusaders of every generation, with the saintly Louis of France appearing to be the solitary exception. Now, when their services were no longer needed or useful in Palestine, the benefits of confiscating their properties became clear to Philip the Fair. This brutal tyrant, profligate murderer, and unscrupulous thief bullied Pope Clement V into recognizing charges that the Pope had at first rightly dismissed as absurd, extravagant, and impossible. False witness, torture, hunger, thirst, darkness, filth, and disease in sunless dungeons were all used with consummate skill and persistence to subdue warriors who had never quailed on the battlefield. Taken one by one, some made confessions extracted by excruciating agonies, which they indignantly withdrew once the torment ceased. With his remaining comrades, the last Grand Master died, solemnly asserting the innocence of his order, an innocence unquestionably real if we confine ourselves to the charges brought against them by Philip and his minions. The kings of France, made wealthier by their iniquities, laid up another count for the great indictment to be brought against their luckless representative in the French Revolution. In England, the proceedings against the Templars, though shameful, fell infinitely short of the disgrace that covered the king and judges of France. Yet in both countries, it was evident what could be achieved by malignant lies boldly uttered under the plea of maintaining the truth and righteousness of God. In this process, we see the legitimate result of the Crusades. The unbelief of the Saracen was deemed sufficient reason to wrest from him a country regarded as the inalienable heritage of Christendom. The alleged unbelief or profanity of Templars was sufficient reason to hound judges to their destruction. And heresies, truly or falsely alleged against any persons whatsoever, would be a thorough warrant for carrying fire and sword through their land if gentler means failed to extort submission. The lesson was soon learned. While Dandolo and Baldwin were laying the foundations of the short-lived Latin Empire at Constantinople, Innocent was preaching a crusade against the peaceable, though perhaps not strictly orthodox, subjects of Count Raymond of Toulouse. The attempt to suppress error by force was producing its natural fruits. Men like Bernard and Innocent were led to consider every means lawful, every weapon hallowed, against the wretched enemies of Christ and his church. Horrible miscreants, like the inquisitors Fulk of Marseilles and Arnold of Amaury, could, without a pang of remorse, involve the aged and the young, the mother and the infant, in one common slaughter. Simon de Montfort, encased in the triple armor of a heart harder than the nether millstone, could exult with savage joy over the massacres of his sword and the torments of the Inquisition. In this awful chaos, Frederick II, enemy of the Pope and friend of Saracenic philosophers and Muslim women, furiously joined the fray. Close in its ideal and similar in some points of its development, the carefree society of the troubadour was to his own luxurious civilization in Sicily. Yet there is no sign to show that he regarded its rapid and terrible catastrophe with the least emotion. His appreciation of their gay science, their art, refinement, and luxury, was chilled and quenched by the thought of the vile crowd of Petrobrusians and other vulgar heretics by whom these carefree voluptuaries were surrounded. It can truly be said that never in any history were the principles of justice, the faith of treaties, and common humanity so trampled underfoot as in the Albigensian Crusade. Slay on. God will know his own, was the cry of the papal legate before the walls of Béziers. This easy method of settling a long controversy was the moral logically drawn from the preaching of Peter the Hermit and Bernard of Clairvaux. It is possible that the historians seeking to account for all the characteristics of the Crusades may connect these expeditions with events that should be traced to other causes. The impulses that bring vast crowds together for any purpose are always more or less contagious, and the Middle Ages exhibit a series of enthusiastic risings throughout. The outbreak of the pastoureaux or shepherds, so called from their supposed simplicity, which for a time even led astray Blanche of Castile, took place, perhaps only by accidental coincidence, while Louis IX was a captive in Egypt, but it was only one of 1,000 instances of what has been termed superstition set in motion. To this class probably belong the expeditions known as the Children's Crusades, although these began with the idea of recovering the Holy Cross from the infidel. A few words suffice to tell the miserable story. In France, under the boy Stephen, 30,000 children encamped around Vendôme. 10,000 were lost or had strayed away before they reached Marseilles a month later. There, they waited, convinced that the waters of the Mediterranean would part to give them passage on dry land. At length, 2 merchants offered, for the cause of God and without charge, to convey them in ships to Palestine. The 5,000 children who sailed from the harbor, chanting the hymn Veni Creator Spiritus, found themselves at the end of their voyage in the slave markets of Alexandria and Algiers. A tragic counterpart to this tale is found in the sufferings of the 20,000 German boys and girls who set out in the same year from Cologne under the peasant lad Nicholas. Of this 20,000 strong group, only 5,000 reached Genoa. Of the rest, some returned home, some marched to Brindisi and setting sail for Palestine were never heard of again. The fortune of those who found their way to Genoa was happier. Invited to settle there by the Senate, many became wealthy, and not a few, rising to distinction, founded some of the noblest families in the state. But just as the motives that led to the Crusades were complex, so, too, were their results. The picture must not be presented only in its darker aspects. We have seen the effect they had on the growth of the temporal power of the popes. We must not forget that by rolling back the tide of Mohammedan conquest from Constantinople for over 4 centuries, they probably saved Europe from horrors whose recital might even now make our ears tingle. By weakening the resources and power of the barons, They strengthened the authority of kings, acting in alliance with the citizens of the great towns. This alliance broke up the feudal system, gradually abolished serfdom, and substituted the authority of a common law for the arbitrary will of chiefs who, for real or supposed affronts, resorted to private warfare. Worthless in themselves and entirely useless as a means for founding any permanent dominion in Palestine or elsewhere, these enterprises affected the commonwealths of Europe in ways their promoters never dreamed of. They left a wider gulf between the Greek and Latin churches and between the subjects of the Eastern Empire and the nations of Western Europe. But by the mere fact of bringing East and West together, they gradually led to that interchange of thought and that awakening of the human intellect to which we owe all that distinguishes our modern civilization from the religious and political systems of the Middle Ages.